mulai ya, udah jam 8.
Can we chat while we are waiting?
Yes.
Oh, we can. Hi, David. David, just to introduce you to Pak Yon. He is our key partner on e-government. And Pak Yon, this is Pak David. He's our facility director.
Good morning, Pak David.
Morning, Pak Yon.
So Pak Yon moved with the promotion from the Ministry of Finance to Kementerian.
Okay.
So he's our colleague from our main department.
Thank you, Barsana.
Well, Pak David has a lot of engagement with the minister and the Ministry of Finance, so I will let him know your background.
Nice batik.
Yes, Pak David has lots of nice batik.
So we're still waiting for participants to come in.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay. We can start. Okay.
Oh, we can start? No, I think we should wait. It's only 49.
Okay, Tania, we should wait according to Roxana. Okay.
I think we should wait at least till we get closer to. I mean, it's only exactly 8:02.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to start exactly on time.
Yeah, Roxana, that's fine. I just to remind you, I have to leave at 9:30.
Oh yeah. No. We will be truly done by 8:30 or 8:30, 40.
I redid the words a little bit.
Oh, that's all right, David. Of course, it's your call. We are just giving hands up.
So let us know if the participant has reached about like amount of enough.
I would say if we wait, this is at computer, it's 8:03. I would wait till 10 minutes, 8:10.
All right. Okay.
And then start.
All right.
Because it is increasing almost every kind of seconds.
Yeah, we have about 383 participants already registered today. So I think they will come gradually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deva,
Ya.
ada backgroundnya yang perlu saya ganti atau?
Oh, Bapak pakai background kita, tapi nggak apa-apa Pak. Di Bapak belakangnya ada SPBE bagus.
Ya, nggak perlu Pak.
Oke,
Sudah bisa
Bapak dikira Prospera.
Dari saya, ya bukan Prospera, tapi kami semua bisa lihat SPBE di background. Ya.
Dan ada benderanya Pak ya. Oke, video fading out. 8.10 kita mulai ya.
Yes. I think Yamima informed 43 participants on YouTube and 63 on
already
so we have about 100 already.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat pagi. Selamat datang di Digital Government Webinar Series 2 yang diselenggarakan oleh Prospera bekerja sama dengan PANRB pada pagi hari ini. Pada pagi hari ini kita akan berdiskusi dan melihat berbagai macam kemajuan yang telah dilakukan oleh pemerintah kita mengenai digital capability of human resources di public sector. Pada hari ini telah kita saksikan bahwa banyak sekali peserta yang bergabung dari pemerintah-pemerintah daerah. Selamat datang di acara ini. Saat ini setelah bergabung 383 yang sudah mendaftarkan diri untuk acara digital webinar ini. Dan kami juga terima kasih kepada pemerintah Australia yaitu DFAT yang telah mendukung kegiatan Prospera dan PANRB ini. Sebelum kita mulai, mari kita melihat beberapa webinar guideline bahwa Bapak dan Ibu sekalian dapat menggunakan feature interpretasi ataupun translation dengan mengklik gambar dunia di bawah, ada gambar globe di bagian bawah, Bapak dan Ibu bisa mengklik jika pembicara menggunakan bahasa Inggris, Bapak dan Ibu bisa mendengarkan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Kemudian untuk questions dan answer atau tanya jawab, mohon menggunakan feature Q&A di bagian bawah di sebelah partisipan untuk menanyakan pertanyaan yang Bapak Ibu ingin ajukan. Yang ketiga, kami ingin memberitahukan bahwa sesi webinar ini akan kami record untuk kebutuhan dokumentasi. Dan pagi ini dengan dukungan PANRB, webinar Digital Transformation ini live di YouTube PANRB. Terima kasih. Saat ini saya akan menghandover atau memberikan kepada Roxana Khan, our lead advisor, untuk membuka acara ini. Terima kasih.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this webinar, which is focusing on how do we build the capability of the human resources in the Indonesian public service. And I would like to first thank Kemenpan for partnering with us on this webinar. And we have Pak Cahyono from PANRB, is responsible for the FPBA nationally, together with 6 other ministries, Pak. Yeah. And we also have, unfortunately, Bu Rini had to be called, so she has given us her video welcome this morning at the keynote, and we will also have a welcome from our facility director David Neller, who has joined us. Thank you to the participants for joining today. I hope that you will each have some takeaway that you can then progress in developing the implementation of e-government in your local authority, provincial government, and of course, nationally. And I think Pak Yon has really working hard, the team in Kemenpan, to help you in providing guidelines and also some technical notes on what you can do to improve the digital government services from your particular region or nationally. So we will have a very full-on session, and I won't speak for now. Let me introduce the actual welcome from David Neller, the head of our Prospera facility. Just a couple of lines to introduce you. Many of you know Pak David. He has been in Indonesia for a very long time. And after completing a career in the International Monetary Fund over 24 years, he has joined the development sector fully, and has been working in Indonesia with the Ministry of Finance, with the Minister for Finance, central bank governors on financial and fiscal policy and tax policy over at least 20 years. He is well familiar with Indonesia and, of course, the policy context, which is really beneficial to our work here in Indonesia. He's currently the facility director of Prospera and, of course, our big boss, as we call him. But he has been very busy over the last year since COVID, as we've been helping various aspects of policy and interventions and ideas with the government of Indonesia. So welcome, David. Thank you for joining us, and over to you.
Thanks, Roxana. So I thought today maybe I would avoid mentioning COVID-19 for a change of pace. But anyway, good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank you for joining and welcome to this event. Thank you to Payon and his colleagues at Kemenpan, who will not only obviously are very active participants in this conference, but also critically are our partners in organizing and putting this webinar on. There'll be a number of distinguished speakers, of course, from the Indonesian government. I think, Roxana, you mentioned 6 different agencies. Colleagues from the Australian Public Service, I note the World Bank, I think, as well, and others. And, of course, colleagues of mine and Roxana's from Prospera, including Peter Lovelock and Jonathan Palmer. So welcome to this second digital webinar series. And let me sort of provide my context, I think, for where I think of digital e-government or digitalization of government. I think it's a common conclusion everywhere, and that governments all around the world are facing the challenge of doing more with less. And fiscal constraints, budget constraints are always tight, if you like. And the public sector is facing increasingly complex questions. It's no longer a simple process of providing physical facilities or services. There are complex issues clearly in healthcare. Education is changing by the day, triggered, of course, by the pandemic as well. And that's at really primary, secondary, and tertiary levels of education. Infrastructure is about building bridges and roads, but it's also about building broadband backbones and things like that of a network. So that's, again, a lot more complex. At the same time, while these challenges are mounting, it's probably fair to say also that the public's expectations are rising. How many times today will you either do ride hailing, you will buy some food online, you will purchase something from some e-commerce website? And that's the expectations that citizens are increasingly going to have. They'll become accustomed, if you like, to operating in that manner. So the digital revolution is certainly changing citizens' expectations. So we have, on the one hand, these increasing demands, on the other, these mounting expectations. So enhancing government productivity in one way or another is imperative. The good news, of course, is that it's possible. It can be done. And as a result, digital technology and data analytics become a key part of making it happen. And this can obviously provide the real step change in effectiveness, efficiency, and meeting the expectations of citizens. So let me note a couple of areas or some of the important elements. I mean, everybody probably has their own interpretation of this, but it seems to me within government there are 4 main areas. Clearly, public services, which is digitizing interface with citizens. The second might refer to as processes or automating and redesigning manual tasks. which of course in government may mean working across multiple agencies for a given process. The third area, which I think is really exciting, is on decision-making and integrating advanced analytics. And within Prospera, we've already seen the effectiveness of some of these tasks. So just to diverge for a moment, when COVID arrived, of course, policymakers have no data because effectively the circumstances are unprecedented. And so they cannot look at in the rearview mirror to see or to guide policy action. So we need a whole new range of data sources instantaneously. So in the case of Prospera, by the end of March last year, we were using the satellite data as a measure of economic activity and sharing that on a daily basis with our government counterparts. We've also done data analytics work on education and other policy areas. So this is, and it's enlightened and provided insights which simply did not exist before. So again, that is another way we think of the productivity of the public service from digitization in service delivery. But if we can also get better policy outcomes, that also enhances the productivity of government. The fourth area really is data sharing, which is ultimately involving citizens more in solutions to problems that government face. And so data sharing, I think, is something which is further down the road maybe, but there are aspects of it which are clearly important even today. Within those four areas, I think it's worth reflecting, particularly for this group, about what is the role of government, the center of government, if you like, in terms of delivering on these opportunities. And so here, I think, the first part is probably the alignment of the strategy. What are we as a government as a whole trying to deliver? The obvious ones are improved citizen experience, higher productivity and efficiency, and better policy outcomes would seem to be three reasonable sort of high-level goals that you may wish to focus on. So second one, I think, is on governance and organization design. Strong governance and coordinated delivery sounds good, but it's not easy. Clearly, just the logic of it suggests that consolidation of data and coordination across all government agencies would seem logical. But at the same time, we know that, sort of on the other hand, if you like, that all agencies want to do their own thing because they have special needs, they have particular requirements. So the center has to set a strategy which provides balance between these two areas. And if you look around, it seems to me that there's two or three roles that central government agencies have filled. One is the strategy shaper and coordinator. And this, involves looking at some of the high-level strategic issues might be around managing electronic identity. So there's a single identity. There may be a shared interface, as there is in some countries, even though beyond that interface, you may go to other agencies, but that's important for easy access. And there may also be a role around data exchange and ensuring seamless data exchange across agencies where appropriate. Another role, a second role, the central government might be around establishing some form of center of excellence to bring focus on specialist expertise and new and emerging issues. And a third, of course, is to be the help desk, if you like, the development and solutions center for digital and data strategy. I think another key enabling issue concerns the technology rollout. Clearly, as I've just said, the various agencies will have their own needs, but the centre clearly has an important role in ensuring interoperability and managing the relationships and dependencies across the IT systems such that they can communicate effectively. So along with this is a probable role around setting standards and the like. So the challenges are enormous, as I said, but so is the payoff. And I think, as I say, there's a public expectation that this will be delivered. So I hope that in the discussion today and tomorrow, that focus on improving human resources capability and learning lessons from others will set some concrete steps on the way forward. So my best wishes to all the presenters and participants, and I hope the webinar provides a solid foundation for all the endeavours to improve productivity and government service to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak David. We appreciate your comments, and thank you for the idea of a Center for Excellence. I think that's a great idea to look at across government. Maybe through the roadmap, we will have some happening across government that can be showcased and shared and multiplied across regions. So thank you very much. I will now hand over to Pak Yon, who will introduce the address by Bu Rini, Deputy Minister from Kemenpan. Thank you, Pak Yon. Over to you.
Okay, terima kasih Bu Roksana. Good morning Pak David. Good morning Bu Roksana, everybody. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya sudah diberikan saat ini. Saya coba sampaikan betul harapan besar dari Republik Indonesia, pemerintah Republik Indonesia, bagaimana meningkatkan layanan publik. Tadi yang sudah disampaikan oleh Pak David, ada 3 hal yang saya coba catat, Pak, mengenai bagaimana meningkatnya ekspektasi layanan akibat adanya pandemi ini, dan bagaimana juga masyarakat bisa mendapatkan layanan yang prima terhadap layanan berbagai macam di pemerintahan. Dan ketiga adalah begitu besarnya penguatan yang diperlukan dalam hal koordinasi, tidak hanya di instansi pusat, tapi juga sampai dengan pemerintah daerah. Dan harapan kami dengan adanya forum kali ini dan juga dukungan dari Prospera yang begitu besar dalam penerapan e-government di Indonesia bisa meningkatkan percepatan peningkatan kualitas layanan di Indonesia, terutama untuk sektor pemerintahan, dan juga meningkatkan penerapan e-gov di Indonesia. Dan saya sampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bu Deputi tidak bisa hadir dalam pertemuan kali ini, tapi beliau sangat mengapresiasi atas kerjasama yang dijalin sampai dengan saat ini dan terus akan ditingkatkan di kemudian hari. Dan juga Bu Deputi sampaikan video yang mungkin bisa disampaikan dalam forum kali ini. Terima kasih atas dukungan dan apresiasi yang besar dari Prospera terhadap perkembangan dan implementasi e-gov di Indonesia. Kami persilahkan tim dari Prospera bisa menyampaikan video dari Bu Deputi. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform, please allow me to welcome you all to the 2 days conference on digital transformations. In particular, I would like to give a warm welcome to the representatives from various ministries and agencies as well as the local governments. I'm truly honored to have you join with us in exchange of best practices, experience, and studies related to the digital government transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I will pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God Almighty, who gave us His blessing today, especially in this auspicious month of Ramadan. To those who fast, allow me to wish you happy fasting in this full month of blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the importance of digital assets and the extent of our digital capabilities in sustaining the economy and the life-being of our societies. Even though 85% of our citizens are actively accessing the internet in 2019, only 58% acquired the basic digital skills. While gaining access to the internet is important, it is still insufficient if it's not accompanied by appropriate skills that enable the citizen in taking the full advantage of the digital society. This webinar is an essential event to share knowledge and how to build digital skills and digital capabilities in our public sector. Its current trends and strategies required for both the public and private sector, whether it is in Indonesia or in Australia. In addition, we will also discuss innovation and lessons in digital transformation and their change management in this webinar. This can be significant to support the implementation of Presidential Regulation number 95 year 2018 on the e-government. This webinar is a collaboration between the Prospera and the Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 years since the enactment of the Presidential Regulation number 95 year 2018 that mandates the public sector to implement the e-government. Referring to our achievements and the current condition of our e-government, it appears that we still need to do more in strengthening and improving e-government. The e-government evaluation, which were conducted in 2018 and 2019, has shown that the e-government index was 2.18, achieving the predicate of the sufficiency, while in 2020, the e-government index has increased for only 0.08 to 2.26. This result has shown that we still need to work harder to improve our e-government, particularly in the improvement of policy, governance, management aspect, and services implementations. Moreover, the result from the United Nations e-government survey in 2020 has ranked Indonesia in 88 out of 193 countries, scored of 0.6 in the high AGDI group for the performance in developing and implementing the e-government. The rank has significantly increased 19 positions higher from 107th in 2018 and 116 in 2016. This has shown that since the enactment of the Presidential Regulation 95, the Indonesian public sector has been striving to change towards the better. Certainly, this can be only done with the support and the cooperations among all stakeholders. We do realize that more efforts from the government are still needed to develop our e-government. This is why the collaboration of the e-government and One Data Indonesia is needed to improve our e-government. Ladies and gentlemen, in principles, the SPBE Presidential Regulation regulates the integration of SPBE governance in the context of establishing the effective, clean, transparent, and the accountable governance. Meanwhile, the SDI Presidential Regulations regulates the integration of data management to produce reliable data that can be shared to support the formulation of government policies and national development planning. From 2018 to 2022, we are in the phase of building SPBE foundation that focuses on strengthening SPBE governance, SPBE infrastructure, and accelerating SPBE as the foundation to implement an integrated and comprehensive SPBE and supporting the creation of One Data Indonesia that nationwide integrated. The SPBE and the SDR are closely related in which reliable SPBE will support the reliable data and vice versa. One important element that we propose to be built in the nearest future is the National Data Portal applications. We hope this element will pave the way the transparency in our government through the openness and the easiness of data exchange across government, agency, business actors, and the public. This will enable a synergy for application of the Indonesian One Data policy with the SPBE as two frameworks that support each other. Later, the application of the National Data Portal will be supported by a multi-use ICT infrastructure that will make it easier for end users in dealing with the public sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the SPBE is also the main basic framework for improving the quality of services so that it can be create seamless and adaptive services. For this reason, the SPBE services should at least meet the criteria of the SPBE maturity at the collaboration level to enable the integration of SPBE services. Hence, seamless interoperability between services are pivotal. To reach the collaboration level, of course, we need to consider the four main aspects of the SPBE that includes integrated governance, integrated business processes and data, integrated services, and integrated ICT services. Furthermore, we also need to comprehensively plan of the SPBE development. One way of doing this is to establish the SPBE architecture and the SPBE roadmap. We are currently in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication and Information, the Ministry of National Development Planning or Bappenas, and National Cyber and Crypto Agency or BSSN to prepare the national SPBE architecture documents that will serve as the basic framework for implementation's SPBE. We are looking forward that the framework will be stipulated in the presidential regulation. Through the SPBE architecture, we will have a tool to rearrange of our SPBE operations that has been developed in silo basis to become more coordinated and integrated. With the SPBE architecture, the integrated implementation of the SPBE can be more well organized. Eventually, this will support the establishment of the more integrated strategic policy to implement the SPBE across ministries, agencies, and local governments. Information system development based on the SPBE architecture governance can be started by producing the thematic integrated government services. Aligned with this, we are also preparing the national SPBE roadmap that defines the programs and activities needed to implement the national SPBE, in which it will become essential reference for the central agencies and local governments in implementing the SPBE. The development of the SPBE's architecture and roadmap are carried out concurrently to maintain harmony. It is important that the architecture and the SPBE roadmap can be implemented immediately so that the future ICT investment preparations can be better planned. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to kindly ask you all to support the implementation of our SPBE nationally by continuing to prioritize the principle of integration and synergy between government agencies through the formulations and implementations of required policy as mandated by the President Regulation Number 95. Improving our e-government can only be improved with your support and active participation. I do hope that we can speed up the process to establish the national SPBE architecture so our SPBE can be implemented more coordinated nationally. Once again, I wish you a fruitful discussion in this webinar. I hope this webinar can contribute to a better future of our e-government. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Burini. That was amazing. I really enjoyed that video. I think it's great to hear from her directly about the developments and the hopes that the government has in improving e-government. I think that digital is definitely an answer for Indonesia with so many islands and people spread over so many different locations. And I think that digital does provide the capability to provide seamless services, like she mentioned, and also services that are as equal as possible across the region, which is also a possible achievement by using a digital mode. So thank you very much. I think we are now going to move into the next session, where I have the pleasure of welcoming a number of speakers, and this will absolutely focus on the key point that Bu Rini made about how to improve the human resources capability within the Indonesian government. So we have a number of speakers in this note, and we hope that they will give you some insights that you can use in your own development. Unfortunately, in the program some of you received, you will see that we had Pak Teguh, but he is unfortunately unable to join us. So we have Jonathan Palmer, who is, as David mentioned earlier, is working with Prospera. Jonathan also comes with a lot of experience. He has also worked in the International Monetary Fund in IMF as the CIO. He has also worked for over 30 years in Australian government at various capacities in the ICT sector, and also has had a career in the public service. So he can talk about the many challenges we are discussing about career movements for ICT professionals. We also have today Adina Liu, who joined us actually last time. So welcome back, Adina. We are really pleased to have you tell us a bit more about the workforce strategy and planning from the Australian Public Service Commission in response to the post-pandemic HR planning. And so we welcome the kind of strategies and initiatives that you are rolling out in Australia. We know that you're also working closely with the Digital Transformation Agency of Australia. So we really would like to hear how that's going to work out in the next few years in the Australian public service. And last but not least is, of course, we also have a very good friend and colleague from the World Bank, Pak Erwin Aryadharma. He's the Senior Public Sector Management Specialist, and he has also been working across government on various initiatives, but most recently on digital government. And the bank has done some really good work in mapping out some of the initiatives that needs to happen. Okay, so without much ado, since we don't have Pak Teguh, can I say, Jonathan, you are the first speaker. So we'll give you a couple of minutes. And just a reminder to participants that you can listen to me in Bahasa, which is amazing. One day I'll be able to just do it myself. And of course, those who are listening in who are English speakers, you can also hear the presentations from our colleagues in the Indonesian government in English. Without much ado, over to Anna.
Thank you, Roxana. And it's a pleasure to be part of this webinar. Thanks for inviting me. So you can see and hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
And I'm going to speak English. I'd love to hear myself in Bahasa, but I think I'll have to focus on
your
on myself.
presentation.
So I'm going to share my screen now. 1 second. All right. Just get my presentation rolling. Okay, share screen. Good. Are we all on the same page?
Yes.
Can you see that, Roxana?
Yes, we can see you.
Excellent. Thank you. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about my own experiences in building digital capability in the public sector. And that's an experience I've had over more than 30 years in the Australian Public Service and also the International Monetary Fund as a Chief Information Officer and as a Chief Operating Officer, where a key part of my role has been to develop digital capability in the organisations that I've worked with. And I've learned a lot over those years, and I'm not saying that all the strategies that worked 20 years ago will work now. Certainly some of them are relevant and some of them aren't, but I'll share with you a number of the things that I've learned that I think are effective in trying to attract and retain, or I've called it catching and keeping digital talent in the public sector. But before
Jonathan, just one little note.
Yep.
So we are very good in time, so you can
go slow.
Yes, go slow, and also because it helps our translators.
Okay, thank you very much for that reminder, Roxana. So, yeah, just to repeat myself a little bit, I'm going to talk about the lessons I've learned in attracting and keeping digital talent, and they're lessons I've learned in some cases the hard way over many years as a CIO and a Chief Operating Officer. But before I get to those lessons, I thought it would be useful to ask a couple of questions to set the context, if you like. So the first question is, what sort of capability do we need? And the second is, what is the best way to get that capability? So let's start with the capability that we need. And I think the answer to this is we need a very broad range of capability. It's not as simple as one particular qualification or job family. It's a very broad range of capability spanning information and communication technologies, the design and operation of online and digital service delivery, the integration, management, analysis, communication of data. So this is a very broad range of capabilities that we need in the public sector. And I'm sure that if I sat down with my fellow panelists, we could pretty quickly and easily come up with more than 100 different job descriptions, and we still wouldn't cover the full range of capabilities required. I think Adina can probably tell us this better, but I think the Australian Public Service has identified more than 150 job descriptions in this space of digital and data professions. So it's a very broad range of skills that we need. My next question is, where should we get that capability from? And there are a number of approaches, and I think realistically, we need to use all of these approaches. And when I say approaches, I mean that we've got the option of hiring people. So it's really that question, you know, what do I hire and what do I buy? And there's no doubt that we need a lot of skilled people in our staff. These are people that over time will understand our business really intimately, as well as have deep technological or data or service design capabilities. And these people will also be immersed in public sector values. So this is a really important option, of course, is to hire good people, develop them over time, and keep them over time. But it's not the only option. If you want access to cutting edge technology, it might be construction of virtual reality interfaces, building artificial intelligence into your systems, sophisticated big data analysis. You might need to work with an industry leader. It may not be possible or feasible or appropriate to go and hire people that have the cutting edge capability in those areas. And sometimes the reality is our work goes in peaks and troughs, and sometimes we need a lot of people for a short period in order to roll out a new service. And there it can make sense to use flexibly engage contractors and companies to get the work done, because we don't want to build up our staff to a level that can't be sustained over time. So in this presentation, I'm not going to explore this issue of what I call sourcing strategy anymore, but I do think when you're thinking about the capability you need, you've got to think about it in the context of your sourcing strategy. What are you going to hire and what are you going to buy? And I would say that in looking at the capabilities you need in your organisation, one capability you clearly need is the ability to manage and collaborate with resources that are being bought. So I'm talking about procurement people, project managers, people who can manage vendors. You need that capacity to work constructively and effectively with third parties. So that's another capability that you need. So I'm not going to talk any more about that, except to say when my kids were into Pokemon, the Pokemon trainers said you've got to catch them all. But I think when it comes to digital talent, you'll never catch them all as hired staff. You need to be prepared to hire some of them on a temporary basis. So, okay, so that's all I wanted to say about the sourcing strategy, and now turn to my experiences in this area. And one thing I'll say is this challenge of building digital capability is not new. Now, we didn't call it digital capability 20, 30 years ago, but we had similar challenge. We had to hire people with special technical expertise, and we had to compete for those people with the private sector, with other governments, often with other agencies within government. And so there's, it has always been thus, if you like, that there's been stiff competition for skilled people. And I think when you're in that business of competing for good people, competing for talent, you need to embrace some of the realities of the situation. And the realities that I've observed in Australia and New Zealand and America, where I've worked, is that the private sector is often able to pay much more for talent. So that's a reality of life. And the public sector has some challenges in the way it operates. It tends to be slow, although it's much more nimble now than it was 20 years ago in advancing good people. And the risk appetite of the public sector tends to be different to the private sector. So sometimes the work can be regarded as less cutting edge or interesting by people looking for careers in that digital profession. So I don't want to be completely negative about this. I'm just saying that there's some realities that I think need to be embraced. And the answer isn't to say, oh, we just need to pay competitive salaries, because I don't think that would work for the taxpayer. It never has. You've got to work within some of these constraints. But don't worry, there's lots of good things that you can do within those constraints. So let's talk about some of the strategies that have worked for me in trying to catch good digital talent. And one of the key strategies has been to recruit people at the graduate level. Now, you don't want to recruit everyone at that level. And I'm using the word graduate deliberately because our experience was that by hiring people with formal qualifications, we were confident that we were getting people that had a good foundation, and that meant that over time, they quite easily learnt new skills and technologies. They were very, very robust for the future, more future-proof than someone who's got a specific technical capability that they've developed without that broader base of training. I'm not saying that everyone has to have a graduate degree, but I've found that recruiting predominantly graduates, it's served to have people that have had long careers and they've been able to reinvent themselves several times over. Excuse me. So one thing I learned early on was it's really important who represents your organisation when you're competing for these people, and sending young people who can relate to the graduates, who can describe their experiences frankly and honestly, to give people a good impression of and tell them what the challenges are, worked much better than sending people that the graduates couldn't relate to. Now, we don't all send people out to universities, but it's not a bad way to get out there and start to meet and form relationships with new hires. And if you want to form relationships with potential new hires, the private sector does this extensively. Things like intern programs and holiday hiring is a really good strategy, and it lets you test some people out in a very low risk way. And sometimes you might choose to hire someone before they've finished their studies, or, you know, engage them as a cadet or something. But in my experience, it's been a really good strategy. I did have make one big mistake there. When we first started doing holiday hires, we mistakenly used those young IT, in this case it was IT students, on pretty dull work. You know, I think the thinking was that these people are lucky to have a job in the holidays, but actually we needed to give them interesting work in order to give them the right impression and understanding of our organisation. So avoid the temptation to use them to reorganise the file room or something like that. They've got to be given meaningful professional work. Competitive salary for young professionals starting their career is important. It's going to be difficult to compete for new hires if you don't have, at least at that starting point, a competitive salary. And that's one thing I think the Australian Public Service has done very well. It's been able to bring people in at a pay level that puts them roughly on a par with a lot of the large private sector employers. Rapid job offers is another. And I remember one year where all the people that we'd chosen had already accepted jobs elsewhere. Now, sometimes the industry's hot and sometimes it isn't. I expect with data scientists at the moment, if you're not prepared to make an offer really quickly, you'll miss out. And sometimes the bureaucratic processes can be too long and thorough, and, you know, they're designed to get a good quality product, but by the time you get to the end of the process, people have taken a job. They want to tell their parents, hey, I've got 3 job offers and I've taken this one. Interesting job descriptions. I think that's done much better now by the public sector. We used to have pretty boring job advertisements and descriptions, and now we can tailor those job descriptions and we can make them attractive and interesting. They've got to be based in reality, but the reality is the work is interesting. There's some great things that we do. When people start their career, I think they've really got they're a bit nervous. They're not sure that they're job ready, so they need an employer who's prepared to invest in their development, and they're looking for development over time. And if you're a large organisation, which is what public service agencies are, you can offer the promise of lots of flexibility around different job assignments. So you can say, you might work in databases, you might work in data integration, you might work in data quality, you might work in design of online services, we're keen to give you opportunities to work in any or all of those areas. And over a number of years, you'll be able to move around. And in the context of the whole public service, you'll be able to move across agencies as well. So offering that sort of diversity is really important. And then finally, on my list of attracting good people, we've found that being flexible really made a difference. Being able to offer people a choice of where they work. So in the case of the Bureau of Statistics, we used to hire in Australia, a lot of graduates in Tasmania who wanted to stay in Tasmania. And we were able to structure our work so that we could have teams in each of our offices around the country. And so there was no requirement, as other agencies had, to sort of move cities. Of course, some graduates want to move cities, but it worked very well for us. Some people could choose to stay in the city that they'd graduated in. very importantly, part-time work was really attractive, or the offer of it was really attractive to attract and retain women, and also the opportunity to work from home, which we're all very familiar with. So I think being a flexible employer is really important. So once you've got them, how do you keep them? And you're not going to keep them all. It's a bit like as the Pokemon catcher. You're not going to catch them all. You're not going to keep them all. You're going to lose some of them. But you can keep some really good talent over a very long period. And there's a few ways you can do that. One, I think, is to really develop in people, in your staff, an appreciation of the public good value of the work they do. They do important, meaningful work. You know, if they're talking to their private sector colleagues, you know, maybe they're working on a new market for shoe polish or something. You know, it's not the same as housing poor people or transforming how people get their pension payments. So pride in that public good value, I think really people relate very well to that. I talked earlier, you've got to give people the opportunity to have long careers where they can rise to new challenges, have new experiences. I think you've got to develop a professional identity, and that's something that's become challenging now that there's so many job roles. It's not clear who's in what profession, and I know that's something the Australian Public Service is putting a lot of effort into at the moment, so I hope we hear more from Adina about that. I talked about flexible engagement, and that's something you've got to be prepared to use as people's careers progress, as they hit different stages in life. Perhaps they have a child or they want to go travelling. One thing I've found in the public sector is we've been able to cater for that. And one of our benefits is good work-life balance. We've not insisted that people work 20 hours a day. We've structured our work so that people can have a life as well as work. And finally, in my list, I think giving people the promise of a career that actually goes beyond their professional identity to executive leadership and management. And that's been my own case. And I know tomorrow we've got Lane Masterton talking, who used to be an IT professional in the public service. Now he leads human resources. But if you're a digital professional, you've often got a fantastic advantage in a very broad understanding of how your organisation works and very strong management capability developed over time. So there is no limit to where you can go. You can be a chief executive. You can be the Australian statistician. And I think making people aware that that's a path that they might take is really important. And I'm going to finish with just one thing I've found as a chief information officer, I've had to do a lot over my career, and that's reinforcing the value of our people. Sometimes you'll encounter people that will sort of declare that you're not a core part of the business. You know, we could outsource you, or, you know, this is a business of statisticians or economists. You're sort of a support function. And my answer to that is, well, no, I and my staff are an integral, important part of this organisation. Whereas important as anyone else, the work you do as a digital professional is at the core. We need you, and you belong here, and there's a great future for you. So I think it's really important to embrace your professionals as integral core parts of your organisation. So I'm not sure how I've gone for time. I might have gone a little bit over there, Roxana, but you said we had a bit more time. So thank you very much.
You're doing very well, Jonathan. No worries. It was very good. I'm just going to check with the team because we do have a bit of time. There is actually a question in the question box already for Adina, so we'll wait till Adina joins. But perhaps just a quick take of any question that maybe to Jonathan before our next speaker speaks from participants. You can put your question on the chat box as explained in the chat box by the team, or I'm not sure whether you can directly ask from the floor. So let me just give it couple of minutes. Does any of the panel member or participants have a question for Jonathan? I can't see any questions from the participants.
No, we'll have a question session at the end of all this, won't we, Roxana?
Yes, there is a question session at the end, but just thought if there was a burning question. I think Adina has also joined us. She's just given me a note. All right, well, if there are no questions, let us move to our next speaker, which I will just have a quick look at the programs. I think both Adina and Pak Erwin is now here. So maybe we will go to Adina just to rotate from our gender commitment from Jonathan to Adina. And then Pak Erwin, who will be speaking as well. Thank you for joining us, Pak Erwin. It's a bit of a early start for everyone, but here we are. Okay, so thank you, Adina. And with Adina, we can also see Mark Colwell, who is, of course, from the Australian Public Service Commission as well, and the Indonesia coordinator of the program. So thank you, Mark. Lovely to see you. And Adina, thank you for coming back. Welcome back. It's great to have you and hear a bit more. So I think we do have your presentation, so we can straight away look at that. And I think the team is going to share the presentation soon. But would you like to start, Adina, by saying a little bit about, since we last spoke, what have you been up to in the Commission in relation to your strategy on planning for a workforce which has more digital skills?
Okay, great. Thanks, Roxana. And you mentioned commitment to gender balance. So there we go, 50-50 over here in Canberra. So as part of our presentation, since we last spoke to you, it was a really crazily busy period for us. We launched the first APS workforce strategy, and a big focus of the workforce strategy is really looking at digital skills and digital competence for digital professionals as well as for wider staff, and how we prepare our enterprise for that digital transformation. So that strategy launched on the 18th of March, and I'm happy to circulate a link as well to you after, so you can include it in your pack. I've got a copy of the strategy, and we have
wow. Show us again. That was too quick. Show us again.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I will circulate
for our colleagues in Kementerian.
I will. I'll talk about it now. Yes. Okay. So I think we're ready. If you wanted to share the slides, and I'm sure there will be questions after.
Yes, I think the questions are coming.
Okay.
All right, please, Adina. The floor is yours.
Okay. Go faster through my slides, so we've got enough time for questions. Just checking, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
We don't have the
microphone. Please do take your time, so you don't have to go fast. We are good in time, and also because we are having your presentation simultaneously translated. So our participants are actually hearing you in Bahasa Indonesian. So do take your time to go through your slides.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. So as I mentioned, as part of the first ever APS workforce strategy, we placed a significant focus on understanding where our workforce needs to be in order to support the digital transformation of our enterprise. the Australian Public Service has been committed, and the federal government has been committed to a 5-year, really bold digital transformation strategy that takes us to 2025. As part of that strategy, there is a quite significant roadmap that has been developed. One of the missing components of that roadmap, which the APS workforce strategy really plugs, is the workforce components. What we are actually noticing, and it's a similar situation across other jurisdictions, is that we tend to focus on the technology and the human component comes last, or even, as an afterthought after technology is launched. And what we're trying to do through the strategy is actually make sure that the human development, the workforce development component keeps up with the technology roadmap from a digital skills point of view. So if we move to the first slide. Okay. So as part of our technology roadmap and transformation in the digital space, there are two key products or two key whole of government strategies we actually looked at in order to build what the workforce needs to look like to deliver on those government commitments. The one strategy is the digital transformation strategy that I mentioned, and the way to connect our workforce interventions to the digital transformation strategy was really to take that technology roadmap and map out the human component, impact on the workforce, and then the required development, workforce development interventions to respond to that impact. When we looked at that digital transformation roadmap 2025, we noticed that through analyzing the workforce component, almost 75% of our APS workforce is employed in agencies that have a massive deliverable committed under the digital transformation roadmap. So we knew we had to do better in this space. Another strategy which guided our efforts was the cybersecurity strategy. This is a whole of government strategy covering the whole Australian economy over the next 5 to 10 years to build our cybersecurity capability across the economy. We know that we will need much more cybersecurity experts as Australia becomes more interconnected and more digital as an economy as well. So we looked at that workforce component. From a data point of view, what we knew from digital or from the point of view of digital skills was that there was a significant increase in demand for really specialist digital professionals in the economy. Apologies, I'm just gonna get a mint. Just recovering from a cold. Okay, so when we looked at the labor market information, we saw that over 5 years to 2019, not even taking into account the progress made and the increase in demand over 2020, the demand for the most specialized digital roles, so digital professional roles, increased by over 700% in a 5-year period. Digital and digital roles were one of the top 5 job functions within our workforce projected to grow in the APS. And these were projections that we worked on internally in partnership with our colleagues from the National Skills Commission, and they're the labor market experts. So they were able to bring in all of that labor market information into our modeling. We also knew that COVID-19 has fast-tracked digital transformation, has fast-tracked technology adoption in our agencies, and we wanted to make sure that the workforce components of the human skill component actually kept pace with that adoption of technology. To the simple things like, do all of our staff know how to use Zoom safely, or Microsoft Teams as their ongoing platform to collaborate with their colleagues, to more sophisticated digital literacy or digital dexterity skills, which I'll talk a bit about in my later slides. We also know that in the 2020 federal budget, over 3 billion Australian dollars have been committed as investment in data and digital technology enabled initiatives in the Australian public service. So that is a massive investment. And we know that technology investment fails at the human component. So in order to deliver the most return on investment to government for the money we're getting, we need to focus on the workforce component to make sure that we are maximizing the utilization and that return on investment from any technology solutions. So this is basically the business case for us to look at digital skills. And we could move to the next slide, please. And do let me know, Roxana, if this pace is good. I'm not going too fast, am I? Okay, great. So we had a business case. We knew that we had to look at really taking targeted initiatives to build our digital capability, both the digital expertise and digital skills for our wider staff cohorts. But as I mentioned, what we were seeing back in early 2020, some of the environment has changed, obviously, during 2020 and through the response to the crisis we saw in 2020, in particular, the COVID-19 pandemic. But before the pandemic actually hit, we were dealing with floods and devastating bushfires in Australia as well, which saw quite a massive mobilization of our workforce. So these are things that we learned from 2020 to take us towards more digital ways of working and different ways of managing our workforce. So one of the things that we're wanting to see through the APS workforce strategy is an increase in that rapid workforce mobilization in the service to make sure that we take advantage both of deploying capability and capacity, but also of the technology tools we have to access that capability and capacity wherever people are located throughout Australia to respond immediately to any government needs or any needs across the APS enterprise. We also saw a massive progress in digital upskilling of our staff. Over a probably 2-week period, the majority of our workforce moved from being office-based to working remotely from home, using, as I said, tools such as Zoom, Skype, and Microsoft Teams. And we still are catching up a bit in making sure that people have the skills to use those platforms or maximize the utilization of those platforms. I mentioned flexible working and flexible utilization of the workforce, which is really critical in a digital environment. And we are using digital and taking advantage of the systems we have available to make sure that we access that talent wherever they are in Australia. And I talked a bit about this at the previous forum as well. The other thing that we wanted to take forward is making sure that as an enterprise, as a whole of APS, we set the direction in terms of digital, but also acknowledging that each individual agency has their own journey and they will need to do additional work to build that digital capability that's just right, just in time for their agency. So what you'll see in the link I'll circulate in the APS workforce strategy is a balance between what we're doing across the service to develop digital capability in response or to support our cybersecurity and digital transformation roadmaps, but also what agency or entities within the Australian Public Service need to think about as agency-specific initiatives. So I will continue to talk a bit about whole of service initiatives. So if we could move to the next slide. Okay. So one of the 3 action areas of the APS workforce strategy is to look at how we embrace data, technology, and flexible and responsive workforce models. As part of this, a strong focus is on digital. So that's technology, but also digital and data sometimes are intertwined. So we're looking across both capability areas in many aspects. A practical example of how we're looking at building that digital capability is the recent partnership to support the implementation of our government enterprise resource planning solution. And that is GovERP. The implementation of this solution, or the workforce component for the solution, is a partnership between the Department of Finance, who are leading the whole process and the implementation itself on behalf of the Australian Public Service, and the APSC, and that's my team, from a workforce planning, workforce transition planning, and workforce strategy point of view. What we are looking at the moment is a workforce transition roadmap, developing a workforce transition roadmap that's closely aligned with the technology adoption roadmap between now and 2025, with all of the detail of the transition that needs to happen in three different aspects of the workforce. First of all, we need to have the workforce that is required to actually deliver the program. So you have your program manager, your IT experts, and so on, to implement the platform or the new system. The other component of the workforce is the workforce required to maintain the system once it is delivered to the Australian Public Service. This is a monstrous enterprise resource planning solution. It covers 150,000 employees, over 100 agencies. It is similarly complex, if not even more complex, than what global multinational organizations of our size would have in terms of enterprise resource planning solutions. We know that we will need to have really specialist digital expertise in-house come 2025 to be able to maintain the system once it is delivered to the Australian Public Service by the vendor or in partnership with the vendor. What we know for some of those really specialist skills is that there is a worldwide shortage for those skill sets. One particular skill set from our labor market intelligence, we know that globally there's probably a couple dozen specialists, and less than a handful of them are in Australia, and everyone is fighting for them. So we know that we need to develop those skills in-house. So come 2025, we're actually able to deploy those people to maintain the system, because we might not be able to attract them through an open recruitment process from the labor market. So that's our long-term thinking in terms of those digital capabilities. We know that deep expertise in some of those ICT digital areas can take up to 7 years to build. So if you notice a gap now, you need to start planning for it and start planning that gap closing solution, because otherwise the more you wait, thinking that the labor market would catch up, the bigger the gap will be, because everyone will be recruiting for those skills, in particular in digital and data. The other component of this massive program is to look at the users themselves and making sure that the payroll people and the finance, accounts payable, accounts receivable, processing, finance processing, and so on, procurement professionals actually have the skills as modules of this solution get rolled out, they're actually able to use the system. In the APS, we're looking at basically an end-to-end solution from attraction, recruitment, through to retention, development, and that ongoing employee value proposition for that. And the third component is looking at the digital upskilling generally of all of our employees in the service, all of our staff interacting or coming to work and working in a digital enterprise as we're moving towards a digital economy supported by the APS. That's becoming more and more digital. Okay, so if we could move to the next slide. Okay, so I mentioned the digital profession, and I won't go through all of the details because I don't want to repeat myself. But the APSC has partnered with the Digital Transformation Agency to launch the digital profession. The digital profession was launched at the end of April 2020. So it's close to a year now. We will be celebrating the first year anniversary and launching a few more products for our digital professionals. The strategy has 3 focus areas. The first one is looking at getting it right for the start, making sure that we attract and recruit the best digital talent into the APS, making sure that we have the right leaders to lead digital transformation in the service, and that for our leaders holding a digital role, for example, a chief digital officer or a chief information officer, we've got the right mechanisms to recruit them properly. So that's our first focus area for the digital profession strategy. The other one is looking at, once people are in, how do we keep developing them? We might not necessarily always be able to get that specialist expertise from the market. You know, the top, the best of the best might be going to the likes of Facebook or Google for 3 times the salary that we could be paying them here. So we might not always, and we shouldn't be relying on the labor market. That's why that development component is really critical for digital skills. And this includes building digital leadership skills for our leaders through the Leading in the Digital Age program. And the third component is looking at embedding that professional workforce, defining professional capabilities, helping staff build career pathways, having professional membership levels for our digital professionals, and recognition of that membership of a profession, and making sure that professional standards are in place. I'm just going to stop there. Roxana, is there anything you'd like me to talk about in particular in relation to the digital profession?
Thanks, Adina. Is this your last slide, or you have a couple more?
It's not. No, okay. It's not. I've got a...
I think that perhaps just looking at a couple of the questions, I think it would be good to understand how would it be embedded as a profession in the workforce. So will each agency have, they already have some digital professions. So when you say they are going to embed this professional workforce, what does it actually mean? Are there going to be more types of jobs that are going to be like digital jobs that aren't there right now, perhaps? And then, we have the HR profession in the public service. Will they then be a profession within agency, but also can be across agency?
So in terms of the digital profession, I'm glad the role, would there be more roles question was asked, because in order to support embedding the digital profession in agencies, we've actually just reviewed our occupational segmentation tool for the Australian Public Service, and that's our job family framework. It includes a whole heap of new digital roles. We're starting to send clear signals, clear messages to agencies that these are roles, these are emerging roles. You need to start thinking about these roles as part of your workforce planning initiatives. That tool is a tool used for workforce planning and strategic workforce planning.
Great. I mean, that is exactly the question somebody actually asked, is how does the occupations in the public service get reviewed and new professions added? Because the Indonesian public sector is having similar issues where the professions that were there are not the professions that are going to be in the future.
Yes, great. And we've just...
Let you continue.
Just undertaken the most massive review of that job family occupational segmentation framework in the past 12 years, I would say. So I'm happy to talk about it at the end if there's more interest. And once it's published, we can share the link as well with our colleagues. It will be public and available to access internationally. So no issues with that. And I can talk a bit more at the end about the review process. Okay, so if we could move to the next slide. Okay, in terms of the digital professional stream, we already have a few initiatives. I talked about them in the previous webinar as well. So we have built a digital career pathways framework. This is a framework that maps the skills needed in about 150 digital roles. These all of these roles are all public. It's all public data. The digital career pathways has been published on data.gov.au. So anyone in the world that would like to take it, build on it, make it better, please go ahead and use it. It might be a good start. It might be exactly what you need for your agencies, your entities, or it might just be the start of it. And we'd like to see that progress and mature as different economies worldwide look at it. We also looked at making sure that we bring people together in different digital summits to talk about digital transformation and what it takes to make digital transformation actually successful. We have an emerging talent program. We have an emerging talent program. We are concerned about gender balance in digital roles, and we know that some of the digital roles have evolved from previous ICT roles, which are mainly male-dominated. So the Digital Transformation Agency actually has a really focused program to build more of that female pipeline into digital and specialist digital roles through the Women in IT Executive Mentoring Program. And there is also a capability advancement program, which provides really hands-on, on-the-job coaching to specialist digital roles or people transitioning into specialist digital roles, because we know it takes a long time. As I said, could be up to 7 years to develop expertise. And sometimes you need that really hands-on support to be able to build the expertise. I was going to move to the next slide on my laptop, so if you could move to the next slide, that'd be great. Now, the last thing we wanted to talk to you about was digital literacy. So, look, we struggled at the beginning in the APS as well to explain what digital literacy is, because it was seen as one of those buzzwords. And in all of the hackathons and all of the focus groups we ran with leaders, with senior HR professionals, it was a buzzword. But when asked, what do you actually mean? What is the actual gap in digital literacy or digital dexterity? Not many people were able to explain. So we then knew that there was a high risk of skills mismatch. And if you don't have a workforce that's digitally literate, you're not able to, as I said at the beginning, maximize your technology investment. So we went ahead and we defined what that digital dexterity, digital literacy looks like, and it's outside. It's not only restricted to work; it goes beyond work. It goes to how people act, how individuals act. They have the knowledge and the ability to use technology safely. So cybersecurity safety is a key component of that digital dexterity, to basically improve their lives. And that could be their personal life, that could be their work life. So using technology at work. And this is basically about being smart citizens, interacting with digital services in a digital economy. So we provided that definition, and now we know in the background there's a framework we're building with responses to build all of these skills to make sure that we have a digitally dexterous workforce moving forward. Okay, and I'm mindful of time, so I have only one more slide, is just a few things for the future. Okay, so in order to support digital, and digital transformation with more workforce interventions. We are just about to commence a skill-based workforce planning pilot. We will be managing the pilot centrally at the Australian Public Service Commission, and the way we're deploying that workforce planning capability to support agencies is in a free agent type approach, where a central team sitting with my team here will actually be partnering with agencies where we see massive digital transformation, such as that Department of Finance, GovERP, Enterprise Resource Planning solution example I mentioned, to support that workforce transformation. This is a digital way of working that we're trialing at the moment. We haven't had that many pilots of free agent capability deployment models, but we know that they can be successful. We know that they've been successfully used by our colleagues in the UK civil service for the analytics capability, as well as Canada for project program management capability. I'm sure there's others, but these are the first two that come to mind for this particular type of digital way of working. And the other thing we're looking at is starting to look at how we're managing our digital workers. So we know that in some of our largest service delivery agencies, we're already starting to see AI or robot solutions reflected as part of their workforce. These are robots, so AI software solutions that are actually given a position as part of the position establishment, and they're doing a particular type of work. So those agencies are mapping those positions to the job family framework. So we know whether a robot does accounts payable or accounts receivable or other type of transactional work, for example. We've got a few, a couple dozen of them, I would say, at the moment across the service. So that's actually prompted us to start thinking about how we manage these AI and robot capabilities, to start with from a data collection point of view. Like, I know now how many we have because I talk to my colleagues in the largest agencies. But in time, as we have more and more of these solutions being reflected as part of the establishment, as part of the workforce, I won't be able to keep track. So we're starting with the very basics. How do we collect the data to have an oversight of these solutions? And then as we mature our workforce planning approach in the service, will be looking at when such a solution, a digital worker, an AI worker, robot, would be your solution from a workforce planning point of view as an agency. So that's just a bit of long term, how things could look like, or where you can take things. And I think that was it from me. If anyone's got any questions, I put our shared team mailbox as well as the international team. They're always happy to take any queries, and they will connect with us. Thanks, Oksana.
Thank you, Adina. That's really great. I know there is a lot of questions actually piling up. I think the strategy that you have released is going to be really useful for a number of our colleagues, for sure. But I think what we'll do is we'll take the questions at the end and now give the floor to Pak Erwin from the World Bank. But that was a really amazing presentation from you, Adina, as usual. And it gives us a really good insight into how serious Australian public service is in actually progressing the digital workforce. But not just the digital workforce, but also planning and preparing people for it. So with the strategy, it becomes more clearer how you're planning to do that. So that's great. And we do have a number of questions from our participants on the chat box, which I will get to towards the end. And we have time. So maybe over to Pak Erwin from the World Bank. So Pak Erwin, who is the senior public sector specialist at the World Bank and has been working on bureaucratic reform for many years with the government of Indonesia as well. And Pak Erwin also now has responsibility for the digital government initiative in the government of Indonesia and the World Bank. So thank you so much for giving us your time, Pak Erwin. And we are delighted to have you and listen to a perspective outside of the public sector to see what you think, and of course with your local knowledge of the Indonesian public sector on how we can improve the human resource capability of the public sector. Thank you, Pak Erwin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Roxana. Good morning, everyone, all the panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm very lucky to be the last presenter, I believe, for the sessions because everything's already been covered well by Adina and Jonathan, I believe, because you've done a lot of the A to Z about the digital talent acquisitions, maintenance, and deployment. So if I may, Ibu Roxana, if I may speak in Bahasa, so everybody can, understand very well in this regard. And let me share my my presentation first. So everybody can hear my voice.
Yes, Pak, we can hear you. Just broke off for 1 second there. Unless you want the team to share the presentation.
Apakah sudah terlihat? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Alright, okay. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. Terima kasih bisa bertemu kembali. So thanks so much for Ibu Roxana Prosper and the team for inviting me for this such opportunity. This morning, I believe some of you have seen this slide, but I just build up some new slide as well. Bapak Ibu, jadi pagi ini saya akan share terkait dengan masalah supporting and building digital in public sectors. Tadi Ibu Adina and Pak Jonah also already cover everything actually from the acquisitions, maintenance, deployment, everything. But I'm going to give you just another look, another view on how we should look at our digital talents actually in the public sector in Indonesia. Jadi Bapak Ibu, yang saya akan memberikan presentasi kira-kira about 10 minutes at max. Ada 3 parts. Yang pertama menyangkut disruptive technology and COVID-19 pandemic, karena memang ternyata betul-betul itu mempercepat, mengaccelerate adoption kita terhadap digital technology. Sekarang istilah digital transformation sudah becoming very popular now, not only in private sector but also in public sector. Yang bagian kedua juga menyangkut digital talent landscape. In brief, saya juga ingin share dengan Bapak Ibu terkait apa sih yang sekarang terjadi di belahan bumi yang lainnya, yang akan berdampak kepada Indonesia juga. Dan ketiga, how our government improve digital talent acquisition development strategy of which most of them already been covered by Adina, but I'm going to give you another view on that matter. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kalau kita bisa lihat yang report dari McKinsey and Company setahun yang lalu atau 2 tahun yang lalu, tepatnya 1,5 tahun yang lalu, memang betul COVID-19 crisis memang sudah mempercepat accelerated digitization dari customer interaction. Jadi interaksi terhadap digital itu especially kalau secara global itu terjadi percepatan 3 tahun Bapak Ibu. Kita ambil baseline June Mei selama setahun dari 2017-2018 sampai kita 2 tahun terakhir 2019-2020, 3 tahun secara global. Tapi especially for Asia Pacific kita much accelerated setahun. 4 tahun kita untuk di Asia Pacific. That will of course adversely impact both private sector and public sector later on. Untuk public sector memang akan take a while, tapi kita sudah berasa sekarang Bapak Ibu ya. Dan juga kita lihat bahwa average shares of product atau service yang partially atau fully digitized juga accelerated Secara global 7 tahun mereka terjadi pemercepatan untuk produk-produk atau service yang di-digitize apapun yang terkait dengan G2C ataupun G2B ataupun yang sifatnya B2B, B2C juga seperti itu. Khusus Asia Pasifik kita pemercepatan 10 tahun. Jadi memang betul kita sebagai negara yang terada di kawasan Asia Pasifik harus lebih responsif dan lebih adopt terhadap digital development dan transformations. The problem is that not about COVID Bapak Ibu, tapi juga masalah disruptive technology. Jadi kita at the same time kita punya 2 COVID-19 and then disruptive technology coming into blend together gitu. Jadi kombinasi itu betul-betul memaksa government untuk melakukan fundamental changes bagaimana termasuk kita government Indonesia, how we will operate, bagaimana kita men-serve our citizen, gimana kita manage our workforce, especially on the talents ya, on digital talent for example, dan bagaimana kira-kira policy kita dibuat untuk bisa mengadopsi ini semua. Jadi memang today's environment demands yang membuat government itu betul-betul harus take new action in new ways. Makanya sekarang banyak publication, banyak literature about future government karena double job ini COVID-19 and as well as disruptive technology. Jadi sama juga ya kalau kita bicara disruptive technology, not only but COVID-19. Kalau kita lihat report dari McKinsey juga, kita lihat yang terjadi pencapaian luar biasa ya, kira-kira sampai 20 sampai 43 kali acceleration factor-nya, yaitu increase remote working and collaborations ya, platform untuk bekerja. Nah kita sudah lihat even now public sector gitu ya sudah factor acceleration sudah luar biasa ya, PANRB, Bappenas, Kementerian segala macam sebagai contoh leading atau pilot untuk working remotely dan juga working collaboratively ini di banyak negara ini sudah 43 kali ya kecepatannya. Diikuti dengan increasing customer demand for online purchasing or services. I remember last time a couple months ago when I presented, and I shared this, in a seminar as well. I shared about how good APS Australia on doing this actually for number two, react and atau address ya public service atau customer demand. So saya pikir APS approach is one of the best I guess ya in the world ya. Kemudian juga termasuk juga increasing use of advanced technology in operation ya. Jadi kalau kita lihat platform-platform yang diberikan ya, itu juga sudah luar biasa di government juga seperti itu. Dan ya seperti Bapak Ibu ya, kalau kita lihat memang sekali lagi government dimanapun ya are gradually adopting technologies ya. Yang dulunya memang sekarang sedang diadopt di private sector. It may take a while, tapi kita percaya bahwa innovation that begin the private sector akan find their way into public usage as we see it now. Jadi Bapak Ibu tentunya setelah melihat dua ini ya, COVID dan satu teknologi, of course they all reshape the way governments are thinking and doing right now. Jadi selama pandemic, technology transformation ya, jadi banyak governments looking for fresh thinking ya, as they look to meet the citizen needs and better serve them ya. Jadi embracing change is a must and can help the government become capable ya untuk working quickly untuk close gaps yang tadi yang ada. Sehingga sepertinya sekarang saat yang tepat untuk banyak government leaders untuk mengevaluasi kembali, merevisit as the APS has done ya, through its digital development strategy itu ya. How they identify, attract, recruit, develop, manage, engage 21st century employees atau kita sebut dengan digital talent ya, 21st century employees ini. Jadi ya supaya untuk keep pacing ya with the citizen needs as business, government juga perlu ya mengevaluasi bagaimana mereka bekerja, mereward employee-nya, career dan sebagainya seperti itu. Dan yang paling penting adalah memastikan employee experience itu juga terjadi. Jadi kita nggak hanya dealing customer experience ya mereka juga bisa menggunakan service dari pemerintah secara seamless, kemudian faster, better, tapi juga si customer ini digital talent juga dia juga harus mengalami experience yang bagus juga di dalam satu company atau satu government institution ya setelah mereka dari itu. Jadi coba I'm going to walk you through a bit ya on digital talent landscape ya di tempat. Kemudian saya ambil dari punyanya Capgemini kerjasama dengan LinkedIn itu sebelum COVID 2018an. Kalau kita lihat memang di Asia Selatan India tuh kalau kita lihat memang paling banyak ya secara digital talent mereka tuh tertinggi ya secara proporsi ya. India itu 76% ya, compare kepada global itu 56% ya. Even US saja 55% ya. Proportion digital talent ya, seperti itu. Kemudian juga kalau kita lihat di India juga dari segi kalau kita lihat ini dia 111 berarti adalah number of digital talent member ya per 10,000 member. Kita bicara diambil survei di LinkedIn di 2018. Dari 10,000 members ya LinkedIn yang mereka kelola talent itu 111 itu betul-betul digital talent. Tertinggi itu di India. Ya. Jadi ini adalah di sekitar 10 negara yang tertinggi atau 9 negara tertinggi dalam sisi digital talent. UK nomor 2 95. Nah, kalau kita lihat mobility talent itu, kita lihat ya, memang yang tertinggi itu yang coming in ya, influxnya itu masuk adalah US. Jadi dibanding dengan yang keluar, dia tuh lebih banyak yang masuk itu 1,6 kali lipat lebih tinggi ketimbang yang keluar. Yang masuk ke US itu banyak dari India, UK, dan Kanada. Yang
Ya,
keluar.
maaf Pak Erwin,
Yes.
Pak Erwin maaf, sepertinya share screen-nya berhenti Pak. Jadi para peserta tidak melihat share screen Bapak.
Oke. Nggak bisa dilihat ya share screen-nya. Kalau
Iya. Mohon maaf.
Sekarang kelihatan nggak? Kelihatan lagi nggak? Nggak kelihatan juga, nggak bergerak sampai sekarang.
Iya Pak, belum kelihatan.
Oh gitu ya. Apa mau di run dari sana aja?
Baik, kami run.
Gitu ya.
Terima kasih Pak.
So, thank you. We have a backup plan.
Tolong diberitahu kepada kami di slide berapa Pak?
Oke, sekarang di slide 7. Oh sayang sekali ya teman-teman nggak sempat ini ya.
Iya Pak, ternyata tadi kami lihat
gitu ya.
Di slide berapa Pak? Di slide ini ya? Ya betul ya.
Slide 7.
Oke. Baik.
Ya, sebentar ya. Alright. Ya sekarang sudah kelihatan ya?
Sudah Pak, sudah.
Sudah ya. Oke, saya sekarang gantian semua lihat situ.
Yes.
Oke, alright. Sorry, my big apology, ladies and gentlemen. Benar-benar ini glitch technology. Oke, alright. Wah, sayang sekali padahal sebelumnya bagus-bagus itu yang. Oke, right. Saya sampai di sini kalau nggak salah ya. Oke. Jadi kalau kita lihat India ya, seperti saya bilang tadi, India itu sekali lagi dari segi ratio dia tertinggi ya, dari segi ratio untuk digital talent. Tapi untuk mobility US itu tertinggi, dalam arti dia 1,6 kali lebih banyak yang masuk digital talent ketimbang yang keluar. Terbalik dengan India. India itu saya nggak terlalu terlihat di sini. India itu coba saya lihat dari slide saya sendiri. Nanti saya bilang next aja ya, gitu ya, Mbak Tania ya, Mbak Deva. Kalau untuk India itu, dia 0,4. Jadi 0,4 itu yang masuk tuh lebih sedikit daripada yang keluar. Seperti itu. Jadi kalau di India ada 4 digital talent yang masuk ke India, sementara 10-nya keluar. Nah itu di India. Kebalikannya Amerika seperti itu ya. Oke, next slide please. Nah, celakanya memang digital talent gap itu widening ya. Terutama di Amerika dan di India juga, dan terutama kalau kita di private sector itu banking yang paling banyak suffer dari widening talent gap itu. Kalau kita lihat di gambar di situ, kita lihat kalau secara global industri itu yang kena dampak terberat itu, yang masalahnya paling banyak proporsi digital talentnya itu sebenarnya ada di 3, di otomotif, consumer product, dan banking. Cuman kalau kita lihat mereka merasakan gap yang terbesar itu di banking, consumer product, dan retail ya. Kalau kita lihat sebelah kanan 62%, 60%. Dan kalau kita lihat juga ya, kalau kita tanyakan di survei juga oleh Capgemini bahwa persentase organisasi yang merasa bahwa mereka shortage juga digital talent, kalau kita lihat ada 3 di situ ya. Dia bilang yang pertama, my organization face a gap in soft digital skill. Jadi soft digital skill juga gaps. Kemudian juga dia bilang digital talent gap in my organization has been widening ya. Over the past couple of years juga mereka bilang seperti itu. Kemudian organisasi saya juga mengalami gap secara hard digital. Jadi secara soft gapnya besar, secara hard juga besar juga gapnya, dan juga semakin melebar tiap tahun tuh banyak sekali mereka sebut 50%. Jadi kalau dari negara yang mengalami digital talent widening itu US yang paling suffer, India nomor 2, walaupun India proporsi tetap banyak, tapi mereka merasakan semakin berkurang yang semakin dibutuhkan yang gap makin besar digital talent tersebut. UK urutan nomor 3. Next slide, please. Nah ini ada sama juga surveinya bahwa talent gap in soft digital skill itu ternyata lebih banyak disebutkan ya, dan banyak diributkan ketimbang hard digital skill. Tapi tetap saya di hard digital skill itu yang ada itu kurang daripada yang dibutuhkan gitu ya. Jadi betul-betul outpace supply. Gitu. Nah kalau kita lihat di left hand side ya, sebelah kiri, persentase organisasi yang menyatakan ya bahwa demand untuk soft digital skill itu tinggi, itu kita bisa lihat ya, terutama apa? Kalau kita lihat yang biru ini, yang biru sebelah kiri itu, biru itu employer yang bilang. Jadi demand untuk customer centricity itu besar banget, 65%. Sedangkan yang punya capability untuk bisa melakukan area itu cuma 57% dari sisi employee-nya. Jadi customer centricity itu penting ya, kalau kita bicara membangun suatu platform, kita butuh user experience design untuk memastikan yang memakai service itu tuh bisa menggunakan dengan mudah ya, dan gampang, tidak sulit gitu, no hassle gitu, seperti itu. Passion to learning juga mereka butuh ya, karena ya namanya itu membangun satu solusi terus ya butuh passion ya, itu soft yang penting. Mereka bilang, tapi yang orang employee bilang mereka bisa melebihi apa yang dipikirkan oleh employer-nya seperti itu. Jadi mereka cukup oke lah untuk memenuhi gap-nya. Collaboration juga seperti itu, mereka butuh orang yang bisa collaborate dalam satu tim gitu ya. Orang yang expert bilang ya cuma 52% ya, yang memang proficient untuk bisa atau yang bisa siap untuk melakukan kolaborasi. Nah, kemudian juga data driven decision making juga seperti itu. Dan sebelah kanan Bapak Ibu lihat, ini adalah hard skill yang dibutuhkan. Employer bilang, kami butuh nih yang cyber security. Yang mana employee-nya bilang ya kita hanya 43% dari total yang ada ya gitu. Jadi cyber security itu gap-nya paling besar. Cloud computing juga seperti itu ya, 65% mereka bilang butuh, tapi yang ada hanya 42%. Kemampuan data analytics dan sebagainya juga 65% dan 5%. Ini kita bicara industri ya. Apalagi kalau dari public sector, mungkin gap-nya bisa jauh lebih besar seperti itu. Web development juga seperti itu. Mobile apps yang sekarang menjadi tren ya untuk mobile apps and development. Karena semua orang, karena kayak contoh di Indonesia yang subscribe, yang punya mobile application, punya handphone itu kan melebihi jumlah total populasi di Indonesia. Dan setiap orang punya 1-3 gadget. Maka kebutuhan untuk bisa membangun satu aplikasi bisa diakses melalui mobile application itu penting banget gitu. Dan ternyata di luar negeri pun, di negara yang tadi 9 itu, gap-nya besar sekali. Next. Jadi secara global 30% employee menyatakan bahwa digital skill mereka tuh akan obsolete gitu dalam 4-5 tahun ke depan. Sebagai standar untuk global, contoh ya, di negara tersebut, mereka bilang kemampuan digital mereka yang sekarang mereka miliki, maksudnya 2018 kemarin waktu di survei dilakukan, di tahun 2022 itu 30% dari mereka bilang mereka udah obsolete, mereka sudah ngebangun kemampuan baru lagi jauh sebelum itu. Kalau kita lihat yang menyatakan cepat sekali obsolete itu dalam 4-5 tahun itu 3 negara ya, India, Italia, dan Spain. Tapi kalau ditanyakan seberapa cepat mereka obsolete gitu ya, kemampuan mereka ya redundant gitu, dalam 1-2 tahun ke depan, India yang mereka bilang. Jadi you can imagine ya, di India itu istilahnya upskilling, reskilling itu cepat sekali gitu. Karena mereka merasa 2 tahun itu sudah redundant gitu. Mereka harus mulai sesuatu yang baru lagi. Nah, kalau kita lihat percentage dari employee yang believing their skills is redundant ya, by industry, kalau kita lihat yang mengalami cepat obsolete itu di industri otomotif ya. Kedua di banking, dan yang ketiga di utilities ya. Seperti itu. Next slide. Nah, kita bicara apa sih kalau kita tadi Adina just share with us, how to attract ini digital talent from the outside ya. But what actually they prefer ya, in terms of value that they really want to work in such a organization companies ya. What value that they really want to see before joining the organization. Jadi mereka ngelihat flexible work life and balance itu mereka cari, dan flat hierarchy rank. Jadi koinsiden juga ya, di Indonesia kita melakukan istilahnya apa ya, deeselonisasi itu kan. Jadi eselon 3, 4, 5 itu di abolish gitu ya, hanya tinggal eselon 1 dan 2. Jadi memang sebenarnya dari Kementerian itu sudah anticipate ya from the beginning ya, bahwa memang preference dari mereka digital talent itu seperti itu gitu. Kalau kita lihat lagi, kita ambil aja 3 tertinggi ya, bahwa mereka itu digital talent ya, ketimbang mereka ya dari seluruh employee, digital talent itu 79% lebih senang kalau mereka kerjaan itu fleksibel ya, work and life balance-nya itu jelas gitu ya. Kemudian yang kedua juga hierarki dan accessible management. Jadi jangan terlalu high tall pyramid gitu, nggak senang mereka yang terlalu birokrasi, dan juga akses ke atas cepat gitu. Yang ketiga juga mereka senang kalau ada open and collaborative physical workspace. Saya tahu persis karena memang saya juga membentuk Kementerian Keuangan untuk digital transformation. Saya lihat juga udah berbenah mereka layout dan sebagainya ya untuk memenuhi 3 ini, dan benar sekali on track. Digital itu paling senang kalau tempatnya open, collaborative, physical workspace dan sebagainya. Dan tentunya akan jauh lebih baik kalau mereka di-equip dan juga diberikan digital labor ya, dalam arti ada platform yang mereka bisa bekerja juga dan facility yang mereka bisa gunakan seperti itu. Yang this is still remains ya, clear development path itu penting juga gitu. Mau sebelum dan masa COVID pandemic, saya pikir clear development itu tetap penting, career penting bagi mereka. Dan juga mereka, kalau organisasi itu mau peduli, care dengan their upskilling, reskilling itu mereka mau banget gitu. Kalau mereka organisasi itu committed untuk masalah ini. Dan ini, this is a bit, I won't say this is funny, but this is good ya to know for everyone here. Jadi mereka mau juga join kalau peers mereka juga digitally talented juga gitu. Dia akan senang kerja, collaborate dan suatu working environment kalau teman-teman juga digital literasinya tinggi gitu. Males juga mereka kerja dengan teman-teman yang digital literasi rendah kan, jadi malah blocking atau holding back their work kan, seperti itu. Jadi memang organisasi itu harus, udah masa sekarang bagian learning development program untuk digital harus continuous ya. Gitu. Next slide. Nah, ini saya mau lihat juga kalau kita belajar dari yang tadi itu Indonesia sebenarnya gimana pemerintah kita gitu ya. Dan ini pernah saya sampaikan juga kira-kira I guess last years in the event with Prospera as well, I believe. Kalau kita lihat kondisi kita, saya berdasarkan report dari World Bank sekitar 1,5 tahun yang lalu, diasumsikan juga seperti ini di table 3 ini kita ambil data dari Balitbang SDM-Info. Inilah kira-kira capability dari teman-teman di subnational government ya, mostly seperti ini. Kalau kita lihat hasilnya memang antara khususnya untuk software development, data management system, ya network itu mostly itu masih jauh dari harapan lah seperti itu. Padahal ini yang kita sebut yang banyak menentukan kita bisa membuat satu service platform yang bisa betul-betul menaikkan experience dari citizen kita seperti itu. Kita punya kemampuan ini. Walaupun nanti pada kenyataannya berkolaborate dengan swasta dengan vendor ya, tapi tetap saja public sector harus punya core kompetensi ini. Ya, seperti itu. Next. Jadi strategi yang pertama ini yang kalau kita lihat untuk Indonesia memang leaders itu penting ya, nggak hanya staff tapi leaders juga itu perlu diberikan digitalisasi yang tinggi. Dan di banyak tempat sekarang, banyak sekali di mana-mana di leading corporation, di banyak negara yang udah maju, mereka mencetak yang namanya self-disrupted leaders. Gitu ya. Leaders itu senang diganggu gitu, dalam arti dia nggak diam gitu. Dia selalu melihat banyak perubahan, dia harus berpikir keras gimana cara mengakomodasi perubahan itu menjadi sesuatu yang adding value ya, untuk bisa memberikan service terbaik buat citizen ya. Jadi mereka tuh dilatih dalam suatu, saya ingat zaman dulu tuh 4-5 tahun yang lalu, LAN tuh pernah running Reform Leaders Academy seperti itu. Itu contoh yang bagus sebenarnya waktu itu, bisa dilanjutin lagi. Jadi mereka itu dilatih di real world scenario, di leaders di sana ya. Plus kita juga harus seperti ini juga dilatih mereka supaya di-expose mereka bagaimana digital disruption itu bisa memang mengganggu itu ya kestabilan suatu organisasi pemerintah gitu, dalam arti positif. Bagaimana bisa memanfaatkan teknologi yang ada dan bisa memanfaatkan talents di kantor yang ada untuk memberikan service terbaik ya, baik G2G, G2B, G2E atau G2C seperti itu. Jadi dalam real world scenario yang mereka miliki, mereka harus bisa mengincorporate, memanfaatkan, ngebangun suatu konsep ya yang strong, yang sifatnya agile, proven, digital, inklusif ya, untuk mengelola suatu reform program seperti itu ya. Mereka juga belajar bagaimana untuk mengkira opportunity ini penting. Ada sesuatu yang ini dia lihat ada opportunity. Oh itu bagus nih. Seperti itu dia bisa lihat. Dia bisa mengcapitalize ya semua kan flow of knowledge itu coming here and there, up and there, down segala macam. Dia bisa lihat baca itu, disintesis. Oke. Ini yang bisa kita lakukan dalam within budget, dalam within mandate seperti itu. Kemudian kita ambil inovasi dan risk-taking untuk buat decision. Idealnya mereka juga punya digital literasi juga. Jadi self-disrupted leaders ini sekarang sering dibangun di banyak tempat di luar Indonesia. Buat leaders itu jadi betul relate ya dalam masalah digital transformation gitu. Jadi akan memotivate dan jadi role model juga bagi bawahan. Jadi contoh kayak di UK, di Kanada juga mereka punya digital academy sendiri ya. Jadi mereka juga men-train well gitu ya dengan real world scenario juga untuk menciptakan self-disrupted leaders dan juga para staff key-nya juga yang betul-betul berkecimpung dalam dunia digital seperti ini. Sekarang digital academy sekarang di UK dulu di bawah Department for Work and Pension, sekarang udah diabsorb oleh GDS UK. Kemudian juga kedua juga ya sekali lagi ya karena Indonesia itu kita paham ya attract digital talent itu susah banget gitu ya. Jangankan dengan masa monetary, non monetary aja kita susah gitu untuk menarik mereka seperti itu. Dan bahkan kami dari Bank Dunia pun compete dengan banyak organisasi ya para startup yang lebih gampang menarik karena mereka punya employee performance value yang lebih baik ya. Ya menawarkan flexibility dan bekerja, work and life balance, open space bla 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 dan sebagainya, mereka lebih senang ke sana. Jadi susah memang. Tapi untuk menutup itu jangan bekerja hati. Sebenarnya bisa saja, termasuk government Indonesia bisa melakukan itu. Jadi ya mereka yang, karena kita sudah punya peraturan dari PANRB menyangkut talent management ya, manajemen talenta, seharusnya mereka yang di box 9 nih yang punya high potential harusnya kita gembleng lebih ya. Mereka dikasihlah real world scenario juga, experience dan sebagainya. Kan kita punya 70, 20, and 10. Those 70 should be emphasize more ya, ketimbang yang 20 and 10 itu. Jadi berikanlah mereka challenging assignment gitu ya, dan mereka juga bisa di rotate, di shift ke various department directorate yang membutuhkan dan sebagainya, project dan sebagainya. Kita punya pembina jabatan fungsional, harusnya mereka punya dewan bisa naruh prakom di sini, bisa taruh ke tempat organisasi lain yang membutuhkan dan sebagainya. Harusnya ada fleksibilitas seperti itu. Mereka yang tergolong dalam box 6 ini. Jadi mereka rata-rata kan cenderung yang di box 6 itu orang-orang high performer, high potential. Mereka biasa mau tuh ya, untuk diberikan metode yang agile, kolaboratif, dan mereka pasti mau menerima tantangan itu diberikan seperti ini, dan mereka akan stay di tempat kerja lebih lama. Yang ketiga tadi Adina already mentioned this quite a lot ya. Jadi memang government juga termasuk Indonesia juga bisa inilah mendiversify recruiting approach-nya dan memperbesar lah ya kalau dalam talent pool-nya itu di box 789 kalau kita nggak dapat orang dalam ya kita bisa rekrut orang luar gitu ya untuk sementara. Bisa melalui disebut tour of duty talent ya. Jadi orang yang workers dari outside government itu bisa kita undang masuk dalam beberapa tahun ya, dan skema P3K atau apapun yang sudah ada gitu ya untuk bisa bekerja bantu pemerintah. Rented talent juga ya. Kok kita government biasa nih mempekerjakan satu contractor vendor yang bagus gitu ya, bawa aja masuk ke organisasi dulu berapa tahun, seperti itu juga bisa. Credit talent juga ya, yang bisa come in go gitu ya. Jadi ini cara-cara sebenarnya untuk menutup digital talent gap sebenarnya kalau di satu government public sector. Nah sekarang government juga di mana-mana looking at the 6 sources of talent ya, selain 1.45 ini juga ada yang namanya digital labor. Di digital labor itu ada teknologi yang bisa membantu human capability dan membantu mereka itu ya bekerja juga, itulah digital labor gitu. Yang tadi kan Adina udah mention tadi RPA, robotik dan sebagainya. Tapi lagi-lagi saya memberikan 2 slide yang ini terakhir ini bahwa kita punya contoh juga Jabar Digital Service itu Bapak Ibu lihat mereka bagus sekali pada on track ya. Mereka memang tidak purely government institution, mereka tuh kayak BLU gitu ya, badan agensi khusus di bawah Jabar, di bawah Dinas Kominfo Jawa Barat gitu, dan report directly to Kepala Dinas dan ke Pak Ridwan Kamil Gubernur Jawa Barat ya. Inilah karena mereka punya value driven mission-nya berbeda gitu ya, employee value proposition juga EVP-nya beda juga, sehingga mereka mau nih join nih. Rata-rata mereka tuh 4 sampai 5 tahun tuh Bapak Ibu mereka stay di sini tuh, dan mereka orang-orang bagus semua gitu ya. Jadi dengan EPV yang cocok buat para milenial digital, mereka bisa meng-attract digital yang baik sekali. Dan ini penghargaan mereka peroleh ya dari PANRB dan banyak institusi di mana-mana. Ternyata kita juga punya contoh ya, punya good practice Bapak Ibu ya di Indonesia ya. Nah keempat ya, ini satu slide sebelum terakhir. Jadi penting ya bagi digital juga pas masuk juga sama, mereka juga experience juga di dalam institusi sesuai mereka stay gitu ya, dan enak mendeploy mereka. Jadi kita tidak hanya provide digital tools ya yang bisa meningkatkan experience dari si citizen, tapi juga mereka juga. Jadi mereka pas masuk dalam satu organisasi itu, mereka juga bisa diberikan satu platform ya yang memberikan mereka akses terhadap knowledge management di kantor, gitu ya, tools mereka bisa untuk bekerja. Dan juga mereka juga bisa diberikan HR platform ya, karena saya yakin yang namanya HR platform ini termasuk common application ya untuk SPBE ya. Jadi BKN juga sudah buat seperti itu ya, dan bisa digunakan oleh banyak institusi di pusat dan daerah ya, sehingga mereka juga bisa meng-create ya personalized career journey mereka tentunya ya, bisa mendapatkan feedback secara reguler dari atasan, dari tim dan sebagainya. Mereka bisa keep track, mereka udah belajar ini apa, kursus ini apa dan sebagainya, coaching, mentoring, jelas dan sebagainya. Itu mereka senang per digital talent ini. Jadi G2E juga diperhatiin Bapak Ibu sekarang nih di digital talent ini. Dan terakhir strategi nomor 5 tentulah ini ya, flexible collaborative ways of working ya. Jadi tempat tuh nggak isu sekarang, tentunya mereka harus dibekali ya, tapi ya equipment supaya mereka bisa bekerja di mana saja. Dan sekali lagi, desain workflow juga harus dirubah sekarang di kementerian lembaga menurut saya. Dirubah flow-nya supaya mereka tuh bisa lebih bekerja itu sudah tidak ngelihat tempat, tidak ngelihat waktu, bukan ngelihat waktu, tapi bisa di mana saja gitu ya. Dan juga mereka bisa berkolaborasi ya, ada kolaboratif platform juga, kolaborasi platform supaya mereka bisa kerja dalam satu tim, karena kita tidak deesolonisasi misalnya. Menurut saya ini slide saya yang terakhir. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Saya akan menunggu pertanyaan. Saya akan kembalikan ke Bu Rosana, moderator. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Erwin. That was an amazing presentation with lots of interesting information about various countries' progress, and of course, India is a great one to look at. For Indonesia, For many reasons, but one of them being the scale of the population, and the public service is probably as large, if not, larger than Indonesia. So that's great. Thank you very much. Now we do have a lot of questions, and I'm also reminded that we have to stop in about 20-25 minutes because the next panel will be on then. So I think Adina is back. There were a number of questions for both Adina, Jonathan, and of course, as we go to them, there will be questions for Pak Erwin as well. So I'm going to be naughty and just pick a few questions that looks really interesting to me. So one of them, I think, Adina, that is to you and Jonathan, is how do we actually implement the transformation of the digital workforce? It's good to have the strategies. This is from Anissa Zahra from the Kota Baru Regency. And one of her challenge, she said, is that the digital workforce is hard to have if the core members are reluctant to change how they work. So that's one. And she says, as most of our workforce, those who were recruited based on the older bureaucracy, what's the best way to introduce digital to this workforce in an organization which is still used to very old ways of operating? So how to have the new, but how to actually bring along the people that are already in the public service but weren't recruited for digital. They might have been recruited mainly for administrative tasks, paper-based tasks. So perhaps I'll go to Adina first and then Jonathan.
Great, thanks, Roxana. As you were talking, the one thing that I said to Mark was leadership. So the first thing that comes to mind is you need to start from the top with your with your workforce development interventions. It's not going to happen, as you said, to bring in the best of the best, the brilliant digital talent, but there is no authorizing environment for them to actually do their job, for them to apply the skills that you brought them in to do. So that is why, as part of the digital profession and building that digital capability across the APS, we have started with the top. So training our leaders on digital transformation and embracing digital ways of working, knowing how to manage digital talent and projects in a digital way, in a digital world as well, before we actually launched the profession, because leading in a digital age has been running for about 2 to 3 years. And we only launched a digital profession last year. So it's great to have initiatives and investment in the actual people doing the work. But if there's nothing at the top, it's not going to happen, because those skills need an authorizing environment to be able to be applied.
Great, and I think that this is the very critical comment you made, is the authorizing environment, which also comes from the top. So thank you for that comment. Over to Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks, Roxana. Yeah, no, my answer is also leadership. You need leaders who can motivate these people who might be resistant to change to actually change. And I really like Pak Erwin's strategy there around disruptive leadership and exposing leaders to real world scenarios. So I think there's a number of strategies that could be embraced to help some of the leaders become digitally capable leaders, or leaders who are capable of managing that sort of transformational change. What would you be asking them to do? Well, you'd be asking them to motivate people to change. And I think part of that motivation is selling to them the better outcomes that will be delivered through the changes, better services to citizens, better outcomes for Indonesians, and also benefits to the people in the civil service workforce around more flexible and attractive workplaces, less tedious work. If you've got artificial intelligence making routine decisions around tax reimbursements, that's a pretty dull and tedious job that you can now liberate someone from. Hopefully not liberate them so that they don't have a job, but liberate them to do something else. So, and finally, I'd say, you know, how much of an opportunity do we have with the pandemic and with disasters? Because I think good leaders never let a crisis like a pandemic go to waste, and they represents a fantastic opportunity to do things differently. You know, the risk appetite is different, the resourcing is often different. So, you know, is there an opportunity there in this new normal to help some leaders think very differently using, say, Puck Irwin's strategy of hooking them up with some, you know, disruptive industry leaders and start there to create some good examples?
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Let me go to a question that's being asked from the YouTube, because it's also being broadcasted through YouTube. So the question is, there are gaps between government and private sectors, and of course, in government, you know, one of the key skill set is policy making. There are many policymakers, whereas the IT skills brings like the technical expert. So there's a basic question from Satrio Wibobo via YouTube. How do you align these two? You know, maybe this is the important first step for government to look at, you know, how to align the policy making kind of roles with you know, with the digital experts. And I think, Jonathan, you touched on that a bit earlier when you mentioned our speaker for tomorrow, Lane Masterton, who is now doing, you know, HR policy, HR work, but was previously a policymaker. And before I hand over to the panel, maybe another example is that, you know, the policymakers might design, for example, the policy, as we saw during the pandemic in Australia, where a new benefit was developed to address those who are being stepped down from the work because of the pandemic, called the job seekers, and job keepers. So they were job seeker are the old unemployment benefit, and job keeper is the new benefit that the policymakers came up with. But to implement it, it needed huge IT backing. How to, you know, upgrade the systems of the Social Security to now deliver a payment to a much broader population than before. So these are some examples, but let me go to the panel, maybe first to Jonathan, then quickly to Adina and also Puck Irwin. So Jonathan first.
Thanks, Roxana. So I'd start with the observation that I think the public sector, yes, it's got a lot of people engaged in policy development and evaluation, but there's probably far more people in the civil service engaged in service delivery. You know, if you look at the big employers in the Australian public service, you've got the tax office, human services, you know, tens of thousands of people who are delivering services to citizens and communities, and this, you know, online, digital, flexible, innovative service delivery, it's very relevant to them. On the policy side, as you said, the implementation of policies now requires tremendous sophistication around digital technologies, but the formulation of those policies also requires tremendous sophistication around effective use of data. And that's, I think we're entering a very exciting point for policy development, where there's growing expectations that policy will be grounded in some sort of evidence. You know, so evidence-informed policy based on possibly massive amounts of data. I always counsel against this idea that all policy should be evidence-based. I prefer evidence-informed, because at the end of the day, there's always a political element to policy design. But good public servants give their government options that are founded on, you know, supported by good evidence. So, yeah. It's a very good
Thank
question.
you, Jonathan. Very good point. Maybe Pak Erwin this time. What will happen to the policymakers if we all have just digital professions, Pak Erwin?
No, I fully agree with Pak Jonathan. I believe because so that's why we have this One Data Indonesia, because evidence-based policy is something that I guess our government need to put effort, to really make it happen. Actually, to be honest, with the COVID-19 and everything, disruptive technology, I saw that. Well, it's in terms of the policies making, I think it's getting better. But again, because we don't have any data that the policymakers can tap into access easily, so that's why they tend to partially, make decision in one sector, but they don't really get they're not fully aware and get understand with the other sector as well. So that's why in this Indonesian bureaucracy, I believe if we have one common database, one data portal that the policymaker can have an access to, and they can analyze the data, easily, then it's going to be good, But again, with regard to, do we have somebody, in the government, to have decision makers to make this happen? Because I just want to take, one example. I guess I know that one of two ministries now, they're undertaking a massive reforms just to make sure that the question from one of the partition will be resolved in a very short term. I mean, so again, because the limitation of the platform, even though policymakers becoming better now for Indonesia, but again, they need to be supported, with the good access and also the ease of, using data as the evidence to support that. I stop here.
Thanks, Pak Erwin. Adina.
Thanks, Roxana. I was going to add to that, to say that from a policy skills point of view, we're not saying that digital is taking over. Policy is a critical skill that we will always need in the public service. However, that skill set is also changing. And I'll pick on what Jonathan talked about. So evidence-informed policy is becoming increasingly a skill set that we're needing to see. Here, we're also looking at citizen-centric policy. So making sure that in any policies that we develop, we put the citizen at the heart of that policy. And this takes a different skill set in terms of engaging with our communities. To give you an example, during the pandemic, we had a challenge engaging with our remote indigenous communities, for example, because they were isolated from a health point of view. And that engagement was mainly taking place in person with those communities. So our state-based colleagues, our state jurisdictions started to think about how do we do engagement differently when we had to move everything digitally, but in some aspects of service delivery and that engagement with our communities, we still needed to do the face-to-face or make that transition somehow to a different way of engaging. In terms of policy being a public service only skill set, I would challenge that a bit. From our research for the APS workforce strategy, what we're seeing is that increasingly policy and strong policy skill sets are starting to show in the private sector as well. If you think about the largest banks, for example, and they've got the connection with digital there as well. So there might be in terms of policy, there might be different avenues to attract and retain that talent within your service longer term, as opposed to what we've historically done in this space, where it was a public service, civil service only capability by and large.
Great, thank you. And I know that Pak Agus has been having a bit of exchange with Jonathan. But there was one question still from him, which is, from the experience in Australia, how to develop the right policy regulation to map civil service positions, recruit new civil servants, implement flexible work, and manage ideal career pathways for civil service in this digital transformation era. So it's quite a question, but I think it goes back to, Adina, your earlier point about how to review the occupational categories that are currently in the public service and generate a category of occupations that better matches with the current requirements of the public sector. So I think you can share a bit more on that, Adina.
Yes, and Mark and I were actually talking about this when we saw the question come through, because you can think about these different ways. At the highest level, from a policy point of view, we've got a strategic policy document now, and that's a whole of service 5-year workforce strategy. So it just depends where you want to start. It is critical to have that overarching policy, strategic policy framework to help you then set, well, you're setting the direction for your workforce, and then it helps guide those initiatives to go. And there's different levels that you can do it. At the highest level, you'd have something like this, and maybe that's for another discussion, how you go about building one when you've never had one, because it wasn't necessarily an easy exercise, consulting across the whole government and outside for this. In terms of occupational segmentation, what we wanted to do, and I think we've succeeded. We're about to launch our new occupational segmentation, so positions, types of roles framework. Is we actually did extensive research to look at emerging digital and data roles, because it's not only looking at digital and emerging roles for the public service as well. And then we tested those roles with the reality of our work and with our technology and data adoption and integration roadmaps as well. So that resulted in about 30 new roles that we know we are starting to see in the service, or we will start seeing really soon, start seeing a demand for them included in that framework. The first step is flagging them to say, we will need robotic process automation specialists. We will need AI developers. We will need cloud solution system architects and things like that to open people's eyes in agencies and leaders that these are roles that they should start thinking about and planning for in their agencies. The whole, I can go, like, if anyone's interested in the nitty-gritty of reviewing occupational segmentation, I'm really happy for them to email us. We've already been talking to Israel about this because they're in the process of reviewing their occupational segmentation. So we're happy to do the same and go through every single detail of such a massive exercise. I think it's too detailed for this forum.
Yeah, it is. No, that's fine. And also probably it's more the role of Kemenpan and BKN to look at these occupational categories of the public sector and move forward. Now, look, I'm going to wrap up now. Thank you so much for participants' questions, and thank you so much to the panelists. Can I just summarize quickly a couple of key points? I think that from each of the speakers, we heard some similar things, but we heard some things in more depth. I think I'll go back to Jonathan's at the start, where he basically told us about, you have to have a strategy. And I think, having a strategy about how do you actually get the digital talent. And his key message was, you might have the Pokemon scenario of wanting to get them all, but even if you get them all, you can't keep them all. So you really do need a strategy of getting them, keeping them, and then if they go, how to replace them. So I think that's really important, but also an overall plan of what kind of people, how many of them do you need where? Because certainly having too many IT experts in a particular area like programming is not really helpful to maybe an agency who doesn't do a lot of programming. So that's also another point from Jonathan. Adina, of course, dropped the real, bombshell by going, here is a strategy. So now we have the example of a strategy as well for our GOI colleagues of how to plan for the human resources and what to think about and how to, as Jonathan said earlier, how to source them and the strategy for recruiting them. And then Pak Erwin, I think, delved a little bit deeper and actually provided a list of strategies that would be that could be looked at for looking at the roles, looking at the type of talents you need, how to manage those talents, but also how to upskill training and development, and also some examples internationally where other countries have succeeded, because it's always good to learn from others, and if possible, copy from others. There's no need to recreate a whole new thing, but you can always learn from other public sector and other agencies. So thank you so much, Jonathan Palmer, Adina Liu, Mark, thank you for joining from APSC, and Pak Erwin from the World Bank. Let's show a clap of hands for our panel. Very interesting discussion. I will now hand over to Deva, who will facilitate the next speakers for the next session, which she will introduce. And we have, again, a very interesting panel of speakers for the next session. Over to you, Deva.
Thank you, Roxana. For the attendees' interest, we're going to have like a 5 minutes break. Kita akan ada break selama 5 menit, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mungkin ada yang perlu ke
Deva, I think one of our speakers have to leave in 15 minutes. So
okay.
Perhaps maybe we can have the break before the questions after the first speaker or next speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baik, Bapak Ibu dan Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita langsung mulai. Mohon maaf, untuk break mungkin bisa dilakukan masing-masing karena ini secara digital. Sesi kali ini adalah mengenai infrastruktur ke G2E ataupun government kepada employee untuk mensupport digital capability. Teknologi dan infrastruktur sangat memainkan peranan yang sangat penting untuk mensupport human resources di digital capability. Nah, pada hari ini telah hadir di sesi yang kedua, yaitu Bapak Dedi Permadi. Bapak Dedi Permadi adalah juru bicara Kemenkominfo dan juga staf khusus untuk Kemenkominfo untuk Digital Policy dan Human Resources Development. Selamat datang, Pak. Yang kedua adalah Bapak Cahyono Triwibowo, Asisten Deputi untuk Policy Formulations dan Coordination untuk e-Government, SPBE. Selamat datang, Pak Cahyono. And the last speaker is Mr. Peter Lovelock, Director and Co-founder of Technology Research Project Corporate. Welcome. So, because Pak Dedi Permadi needs to leave early, then this session we will give to Pak Dedi as the first speaker. Pak Dedi, please have your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Deva. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished speakers, panelists, as well as the all participants today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank.
Maaf Pak Dedi, bisa juga berbicara pakai bahasa Indonesia karena kami live streaming di YouTube.
Oke.
Interpretasi Pak untuk English speaker ya. Terima kasih.
Baik. Oke. Berarti saya bicara bahasa Indonesia saja ya. Baik Bu Deva, terima kasih Bapak Ibu, para speakers dan panelis dan juga seluruh peserta untuk forum pada pagi hari ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya ingin membagikan terkait dengan kebijakan Kementerian Kominfo dalam beberapa tahun ke depan, terutama saya diberikan satu topik spesifik untuk membahas terkait dengan human resources, digital capability, dan juga digital infrastructure. Saya akan bicara dalam dua ranah tersebut pada pagi hari ini. Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan semuanya yang saya hormati, saya ingin memulai bahwa Kementerian Kominfo saat ini memiliki satu agenda besar, yaitu percepatan
Can't hear the translator.
Pak Dedi, suaranya hilang, Pak.
Oh, okay.
Pak Dedi, apakah masih di Zoom room?
Beliau freezing, Mbak, sepertinya keluar.
Oh, oke, baik. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sambil menunggu
Maybe the team can share the presentation so that it's not from his area.
Baik. Pak John, apakah share screen-nya bisa di-stop dari Pak Dedi dan kita melakukan langsung dari operator? Terima kasih.
Ya, sudah, Ibu.
Iya.
And it's Pak Dedi zooming back in.
Tim, apakah boleh di-share screen presentasi dari Pak Dedi? Oh, oke, Pak Dedi lost connection. Baik. Oh, that's why we need the digital infrastructure. So, baik, mungkin ya kita mulai dengan, tapi Pak Dedi harus meninggalkan ruangan jam 10.45. If it's okay, we can have probably Pak.
Has anyone been able to maybe text Pak Dedi and see if he can rejoin?
I think we can start with Pak Cahyono first, since the connection is still stalled.
Do we have his number? Are we able to ring him?
Yeah.
Okay. Pak Yon, do you mind? I'm sorry about this. Do you mind starting? Mohon maaf.
Mohon maaf Pak Yon, karena kesalahan teknis infrastruktur kita. Iya. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mohon maaf atas.
I can see Richard Paminto. Is that a participant or a panelist on my screen?
We are already live, Roxana.
Yes, I know, but I'm asking whether the person is here from Kominfo.
No. I don't.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, let's go with Pak Yon.
Yeah, that's right. Pak Yon, mohon maaf ini karena ada kendala teknis. Kita memulai dari presentasi dari Pak Yon. Mungkin ada kendala di Kominfo. Jadi Pak Yon, Bapak Ibu sekalian adalah asisten deputi untuk SPBE, Sistem Pemerintahan Berbasis Elektronik, yang akan tentu sangat mengetahui detail mengenai digital infrastructure dan juga bagaimana koneksi kepada pegawai pemerintah untuk mendukung human digital capability di Indonesia. Silakan Pak Yon.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Deva, terima kasih rekan semuanya, tim Prospera. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Mohon izin Bu Deva mungkin bisa di share screen materi presentasi. Oke, untuk forum kali ini saya coba akan sampaikan rencana atau kegiatan yang memang menjadi program kerja di Kementerian PANRB khususnya terkait dengan pelaksanaan e-government dalam tim koordinasi SPBE nasional. Nah, kali ini mungkin saya akan coba terkait dengan bagaimana penyiapan tata kelola pemerintahan untuk bisa mendukung visi dan misi pemerintahan yang untuk efektif dan efisien. Selanjutnya, akan saya coba sampaikan ada 4 outline atau bahasan terkait dengan arah dan tujuan SPBE, kemudian arsitektur SPBE nasional, dan arsitektur terkait dengan infrastruktur yang tadi juga bagian dalam tema pembahasan kali ini, dan bagaimana tantangan dan harapan ke depannya. Selanjutnya, seperti yang sudah kita banyak bahas di materi sebelumnya, untuk mewujudkan e-gov itu banyak terkait dengan peningkatan kapabilitas dari sumber daya manusia. Nah, dalam hal ini di Kementerian PANRB akan sangat mendukung bagaimana penerapan pola kerja digital terutama terhadap aparatur sipil negara. Dimulai dengan kita banyak melakukan perubahan terhadap peraturan atau kebijakan ASN yang sudah bisa mulai bekerja dari mana saja dengan berbasis digital. Dan selanjutnya kita akan mulai banyak juga melakukan perubahan untuk birokrasi berbasis digital, di mana penyederhanaan birokrasi, penyederhanaan organisasi akan mewujudkan organisasi yang bersifat agile, dan organisasi yang bersifat agile tadi itu akan sangat tergantung dengan penerapan e-gov secara menyeluruh. Dan tujuannya adalah kita bisa mendapatkan layanan digital nasional secara komprehensif. Nah, untuk mendukung ke sana itu akan diperlukan kemampuan dan kapabilitas dari sumber daya manusia di aparatur sipil negara. Nah, dari tujuan ini yang kita ingin capai selanjutnya, maka di dalam kerangka kerja SPBE yang selalu saya sampaikan dalam berbagai banyak kesempatan, di dalamnya akan terdapat manajemen SDM yang ada di kanan, sehingga memastikan pelaksanaan e-gov itu juga masuk dalam ranah terkait dengan peningkatan SDM. Ada 3 hal yang masuk dalam agenda penerapan SPBE terkait dengan manajemen SDM adalah pertama, peningkatan literasi SDM digital untuk seluruh ASN. Kemudian yang kedua adalah standarisasi dan sertifikasi untuk setiap pengelola SPBE. Dan ketiga adalah mengenai perubahan atau penyesuaian pola remunerasi terhadap pegawai SPBE yang melakukan pengelolaan terhadap e-government terhadap layanan pemerintah. Nah, dari ketiga hal tersebut, selanjutnya yang ingin saya sampaikan bahwa banyak kegiatan-kegiatan yang itu akan terkait dengan pelaksanaan arsitektur SPBE, ada arsitektur data, kemudian pedoman manajemen data, ini big data pemerintah. Maka hal tersebut sangat didukung oleh kemampuan atau kapabilitas dari SDM. Dengan harapannya bahwa nantinya kita akan banyak menuju ke arah penerapan big data, teknologi 4.0 untuk menuju society 5.0. Selanjutnya, dari harapan-harapan tadi untuk bisa meningkatkan kapabilitas dan kemampuan organisasi, maka kita memiliki roadmap tahun 2024. Visi pemerintahan bisa memperoleh world class birokrasi, di mana karakteristik utama dari penerapan world class birokrasi adalah dynamic governance, pengelolaan berbasis kinerja, dan bagaimana penerapan smart government untuk memastikan lintas sektor di dalam kegiatan itu dapat dilakukan. Nah, selanjutnya, ini yang kita lakukan penyesuaian, meredefinisikan kembali terhadap roadmap reformasi birokrasi, di mana poin penting di dalam reformasi birokrasi sudah tidak lagi bersifat konvensional, tapi sudah mulai mengutamakan bagaimana tata kelola kelembagaan yang berbasis kinerja, kemudian penerapan teknologi informasi yang terintegrasi, SDM yang profesional, dan bisa mewujudkan budaya birokrasi yang berorientasi kinerja dan pelayanan. Nah, dari ketiga hal ini, tujuan yang kita capai untuk bisa dapat diukur, ada 3 pengukuran secara global atau secara pengukuran internasional adalah bisa meningkatkan kemudahan berusaha atau easy of doing business, kemudian bisa menekan dari corruption perception index, kemudian bisa meningkatkan peringkat Indonesia dalam penerapan e-gov di internasional atau dengan pengukuran basis e-gov Development Index. Nah, tujuan dari kesemuanya ini adalah kita bisa mendapatkan tingkat kematangan pengendalian internal maupun tingkat penyelesaian tindak lanjut hasil pengawasan terkait dengan pengaduan masyarakat. Selanjutnya, dari penerapan SPBE yang kita dapatkan dari amanat Perpres nomor 95 tahun 2018, ini terbagi menjadi 2 kelompok, di mana tahun 2018 tahun 2022 adalah tahap pembangunan fondasi SPBE, di mana di tahun ini kita harapkan kita bisa menetapkan arsitektur SPBE dan peta rencana SPBE nasional, di mana di dalamnya kita ingin memastikan bahwa tidak hanya penyiapan untuk pembangunan infrastruktur TIK, tapi juga sudah mulai masuk ke dalam penyiapan konten layanan terhadap layanan pemerintah integrasi, dan juga peningkatan kompetensi dan kapabilitas SDM. Yang tadi sudah saya sampaikan ada 3 hal terkait dengan kapabilitas SDM, mulai dari sertifikasi, kemudian literasi digital, dan renumerasi SPBE. Diharapkan tahun 2022, maka seluruh instansi pusat sudah bisa menetapkan arsitektur SPBE untuk menuju smart government di area instansi pusat, dan di tahun 2023 kita sudah bisa memulai penerapan secara masif di pemerintah daerah, di provinsi, kabupaten, dan kota. Dan di tahun 2023 kita sudah bisa mulai mengidentifikasi banyak layanan sesuai dengan tematik layanan berbasis arsitektur SPBE, dengan memastikan korelasi antara proses bisnis, kemudian infrastruktur, dan aplikasi yang saling sinergi. Nah, sehingga harapannya di tahun 2024 dan 2025 kita sudah bisa menuju smart government berbasis elektronik. Selanjutnya, ingin saya coba highlight di sini akan banyak fokus ke arsitektur SPBE, di mana fokus untuk menciptakan arsitektur SPBE adalah sebagai kerangka dasar yang mendeskripsikan integrasi proses bisnis, data dan informasi, infrastruktur SPBE, aplikasi SPBE, dan keamanan SPBE untuk menghasilkan layanan yang terintegrasi. Di mana sesuai dengan pasal 7 di dalam Perpres SPBE, itu adalah memastikan panduan integrasi bisnis dan transformasi layanan, aplikasi, dan infrastruktur SPBE dan keamanan SPBE. Disusun dalam jangka waktu 5 tahun, dan terdapat 3 kelompok arsitektur nasional, yang ini menjadi referensi untuk 2 arsitektur lainnya, yaitu arsitektur SPBE instansi pusat dan arsitektur SPBE di pemerintah daerah. Selanjutnya, manfaat dari arsitektur SPBE ini adalah memastikan tidak terjadinya tumpang tindih fungsi bisnis pemerintah, kemudian tidak terjadinya duplikasi infrastruktur dan sistem aplikasi, menerapkan standarisasi TIK, berbagi data, memudahkan integrasi, dan meningkatkan efisiensi biaya. Nah, dari keenam hal inilah yang kita harus pastikan bahwa kemampuan dari pengelola SPBE itu sudah dapat menerapkan arsitektur yang berbasis kinerja. Selanjutnya, saat ini kita banyak sekali memiliki berbagai macam arsitektur ya yang dibangun atau yang disiapkan oleh masing-masing instansi yang saling terkait satu sama lainnya, sehingga akan tapi tidak memiliki alignment yang jelas. Nah, inilah yang kita harapkan untuk dengan adanya alignment di tingkat nasional dan memastikan penerapannya di tingkat instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah, maka untuk menjadi penerapan e-gov secara komprehensif dapat mudah dilakukan. Inilah yang kita lakukan dengan menggunakan enterprise arsitektur, yakni arsitektur SPBE. Selanjutnya, banyak framework atau kerangka kerja yang dapat kita acu di sini, mulai dari TOGAF, FEAF maupun Zahman. Tapi yang saya highlight di sini adalah kita sudah memiliki arahan dalam Perpres untuk penerapan arsitektur SPBE, di mana memiliki 6 domain, yakni adalah domain proses bisnis, domain data dan informasi, domain aplikasi, domain layanan, domain infrastruktur, dan domain keamanan. Dan keenam domain inilah yang menjadi acuan kita semua untuk bisa mulai menerapkan kemampuan atau konfigurasi yang sudah kita siapkan untuk masuk dalam alignment di tingkat nasional. Selanjutnya, ini yang saya coba highlight di sini terkait dengan banyaknya penerapan dari enterprise arsitektur di seluruh dunia atau di banyak negara-negara maju, di mana memiliki karakteristik khusus. Nah, karakteristik khusus inilah yang kemudian kita coba tuangkan, kita rumuskan di dalam arsitektur SPBE yang saya sampaikan di slide selanjutnya. Nah, dalam arsitektur SPBE ini, kita memiliki 3 area di mana ada referensi arsitektur, kemudian ada domain arsitektur, dan metadata arsitektur. Dari kelompok tersebut, itu yang kemudian kita masukkan ke dalam domain-domain yang ada di ilustrasi pada gambar di sebelah kanan. Yang saya coba akan jelaskan di dalam slide selanjutnya. Ini masuk ke dalam level 1 dari arsitektur SPBE. Dari domain proses bisnis itu ada 9 sektor pemerintahan, kemudian di domain data dan informasi ada 10 data pokok, kemudian domain layanan adalah 2, yakni layanan publik dan layanan administrasi pemerintahan. Ini akan saya banyak highlight di 3 domain ini. Selanjutnya, ini yang saya sampaikan tadi di awal, ada referensi arsitektur yang sebagai suatu model yang menggambarkan komponen dasar dari arsitektur standar. Kalau di dalam proses bisnis ada 9 sektor pemerintahan. Kemudian di domain arsitektur ini yang mendefinisikan ada tingkatan-tingkatan di dalam arsitektur yang kita definisikan dalam tingkat nasional dari tingkat 1 dan tingkat 2. Dan kemudian di dalam domain arsitektur ini akan mendefinisikan metadata dari arsitektur. Selanjutnya, ini adalah arsitektur dari proses bisnis, di mana di tingkat nasional kita mendefinisikan 2 tingkat, yakni adalah tingkat 1 di sektor pemerintahan, kemudian tingkat 2 di urusan pemerintahan, di mana didefinisikan di sebelah kanan ada taksonomi dari referensi. Sebagai contoh, untuk sektor pemerintahan terkait dengan ekonomi dan industri, maka di dalamnya terdapat 11 urusan pemerintahan mulai dari industri, perdagangan, hingga pariwisata. Yang selanjutnya bisa diturunkan ke dalam tingkat 3 dan 4 oleh masing-masing instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah. Selanjutnya, dari kelompok domain referensi arsitektur proses bisnis ini adalah menjadi acuan untuk menentukan jenis atau tipe dari sebuah bisnis atau urusan atau fungsi atau proses yang dilakukan oleh penyelenggaraan pemerintahan. Nah, ini yang selanjutnya akan didefinisikan oleh masing-masing bisnis di setiap kementerian, lembaga, dan daerah untuk bisa mulai mengintegrasikan berbagai macam cross-section atau cross-cutting dari berbagai macam kaitan di bisnis di sektor-sektor yang lainnya yang bisa direlasikan. Selanjutnya, kalau kita ilustrasikan dari bentuk konvensional di Permen PANRB 19/2018, di mana layer 1 adalah korelasi antara pemerintah pusat dan pemerintah daerah, kemudian layer 2 adalah terkait dengan hubungan kerja antara kementerian, ini di internal kementerian, kemudian di layer 3 adalah hubungan kerja internal kementerian di tingkat bawahnya. Maka untuk pola selanjutnya di dalam arsitektur SPBE, dari pemetaan proses bisnis, maka kita bisa mendapatkan berbagai macam korelasi atau keterkaitan antara satu dan lainnya di berbagai macam instansi yang itu menjadi fungsi tematik di sektor pemerintahan. Sebagai contoh ada berbagai macam sektor di ekonomi dan industri. Seharusnya itu kan banyak terkait juga dengan kementerian-kementerian lainnya yang mendukung terkait dengan sektor ekonomi dan industri. Selanjutnya, masuk ke dalam domain yang kedua adalah domain data dan informasi, di mana serupa juga dengan tema di domain proses bisnis, ada dua tingkat, ada dua kelompok, adalah tingkat 1 dan tingkat 2 di tingkat nasional, ada data pokok dan data tematik, dan kemudian di tingkat 3 dan 4 adalah data topik dan data subtopik, di mana temanya akan serupa dengan ada proses bisnis. Yang ini adalah memastikan bahwa setiap bisnis yang dilakukan itu akan mendefinisikan terhadap data yang dikeluarkan. Sama seperti yang tadi, bahwa ada data pokok mengenai informasi ekonomi dan industri, maka kan seharusnya akan di dalamnya terdapat 11 data, kelompok data dari data industri sampai dengan data pariwisata. Selanjutnya, begitu juga di referensi arsitektur layanan, ini yang sudah saya sampaikan di awal tadi, maka layanan akan dikelompokkan menjadi dua kelompok besar di dalam domain layanan, adalah layanan publik dan layanan administrasi pemerintahan, di mana layanan administrasi pemerintahan akan banyak terkait dengan pola atau tata kerja terhadap internal di pemerintahan, mulai dari perencanaan program, keuangan, hingga kerjasama. Sedangkan untuk layanan publik ini akan banyak terkait dengan layanan pemerintah terhadap masyarakat. Jadi mulai dari informasi dan komunikasi dan sampai dengan kependudukan dan pemerintahan. Nah, dari pola ini selanjutnya, dalam penerapan SPBE maka kita akan fokuskan ke dalam sesuai dengan standar pelayanan minimal dalam Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 2 2018, jadi terkait dengan pola penyediaan layanan kepada masyarakat atau government to citizen, dan juga Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja Nomor 11 Tahun 2020, dan juga terkait dengan Undang-Undang Nomor 23 2014 terkait dengan pemerintah daerah, yang adalah terkait dengan government to business. Nah, definisi selanjutnya maka di dalam kelompok layanan administrasi pemerintahan itu kan sudah banyak didefinisikan dalam Perpres, mulai dari akuntabilitas kinerja, pengawasan, kepegawaian, kearsipan, BMN, dan pengelolaan keuangan secara terpadu. Nah, dari hal ini selanjutnya, maka akan kita definisikan untuk memastikan seluruh dari layanan tadi itu menjadi layanan digital pemerintah terintegrasi yang memiliki pengaturan di dalam kebijakan MESO, yakni adalah terkait dengan peta rencana SPBE nasional yang akan diturunkan ke dalam peta rencana SPBE di instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah, yakni menjadi layanan digital di masing-masing kementerian, lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah. Selanjutnya, nah, masuk ke dalam domain arsitektur dan aplikasi setelah didefinisikan proses bisnis, kemudian data informasi, dan layanan, maka baru kita bisa mulai mendefinisikan aplikasi. Maka aplikasi ini juga akan terbagi menjadi dua kelompok besar, adalah aplikasi umum dan aplikasi khusus. Aplikasi umum sesuai dengan layanan, ada layanan publik dan layanan administrasi pemerintahan. Sedangkan aplikasi khusus inilah yang akan dibangun oleh masing-masing instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah. Sedangkan aplikasi umum itu akan disiapkan secara nasional dan menjadi dukungan dari setiap kementerian lembaga atau pemerintah daerah yang terrelasi terhadap layanan-layanan yang ada di atas terkait dengan aplikasi umum. Sebagai contoh, misalkan untuk perencanaan pengadaan, maka itu sudah ada aplikasi sistem pengadaan secara elektronik yang disiapkan oleh AKPP, sehingga itu bisa menjadi bagian dalam aplikasi umum SPBE selanjutnya. Next. Nah, masuk ke dalam domain referensi infrastruktur, maka ini menjadi ranah di tingkat nasional secara keseluruhan yang juga menjadi ranah di dalam pengelolaan khususnya di dalam Kementerian Kominfo, di mana ada 3 kelompok di sini dalam infrastruktur. Infrastruktur adalah terkait dengan platform, kemudian sistem integrasi, dan fasilitas komputasi. Mungkin yang sudah kita ketahui bersama, rencana dari Kementerian Kominfo untuk menyiapkan pusat data nasional adalah bagian dari penyediaan dalam kelompok fasilitas komputasi, kemudian rencana oleh Kementerian Kominfo untuk penyediaan infrastruktur jaringan yang luas tersebar ke seluruh Indonesia, itulah bagian dari jaringan intra pemerintah, di mana di dalamnya akan ada jaringan intra instansi pusat dan juga jaringan intra pemerintah daerah. Selanjutnya, ini yang coba kita buatkan ilustrasi di tingkat nasional, bagaimana fungsi sistem integrasi antara berbagai domain tadi. Sebagai contoh, kita akan masuk ke dalam lingkup sistem penghubung layanan pemerintah, di mana masing-masing instansi pusat maupun pemerintah daerah memiliki sistem informasi, dan itu akan diperlukan untuk bisa mendapatkan data dan informasi dan alur informasi untuk menjadi aplikasi umum akan harus melalui sistem penghubung layanan pemerintah.
Pak Iwan, mohon maaf, waktunya 2 menit lagi.
Terima kasih. Oke, selanjutnya, ini menjadi arahan di nasional, maka silo-silo infrastruktur yang ada di bawah itu bisa menjadi bagian dalam sharing infrastruktur di tingkat nasional, di mana ada layanan berbasis government cloud, dan itu menjadi bagian dalam layanan di dalam pusat data nasional. Selanjutnya, inilah arsitektur keamanan SPBE untuk melingkupi aplikasi, data, dan infrastruktur. Next. Dan tahapan yang kita bisa ikuti untuk bisa sesuai dengan arsitektur SPBE. Mulai dari proses bisnis, definisi data, hingga operasional sesuai dengan manajemen SPBE. Next. Nah, ini yang kita harapkan bisa mewujudkan government enterprise arsitektur sesuai dengan arsitektur SPBE, kemudian penyediaan layanan digital, dan mewujudkan smart government, di mana diharapkan seluruh transaksi pemerintahan itu sudah berbasis digital, sehingga dapat mewujudkan big data dan kecerdasan artifisial untuk pengambilan keputusan pemerintah yang cepat dan akurat. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Yon atas penjelasannya yang sangat menarik mengenai enterprise architecture, bagaimana arsitektur SPBE dapat menyelaraskan seluruh sistem-sistem yang saat ini ada di pemerintahan, baik pusat maupun di daerah, sehingga terjadi proses dan sistem yang terstruktur dengan lebih baik. Berikutnya adalah Bapak Dedi Permadi. Alhamdulillah telah kembali bersama-sama kita di sini. Apa kabar Pak Dedi? lama sekali terakhir di Jogja ya, di Birokrasi.
Ya, Bu Deva, apa kabar semua? Semoga semua dalam keadaan baik ya, Bu ya.
Baik, ya baik. Silakan Pak Dedi, karena katanya akan ada meeting dengan Pak Menteri, waktu dan tempat kami persilakan. Terima kasih. Silakan Pak. Nampaknya Pak Dedi freeze lagi ya. Atau mungkin bisa kami share dari tim operator di sini sehingga tidak berat dari koneksi dari Kominfo. Mbak Putri, bisa di stop share screen-nya? Pak John, can we stop the sharing screen? Yeah.
Bisa sebentar ya.
Ya Bapak dan Ibu, kami masih menunggu tayangan dari Bapak Dedi Permadi. Sepertinya sudah bisa. Apakah Pak Dedi sudah terkoneksi kembali? Nampaknya Pak Dedi masih mengalami kendala untuk terkoneksi dengan sistem kita. Pak Dedi telah kembali. Pak Dedi mungkin tidak usah pakai video dulu Pak. Mungkin karena bandwidth dari sana, karena bahan presentasi Bapak sudah on. Ya, begitu.
Iya, sekarang sudah bisa sepertinya.
Iya, sudah bisa Pak. Sepertinya tidak bisa pakai video dari Kominfo untuk memastikan bandwidth-nya cukup.
Oke, semoga sekarang bisa ya Bu ya.
Bisa Pak, bisa.
Ya, baik. Mohon maaf, ini memang sehari ini dari tadi pagi ada gangguan teknis di sini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, semoga beberapa menit ke depan saya bisa menyampaikan hal-hal pokok terkait dengan infrastruktur telekomunikasi dan informatika, dan juga terkait dengan bagaimana tata kelola pemerintahan berbasis digital bisa dilaksanakan. Bapak Ibu, saya ingin menyampaikan 3 hal utama pada siang hari ini secara singkat mungkin ya. Yang pertama adalah bahwa Kominfo saat ini sedang melakukan satu agenda besar, yakni percepatan transformasi digital nasional. Agenda ini sesuai dengan arahan Bapak Presiden, di mana kita ditugaskan untuk melakukan setidaknya 4 hal. Yang pertama adalah perluasan akses telekomunikasi, kemudian yang kedua pembangunan pusat data, yang ketiga pembangunan talenta digital, dan yang terakhir adalah penyiapan regulasi dan pembiayaannya. Nah, dari agenda besar percepatan transformasi digital nasional ini, maka kami memfokuskan program pada 4 sektor strategis. Yang pertama adalah infrastruktur digital, yang kedua adalah tata kelola pemerintahan berbasis digital, yang ketiga adalah masyarakat digital, dan kita juga berusaha untuk mendukung ekosistem ekonomi digital. Jadi 4 sektor utama inilah yang saat ini sedang digarap oleh Kementerian Kominfo untuk menuju Indonesia Digital 2024. Nah, itu poin pertama saya, Bu Deva dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Poin keduanya adalah yang terkait dengan infrastruktur telekomunikasi. Karena tadi untuk Kominfo diberikan titik tekan pada infrastruktur. Perlu kami sampaikan bahwa dalam hal pembangunan infrastruktur telekomunikasi, Kominfo memiliki 2 fokus utama, yakni pembangunan infrastruktur telekomunikasi yang basisnya adalah mobile broadband, yaitu ketersediaan sinyal 4G, dan yang kedua adalah untuk yang fixed broadband, untuk tujuan layanan publik. Nah, ini terkait juga tentu dengan e-government. Nah, untuk yang pertama, untuk yang mobile broadband, memang Indonesia ini masih memiliki PR yang cukup besar. Dari 83.548 desa dan kelurahan, masih ada 12.548 yang belum mendapatkan sinyal 4G saat ini. Nah, ini menjadi PR tersendiri untuk kita bahwa penyelesaian infrastruktur telekomunikasi di 12.500 lebih desa dan kelurahan itu kita segerakan. Tadinya Bapak Ibu, untuk pembangunan sebanyak ini akan memakan waktu sampai 2032. Tetapi karena ada agenda percepatan transformasi digital nasional, maka agenda ini kita percepat menjadi 2022. Jadi harapannya pada akhir 2022, 83.128 desa dan kelurahan di seluruh Indonesia itu sudah bisa terjangkau sinyal internet 4G. Nah, ini artinya kita maju 10 tahun dari initial plan-nya. Nah, kemudian tugas yang kedua sebetulnya adalah selain yang mobile broadband adalah yang fixed broadband. Karena kita mengidentifikasi ada 500.113 titik layanan publik di seluruh Indonesia, termasuk adanya kantor kelurahan, kantor kecamatan, posyandu, puskesmas, rumah sakit, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, dari 500.000 lebih itu, ada 150.000 titik layanan publik yang belum memiliki akses internet yang memadai. Sehingga Bapak Ibu, yang menjadi tugas kami sekarang ini adalah untuk menghadirkan satu satelit baru dengan kapasitas 150 gigabits per second untuk mencukupi kebutuhan 150.000 titik layanan publik yang belum memiliki akses internet yang memadai. Sebetulnya proyek ini juga akan terselesaikan pada tahun 2032 jika kita berbicara perencanaan yang biasa-biasa saja. Tetapi karena kita memiliki agenda percepatan transformasi digital nasional, maka itu kita percepat juga. Kalau tadi yang mobile broadband kita percepat 10 tahun, ini kita percepat 9 tahun. Harapannya akhir tahun 2023 atau kuartal 4 tahun 2023, satelit Satria 1 sudah bisa diluncurkan dan bisa memberikan layanan kepada 150.000 titik layanan publik yang tentu akan sangat mendukung tata kelola SPBE atau sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik tadi. Bapak Ibu, ini adalah PR Kominfo yang pertama terkait dengan infrastruktur digital. Itu poin kedua saya. Setelah tadi poin pertama, agenda besar transformasi digital, kemudian poin kedua adalah terkait dengan infrastruktur digital, dan poin ketiga saya yang terakhir adalah terkait dengan dukungan Kominfo terhadap tata kelola pemerintahan atau sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. Ada beberapa hal yang menjadi concern Kominfo. Yang pertama tentu adalah sesuai arahan Bapak Presiden, pembangunan pusat data nasional. Pusat data nasional ini akan memiliki kapasitas yang sangat besar, 43.000 cores dengan 72 petabytes dari sisi storage-nya gitu ya. Dan ini akan dibangun, kami masih mempertimbangkan apakah di 2 titik ataukah 4 titik. Opsinya kalau 2 titik adalah di Bekasi dan Ibu Kota Negara Baru. Kemudian kalau di 4 titik maka kita sebar atau perluas ditambah dengan Batam dan Labuan Bajo. Karena setidaknya kita harus mempertimbangkan 4 hal yang utama di dalam pembangunan pusat data ini. Yang pertama aspek geostrategis, yang kedua aspek dukungan teknis, yang ketiga sosial ekonomi, dan yang keempat sosial politiknya. Nah, tetapi yang sudah pasti adalah 2 titik di Bekasi dan juga di IKN. Keempat atau kedua pusat data yang akan terbangun ini akan beroperasi secara parsial pada tahun 2024 dan secara penuh pada tahun 2025. Ini kita harapkan bisa mendukung 2 agenda sekaligus. Agenda yang pertama yang didukung melalui proyek ini adalah agenda SPBE. SPBE ketika kita memiliki mandat Perpres SPBE, di mana Kominfo harus menyediakan layanan infrastrukturnya, maka Pusat Data Nasional ini adalah salah satu layanan basic atau infrastruktur basic untuk pembangunan dan pengelolaan SPBE. Yang kedua, kebijakan yang tentu juga akan sangat terdukung oleh layanan Pusat Data Nasional ini adalah kebijakan Satu Data Indonesia. Karena bagaimanapun pusat data ini akan menciptakan efisiensi dan mendukung interoperabilitas maupun integrasi data di Indonesia. Seperti kita ketahui bersama bahwa Indonesia saat ini masih memiliki 2.700 pusat data dan ruang server yang tersebar di kementerian, lembaga, dan daerah. Ini menimbulkan ketidakefisienan yang luar biasa di Indonesia dalam hal pengelolaan data, sehingga diharapkan melalui terbangunnya Pusat Data Nasional ini bisa mempercepat implementasi Satu Data Indonesia. Nah, Bapak Ibu, selain dukungan berupa Pusat Data Nasional, Kementerian Kominfo juga tentu melakukan beberapa langkah. Misalnya adalah pengaturan pengelolaan spektrum frekuensi radio supaya jauh lebih efisien sehingga ini bisa dimanfaatkan untuk tujuan lain. Misalnya kita punya pita emas 700 MHz di mana kita jika melakukan migrasi TV analog ke TV digital maka ada efisiensi yang luar biasa. Ini sedang kita garap yang disebut sebagai ASO, analog switch off. Dalam hal ini, satu TV analog itu bisa memakan sampai 9 MHz. Ketika kita berusaha untuk melakukan efisiensi, maka TV-TV analog yang semuanya bermigrasi ke TV digital itu akan menciptakan digital dividend 112. Nah, dari 112 ini bisa dimanfaatkan untuk pembangunan atau penguatan layanan sinyal 4G maupun untuk pengembangan 5G. Jadi, baik pengembangan sinyal 4G maupun 5G itu pun akan sangat membantu bagaimana kita mentransformasikan pemerintah daerah dan pusat kita untuk lebih mendukung proyek transformasi digital mereka. Nah, ketika kita berbicara tentang efisiensi penggunaan spektrum radio, maka kita berbicara tentang farming dan refarming spektrum frekuensi. Itu pun sedang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Kominfo dan diharapkan saat ini sudah mulai berjalan efisiensinya sehingga dalam 2-3 tahun ke depan kita akan merasakan efisiensi spektrum frekuensi radio itu sehingga kebutuhan-kebutuhan lain yang akan kita kembangkan termasuk pengembangan teknologi baru itu bisa difasilitasi dengan adanya efisiensi spektrum frekuensi radio. Dan yang terakhir adalah yang kami lakukan juga selain pembangunan pusat data, kemudian spektrum frekuensi radio, yang terakhir adalah kita melakukan penuntasan regulasi yang menjadi dukungan untuk pengembangan SPBE ini. Misalnya kita sedang mempercepat RUU Pelindungan Data Pribadi yang semoga tahun ini bisa terselesaikan dan itu akan sangat berpengaruh pada bagaimana pemerintah kita mendukung pelindungan data pribadi baik untuk sektor privat maupun sektor publik. Di antara segala regulasi yang ada, PP 71, Permen Kominfo nomor 5 tahun 2020 tentang penyelenggara sistem elektronik berbasis privat, itu semua juga diarahkan untuk mendukung ruang digital Indonesia yang lebih bersih, yang lebih konstruktif, dan bisa mendukung agenda-agenda pemerintah. Artinya Bapak Ibu, itu 3 agenda lain selain pembangunan infrastruktur yang sedang diupayakan Kominfo. Jadi kalau boleh saya simpulkan, tadi poin pertama saya menjelaskan terkait dengan agenda besarnya yang meliputi 4 arahan Presiden dan 4 sektor utama. Kemudian yang kedua, dari sisi infrastruktur telekomunikasi kita juga sedang mempercepat baik dalam hal mobile broadband access maupun fixed broadband. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah dukungan-dukungan lain seperti pembangunan pusat data, kemudian farming dan refarming frekuensi radio, dan juga dukungan legislasi primer yang akan membangun ekosistem digital Indonesia yang lebih baik. Saya rasa itu yang bisa kami sampaikan, Bu Deva dan Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Sekali lagi mohon maaf untuk kendala-kendala yang ada, dan saya harap apa yang bisa kami sampaikan ini mendukung dan memperkuat diskusi selanjutnya. Demikian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Dedi atas penjelasannya mengenai infrastruktur yang tengah dibangun oleh Kominfo yang pasti sangat penting untuk dukungan penerapan SPBE secara terintegrasi untuk mendukung juga apa yang dilakukan dari sisi PANRB untuk membangun enterprise arsitektur dan juga e-government roadmap yang tengah dilaksanakan oleh PANRB. So the last speaker is actually Pak Peter Lovelock. We have Pak Peter Lovelock together with us.
Hi, Ibu. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Where are you now? Are you in London, Pak?
No, I got sent back to Australia for a while. I'm in quarantine.
I see. All right. Oh, you're in quarantine. Okay. Pak Peter Lovelock adalah direktur dan co-founder dari Teknologi Research Project Corporate dan telah menjadi senior advisor di banyak organisasi, dan hari ini kita mendengarkan pandangan dari beliau mengenai bagaimana infrastruktur dapat mendukung layanan dari SPBE e-government terutama untuk employees G2E. Please do. Peter, your time is.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. I thought Pak Dedi was actually just giving us all a practical demonstration of the importance of the infrastructures required for this new integrated economy with the troubles that were experienced. But I think that was a terrifically practical demonstration of how it can trip us all up. It speaks to the redundancy and infrastructural requirements that we all need to go forward and how we need to plan this correctly. I'm going to keep my comments brief, and after all of that detail that you've been given by the two previous speakers, which was very rich in detail, both on the e-government side and on Cominfo's current digital government and digital infrastructure rollout plans, I'm going to address a little bit more from a high level the two key questions that were put to me of what infrastructures are needed and how this will enable the human resources, digital capability and digital capability requirements. So in terms of the infrastructures, why don't I just give some answers and then I can talk to some of the issues. In terms of what infrastructures are needed for Indonesia to achieve its various ambitions and aspirations, cloud computing, data sharing architectures, devices. Let's not forget the devices for consumers, enterprises, organizations, public sector to be able to access and use all of this opportunity in an integrated manner, and digital ID. If we don't have those operating accessibly, affordably, availably in an interoperable fashion, we're going to have a lot of problems, and we have some issues to address. Let me give you three guiding principles or comments before I run through just a handful of slides quickly, because I think they're important. Digitally driven or digitally enabling means, by definition, that we have to be sectorially, regulatorially, administratingly cross-cutting. And I can't stress this enough as we look at how we to bring our public sector up to being able to enable the objectives that we're putting in front of ourselves. There must be coordination and alignment across the public sector if any of what we're talking about is to be achieved. And so in talking about a digitally capable human resource requirement for the public sector, that first principle of being coordinated and aligned cannot be stressed enough. Think of it this way. Through the last year and a half of the pandemic, or just over a year, that we've all struggled our way through, where we've been working from home, where our children have been doing remote education all too often, where there has been healthcare by distance. As we recognise the importance of the interoperable digital environment and setting our public sector framework to enable this, how do we set those new frameworks appropriately? Think of it in terms of that education component and how we've all seen this transformation attempt in the last year. As we put people on the network, which is the fundamental requirement, the infrastructure, who then shapes how the education system, the education curricula, building from that digital enablement is appropriately delivered? Do we have the technologists delivering the educational curricula? Do we have the educationalists determining what the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure requirements are? Either of those is going to lead to a suboptimal outcome. It becomes even more apparent when you think through the challenges of the last year from a healthcare perspective. Do you have the technologists, the digital folk like us, setting the healthcare agenda? Do you have the healthcare people who have had their own struggles determining what the most appropriate interoperable architecture and landscape is? We now need to bring these two mindsets together and work out what our objectives are to be achieved and make sure those are being addressed rather than slamming in a digitally driven or a technology landscape, or simply putting down the education or the healthcare systems and making the technology responsive to that. We actually have to change this mindset. And that leads to the second of the principles I put in front of you, which is making sure that the public sector that we're talking about is comfortable and confident in what they have to address. And that comes from clarity of plans and clarity of objectives. It's a mindset issue to make sure that we can address those objectives. Public sector folk, business folk, individuals don't need to understand, say, advanced cryptography or pseudonymization or even multi-factor authentication applications to be able to be effective in this world in which we're moving into. But they do need to be clear on the considerations that are being advanced and that need to be addressed within their own policy frameworks, not least so that then the relevant expertise and at times the training can be appropriately engaged. Otherwise, again, we have the tail wagging the dog. There needs to be clarity in government plans, deliverables and expectations. And this is the first step. Before I start talking to this first slide, the third point I would put out there is that they need to be responsive and agile. We plan to try to avoid unintended consequences or impacts of the digital infrastructure we're putting into place. We worry about issues around data protection and data privacy and security and so on. But in this new cross-sectoral, cross-jurisdictional environment in which we are running into, those unintended consequences are going to happen or we are going to fall behind. We need to learn by doing. We need to marry up a lot of these sectoral objectives, and we need to put those infrastructures in place and be able to learn with the experimentation that happens. And that means that we need to enable our public sector to be responsive so that they can adapt as those things happen, not work in the same siloed space and long-term regulatory restrictive planning that we've been subject to date. Those three principles of...
Peter, do you want to tell us which slide you are on? Are you already...
I'm still here, Ibu. I'm still here. Okay. I'll indicate when I need to move across, okay?
All right, okay.
All right. So to that point, let's move to the first slide. So how do we measure and promote our digital capabilities? The point to take away here from this slide is that capability is not to be solved by technology. It's a banal statement, but is one that is all too regularly forgotten in policy. or initiative developments. We need to, mandating or making available a coding course or a digital literacy program does not teach someone, a merchant, how to employ a QR code to be able to drive more sales, or how to be able to watch their iFlix opportunity from one device to the next. We learn by doing. We learn by putting in front of people what their objectives are and giving them the tools to be able to employ, and then we train them up. Then the literacy comes into place. Too often we've got common concepts of what digital literacy is going to be that are applied too broadly, and it's now run its course. It's now having a negative feedback loop. So how to look at this slide? Well, having the right skills or access to the right skills becomes fundamentally important. We need to have access to those skills. We need to be being supportive or enabled by technology to use those skills. These are the things that the indicators need to be measuring. And we need to be being supported by the institutions to deploy those skills. If we don't create that virtuous loop whereby the skills are getting trained against on the technology platforms and those skills are being applied directly to the objectives that we expect our officials, our public sector bureaucrats, our government and e-government people to be working with, then they're not going to get comfortable and confident as they train, and we won't create that virtuous cycle. We've seen this all too many times. That learn by doing issue becomes fundamentally important, or we undermine our public sector progress. It will be all too easy to fragment our opportunities. Next slide. So what are the supporting or enabling requirements? Well, some benchmarks to drive this conversation and drive this framework. Ensuring that we are designing better, coordinated, evidentiary-based policies through the integrated use of data and digital technologies. We need to be measuring what those output objectives are. We need to be training people up on dashboards, on digital consumption, and using the evidentiary benefits that real-time data consumption allows us to do, and then the data sharing across our sectors that will enable far faster, far richer evidentiary support for determining policies. People need to be trained up on that and get comfortable and confident with that. We need to be benefiting from the ability to react fast, therefore, as policymakers, and more responsively. And this means using data analytics skills. I don't want to talk to big data here. It gets very confusing very quickly. Simple data analytics use and consumption in a consistent manner across our ministries and agencies, and automation of that data usage so that those dashboards become common currency in a consistent way across the agencies and ministries. Accessing enterprise quality corporate services and processes. The great benefit of cloud computing has been to reduce the cost and time to market of accessing these systems. As Pakdedi was pointing out, the fragmentation across the data center and server landscape, while I don't know that that's a problem per se, the inability to share data consistently and use the same frameworks and interfaces has restricted the ability for the sectoral benefits to happen and for that virtuous cycle to be improved. And so therefore the coordinating seamlessly in real-time ability of public sector officials to be able to share data and build out those policies in an aligned fashion is where we're trying to head to. Next slide. What is the key infrastructure, therefore, required to achieve this? From the individual's perspective, looking at how I drive it on the left-hand side of your screen, user-centric systems and interfaces, things that make it comfortable for both public sector officials and end users. Our first expert speaker, our e-government expert, talked at length about very cleverly about the administrative procedures that will be rolled out both from an internal government perspective and an end user consumption perspective. The protocols, the interfaces need to be simple, they need to be consistent, and they need to be coordinated. That doesn't mean it's a single monopolistic drive out of the build or the technology. It's the interfaces and the coordination that we need to focus on. Data-driven decision-making, including automation for better evidentiary decision-making, is fundamental in the infrastructure that we're trying to enable across the public sector. Ensuring common data standards and promoting data use and data sharing is going to be the next phase that we are all moving into. This goes beyond the one data policy. One second, before we just move on to the next slide, can we, okay. This goes beyond the one data policy. The one data policy is a good start, but we need to be focusing on the data sharing abilities. On the right-hand side of the screen, from the institutional perspective, let me reiterate, cloud computing, data automation centers, data sharing architectures, and data pools, building up the use of those data abilities and the pools of data, and being able to reuse the data over and over. And right now in Indonesia, we cannot do that. We cannot reuse data that is being shared. We have both regulatory and usage obstacles in place. And I love that the e-government framework is looking to address this. Next slide. And to begin to just wrap this up, this is where we begin to talk to the mindset shift that is necessary to drive this. I started by saying the planning is fundamental, that first step needs to be setting our objectives and our key plans consistently. This is what we talk about when we talk about digital and data by design. The systems need to be baked in. There needs to be the platform that our first speaker was talking to that then can get leveraged off by the education system, the healthcare system, the logistics system, and that they need to be able to talk to each other. It's this mindset culture that will become both the driver and the beneficiary of the overall digital capability for our public sector. And finally, to the last slide, Ibu. Next slide. Okay, I won't spend any real time here, but just to say that we need to be baking in these three functions that are very obvious, but we have once again an emerging digital divide on our hands. If there's one thing the pandemic has taught us, it is those that aren't on the network or having access to the network aren't growing up digitally capable. We need to make sure that that is addressed with every new plan that we put forward, and it has to be sustainable. We have now shifted from a world of supply provided ability and supply driven initiatives to demand responsive initiatives. I heard Pak Dedi talking to that. We need to bake that into everything we are doing from a digital policy perspective. And of course, we need to now recognize that our future of work, our human capability for a digital environment is one of perpetual learning and continual upgrades. We talk about upgrades in the technological sense. We need to be looking at our workforce in exactly the same manner and making sure that we are continually bringing people with us so that they are able to enjoy the speed at which the digital environment changes. I'm going to end there, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Peter. Very interesting on how to change the mindset and actually to have a clarity in the digital transformation in the public sector is actually the core of how to bring and build the digital infrastructure for e-government. So we are waiting for the Q&A, but I saw questions actually from you, Pak Peter, asking to Pak Yon about the enterprise architecture in terms of maybe we can start by have a discussions on enterprise architecture since the questions is coming from Pak Peter. Is actually who is responsible in building and oversighting the integrated infrastructure?
Halo, Bu Deva.
Ya, silakan Pak Yon, sudah.
Ya, makasih. Oke, mungkin nanti bisa tolong diterjemahkan. Jadi terkait dengan penerapan arsitektur di Indonesia, mungkin khususnya arsitektur SPBE, maka tugas atau penanggung jawabnya itu adalah adanya di Kementerian PANRB secara umum. Akan tetapi pada saat melakukan penerapan lebih detail, terutama untuk dua domain, yakni domain aplikasi dan infrastruktur, maka itu menjadi tanggung jawab di Kementerian Kominfo. Sedangkan untuk dua domain, misalkan adalah di domain proses bisnis dan domain layanan, itu menjadi tanggung jawab di Kementerian PANRB, dan domain data dan informasi ada di Kementerian Bappenas, PPN Bappenas. Nah, untuk memastikan bahwa arsitektur SPBE itu dijalankan di instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah, maka setiap instansi pusat dan pemerintah daerah sudah harus menetapkan arsitektur SPBE dengan terlebih dahulu mengkonsultasikannya dengan Kementerian PANRB selaku pengelola arsitek di tingkat nasional. Mungkin itu Bu Deva mengenai kegiatan atau penerapan EA nasional yang ada di Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Yeah. So, Pak Peter, I think you heard about the translations from Pak Yon. That's actually PANRB is the one who are responsible for that. But of course, it will work with the Kominfo in building the integrated enterprise architecture. There's also questions from Roxana. Is actually asking about the email systems to help the collaborations. Mungkin Pak Yon bisa menjawabnya. Siapakah yang bertanggung jawab di dalam mengkolaborasi atau menyatukan knowledge management dan juga sistem terkait dengan SPBE ataupun sistem secara keseluruhan? Apakah Kominfo ataukah pihak lain?
Ya, terima kasih Bu Deva. Jadi terkait dengan mengintegrasikan sistem itu masuk ke dalam dua domain, yakni adalah domain di aplikasi dan domain di infrastruktur. Nah, kembali lagi adalah di Kementerian Kominfo, khususnya adalah dikaitan dengan sistem integrasi. Nah, akan tapi biasanya untuk memastikan bahwa sistem-sistem itu dapat terhubung, maka sebelumnya kita akan memastikan bahwa bisnis atau proses bisnis yang ada di setiap instansi itu sudah dapat dikolaborasikan menjadi layanan pemerintah terintegrasi. Nah, itu dia peran penting sebelum melaksanakan integrasi, maka menyamakan data informasi di dalam layanan pemerintah yang terintegrasi. Terima kasih.
Ya. Dan juga ada pertanyaan dari YouTube yang mengatakan bahwa di negara-negara lain bahwa pemerintah sangat memberikan perhatian yang besar untuk merekrut orang yang tepat untuk memanage data center dan connection terkait dengan cyber security untuk memastikan proses digital transformasi ini berlangsung dengan baik. Bagaimana di dalam proses SPBE ini mengenai perekrutan pegawai, mungkin Pak Yon, or maybe Peter, you know, also some benchmark you can share as well about how to recruit the right people to manage data and cyber security for digital transformation process. Silakan Pak Yon.
Terima kasih. Jadi terkait dengan penerapan keamanan informasi, terutama untuk kapabilitas SDM, maka ini akan terkait dengan banyaknya jabatan fungsional yang terkait dengan mendukung keamanan informasi. Biasanya di Indonesia atau di Republik Indonesia ada jabatan Manggala yang itu dibina oleh keamanan informasi adalah terkait dengan BSSN, Badan Cyber dan Sandi Negara, dan tuksi atau tupoksi dari jabatan fungsional itu akan banyak mendukung terhadap menjaga keamanan informasi dan penerapan cyber dan sandi negara. Itu sebagai contoh bahwa nanti di dalamnya untuk jabatan fungsional yang secara khusus mengenangani keamanan informasi akan ada juga sertifikasi dan standarisasi, di mana sertifikasi dan standarisasinya itu juga akan terkait dengan khususnya di tugas dan fungsi di BSSN, sehingga memastikan alignment di tingkat nasional atau respon tim itu dapat disiapkan di secara nasional. Terima kasih. Ya.
Pak Peter, you have a point. You raise your hand.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just to come in on that point, and I want to echo what Pak Yono's saying on this issue, because while I don't want to downplay the importance of the questioner, the question that the questioner is asking about initially focusing on data and connection security personnel as you roll it out. Again, these are issues that need to become common currency very, very quickly. And what we need to be doing is working out all of our businesses, all of our enterprise, all of our government agencies, all of our provincial level government agencies need to have people who are confident in data management and connectivity security issues, because otherwise it will be a slow process. So you need to focus as much on the protocols and the standardization and certification, exactly as Pak Yono is saying. At exactly the same time, we're trying to identify key people to be brought in. And then we need to be targeting a number, what the quotas are that we want to have people trained up in these processes. And we need to make this an attractive, incentivized program. We need to be targeting thousands and thousands of security professionals because they see it as a job opportunity. And we need to be working out how to drive that across. So I'd actually be looking at lowering the requirements as we move forward so it becomes a common issue.
Thank you. I would like to invite probably questions as well from the floor. I see there is a Pak Ashwin Sasongko here, which is actually a member of Fantiknas. Maybe you want to also ask a questions because you were a comment for before, Pak Ashwin, just about asking about how this digital infrastructure can help the development of a digital capability. Pak Aswin? Masih mute, Pak. Pak Aswin? Pak Aswin masih mute, maaf. Yeah. Seems we cannot contact with Pak Ashwin. Yeah, I have another questions actually to Peter, and I will go to Pak Yon later on because we still have some times about data sharing and the needs for Indonesia to reuse the data that we already have, and currently that actually Indonesia doesn't use that a lot. Instead of like always creating new wheels every time you want to do something. You want to share about that and explain about this situation?
Sure, very, Pak Yono, you first.
Oke, mungkin saya coba akan jelaskan nih terkait dengan kebijakan satu data di Indonesia, di mana dalam Perpres SPBE itu ada komponen manajemen data, di mana komponen manajemen data tersebut itu menjadi dukungan untuk kebijakan satu data di dalam Perpres 39 2019. Nah, hal yang serupa mungkin di sini yang menariknya adalah dengan infrastruktur, maka kebijakan satu data ini memastikan bahwa single source of truth dari para pembuat data atau data source itu bisa ditentukan atau ditetapkan di tingkat nasional. Sebagai contoh misalkan bahwa kita memastikan bahwa informasi terhadap data atau orang itu akan dikeluarkan secara khusus dari nomor induk kependudukan. Nah, berarti nomor induk kependudukan itu menjadi key data terhadap individu, informasi individu yang itu akan dikeluarkan di Kementerian Dalam Negeri dan menjadi referensi oleh seluruh para pengguna sistem nantinya. Nah, itulah yang kita harapkan bahwa nantinya setiap wali data atau yang membuat informasi atau data informasi itu akan ditetapkan dan menjadi referensi oleh seluruh instansi untuk membangun sistemnya. Masih, Deva.
Yeah, Peter?
So part of what I was, be very quick, and I think Pak Yono, part of what I was flagging is what we know of what our economies, our digital economies are moving towards, is the ability to use data for data-driven outcomes for evidentiary basis. And increasingly what that means is that you access data, government data, partner data, and you process that data. You use the data you have, you combine it with the data that you've used. Think of this in terms of, I don't know, environmental data or vaccine development. You take test results or climate outputs and you begin processing that with the data that you yourself are applying. Perhaps it's some locality data in Indonesia, and you're looking at transportation systems or building systems. And so you mix those two together to work out when the optimal time for building and development is, or when the time is for rolling out connectivity to such locations. And you begin plotting that out against the national scale. Once you've done that, you repost those results back in to a data pool, and people can then go and use that data and use that to build out their own data sets. It's a very basic usage. We've all done this in our own organizations. Right now, there is almost no ability to do this in public sector systems. There are regulatory restrictions about it. There is inability to share this data back. We also don't have the protocols in place for being able to mix these data sets yet. Satu data policy, which is terrific, I'm a big fan, is a first step of requiring government agencies to publish data sets and make it usable. But they're not all coordinated. We've yet to set all of the protocols for how those are interoperable. And then the real issue that will drive economic development and digital opportunity is being able to repost and reuse that data. And this is where we're moving to rapidly around the world. Those data sharing architectures, which Pak Yono was beginning to flag with the direction that his agency is moving in. And that's why you've got such complicated drawings and diagrams. They're not easy exercises to go through, but it is literally the foundation of what we are going to next.
Yes, exactly. There's a very good question from Agus Wahyudianto from LAN, Lembaga Administrasi Negara, is Indonesia Administration Institute. So the question is for you, Peter. And there was some cases where government institution developed digital application using external consultant. But when the project was finished, this government office become very dependent towards a consultant. It might be the result from the lack of digital capabilities in the government sector or public sectors. And the question is, how far government should balance digital mastery between government and external consultants?
I would reframe the question. It's a terrific question. Never get to being reliant on consultants. We charge by the hour. It's a bad mistake to become reliant on consultants. You want to always be engaging in knowledge transfer as you're working through systems. I would actually reframe the question a little bit and put it in terms of the objectives that you're trying to put out there. If you're not working with the expertise that you bring in to make sure that both sides, the agency and the external advisors, are shaping up a set of objectives that everyone has agreed to and everyone is working towards, there is a problem. And you will automatically begin to become reliant on external advice. And that's not going to lead to virtuous cycles or sustainability. It goes in the other direction. You'll have heard me keep talking about making sure we're learning by doing, of lowering the requirements for entry such that we are building out constant participation, which is, I think, what the focus should be. The first step of any digital transformation exercise ought to be really clear on the plans and the objectives and the deliverables outputs that will be coming from any program. And if the consultants aren't clear on how they're going to exit that system, then you push them harder to get very clear on how they're going to exit that process, and that knowledge will be transferred into the system.
So yeah, thank you very much. So,
well, okay, sorry, let me just add one very quick point. And again, it comes back to some of the stuff Pacquiao's teaching us. We are trying to create interoperability in our system. The more siloed we are, the less we have that interconnection and interoperability, which is something that is very poor in the Indonesian landscape today that we all need to be working. And I'm thrilled that government is leading from top down. The more we promote interoperability and those systems and that access, and we worry about our security and our protection issues by design in those systems, the less we need high-level external expertise, because people learn by doing. You're bringing more people into the system, they will learn themselves much quicker than if you've got lots of different siloed systems requiring lots of external advice. The economies of scale and scope always work in these situations.
Economics. Pak Cahyono, do you have any comments on Pak Agus's questions?
Ya, betul yang disampaikan oleh Pak Peter, bahwa memang itu juga menjadi concern di kita. Banyak sekali learning curve yang harus dibangun oleh masing-masing instansi apabila dilakukan secara terpisah-pisah. Sehingga pada saat ini kita juga sudah mulai menyusun bahwa arsitektur aplikasi yang secara terintegrasi itu sudah harus dimiliki, dimulai dengan standarisasi terhadap pengembangan aplikasi. Ya, kalau itu di dalam arsitektur SPBE itu adalah dengan mendefinisikan aplikasi umum yang itu akan digunakan oleh seluruh instansi. Sehingga learning curve yang itu terjadi di masing-masing instansi itu bisa dipercepat dengan banyaknya informasi dari pengalaman yang ada di tempat yang lainnya, dan itu disinergikan menjadi layanan pemerintah yang terintegrasi. Ya, memang mudah-mudahan dengan adanya diskusi yang banyak informasi seperti ini, kita bisa dapatkan juga banyak pengalaman dari luar dan juga pengalaman yang bisa di-share di dalam penerapan di e-gov di Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Baik. Terima kasih Pak Yon. Thank you Pak Peter for interesting presentation. Terima kasih Pak Yon atas penjelasan mengenai enterprise architecture. Sayang sekali Pak Dedi telah harus meninggalkan sesi, namun saya melihat bahwa interkoneksi antara infrastruktur secara general dari Pak Dedi, dari 4G last mile, kemudian broadband, kemudian data center, kemudian Pak Yon menjelaskan mengenai bagaimana enterprise architecture harus dibangun untuk memastikan tidak ada silo di dalam penerapan SPBE, dan juga Pak Peter menjelaskan mengenai bagaimana clarity dan change the mindset, kemudian juga bagaimana menjalankan digital transformation melalui data sharing, kemudian juga menggunakan reuse the data yang sudah ada selama ini, dan memastikan bahwa bukan hanya trainingnya, tapi bagaimana membangun skills dari human capital itu sendiri yang harus dibangun supaya digital infrastruktur yang dibangun itu betul-betul akan berguna. Demikian Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita sudah mencapai waktu yang ditentukan. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatian dan juga pertanyaan yang diberikan. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa memberikan gambaran dan juga lebih memberikan semangat bagi kita untuk menerapkan sistem pemerintah berbasis elektronik seperti yang ditargetkan oleh Bapak Presiden, yaitu ingin Indonesia digital tahun 2024, which is tinggal 3 tahun lagi. Jadi Pak Yon dan teman-teman semua akan sangat bekerja keras. Insya Allah Prospera juga siap mendukung, begitu juga Pak Peter yang mendukung di digital economy juga. Baik, dengan begitu saya akhiri sesi ini. Terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
manikam di parjoget soro manikotam dina mangingani si bambang karjula jula si bambang karjula jula sik si batu manikam di parjoget soro manikotam dina mangingani si bambang karjula jula si bambang karjula jula Sik manikam di parjoget soro manigotam dina mangingani si bambang karjula jula si bambang karjula jula soro manigotam dina mangingani si bambang karjula jula si bambang karjula jula si bambang karjula jula Pisangku belum masak sabigi di hurung bari-bari masak sabigi di hurung bari-bari masak sabigi di hurung bari-bari masak sabigi di hurung bari-bari. Cucuk gempelengan Nunggi waktuku gempelengan Bakul lempang sekan medan di salatar Bakul lempang sekan medan di salatar
Bapak Ibu, kita mulai tepat pukul 17.30 ya. Ya, selamat siang Bapak Ibu semua. Pertama-tama saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu semua dalam acara kita Prosperous Digital Government Transformation Webinar Series 2 atau seri kedua. Jadi pada siang hari ini kita pada tahap paralel workshop 1 kita akan membahas mengenai investing in ICT skills public and private sector. Jadi nanti akan mengetengahkan 3 orang pembicara. Jadi sebelum kita memulai, mungkin saya perkenalkan para pembicara kita yang hadir akan sebagai panelis pada siang hari ini. Yang pertama adalah Mr. Len Masterton. General Manager of Corporate Services, Australian Bureau of Statistics. Kemudian kedua adalah Bapak Hari Budiarto. Beliau merupakan Head of Digital Scholarship, Head of Human Research Development, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Dan ketiga adalah Good afternoon Pak Hari. Pak Len, Mr. Len, good afternoon. And the third, ketiga adalah Bapak Joko Parmianto. Selamat siang Pak Joko. Beliau merupakan Head of Database Development Statistik Indonesia. Jadi mungkin seperti Bapak Ibu ketahui bahwa kita telah menerima 330 pendaftaran atau peserta di hari pertama ini dan 230 peserta untuk acara di hari kedua. Mungkin angkanya nanti gitu ya. Untuk mempersingkat waktu karena kita sesi ini dari pukul 13.30 sampai pukul 15. Jadi mungkin saya persilakan untuk pembicara pertama Pak Len Masterton. Mungkin kita berikan waktu selama sekitar 20 menit. Jadi mungkin kita bisa 30 menit terakhir bisa berdiskusi ataupun menjawab pertanyaan peserta yang hadir pada paralel workshop Investing in ICT Skill untuk public dan private sector. Waktunya dipersilakan Pak Len.
Thank you very much. I will present in English because my Bahasa is not very good. So thank you for having me today. Before I start, I might just introduce myself. So my name is Lane Masterton. I head up a division at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. My background is as an IT professional. I worked, prior to joining the ABS, I worked in a number of government departments and also in a multinational IT organisation. And I've been with the ABS for about 20 plus years, just over 20 years. The first 10 of those years were in IT, in particular IT security, IT infrastructure. But since then, I've had a number of roles across the ABS, and those are non-IT roles. And so one of the things that I think people were keen for me to highlight was the portability of those skills from IT outside of IT. So since moving out of IT, I've had roles in charge of our data collection activities. I've run our crime and justice statistics area. I've run our statistics at local government and also led a transformation program. My current role, I have responded to the organisation, but also that often the insights you get from developing IT skills and working with the business to help drive IT serve you very well in regards to other roles inside the organisation. So I might move on to the next slide and just talk very briefly about the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So the ABS is Australia's National Statistical Office. We have a similar role to that played by BPS. We provide a range of information around the economy, around society, and around the environment. We also run a 5-yearly population census, and that happens later this year. Can we advance the slides, or do I need to advance the slides? So the ABS, thank you. The ABS has around 2,500 staff across 10 offices. So we have an office in every capital city of Australia. We also have a dedicated data collection office and a census office, which has just started operation and will continue to operate through till after the census processing completes about mid-2022. Said 2,500 office staff. we also have about 500 field interviewers as well. So about 3,000 in total, of which 2,500 are based in the office. So I thought what I'd talk about a bit is how we do ICT workforce planning, which includes how do we develop our ICT staff to make sure they have the skills that they need to be able to support the ABS moving forward. Obviously, like a number of your organisations, ICT is a critical enabler for the organisation. The nature of the ABS work is such that ICT is critical. If we don't have capable and professional IT staff, we can't do what we need to in regards to delivering our ongoing business as usual, or to drive the transformation opportunities for the ABS, or to put in place new programs of work. So it's a really critical part of our workforce, and we spend a lot of time understanding the nature of the workforce, understanding the nature of the skills that they will need as we move forward, and also making sure that we're delivering that capability development as required, and that we are continually looking to refresh our ICT workforce to make sure that we have people who are aligned and capable. Can I go on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So one of the critical things around understanding the workforce is to have some solid metrics on the workforce. So you can see here I've provided some information about the size of our workforce, and the mixture of the workforce. You'll see there that we have 360 ongoing staff. These are people who are employed directly by the organisation on a permanent basis. They're permanent employees. They stay with the ABS for a long period of time. We have about 86 non-ongoings. These are people who have been employed by us, but only for a period of time, generally 12 months, a couple of years. So short-term, to make sure we have the capacity we need to deliver short-term projects. We have some casual staff. They tend to be employed for only a few months, maybe 6 months. And then we have contractors who we use to top up our skills effectively. So that's sort of the size and shape of our workforce. You'll see we also have information about the classification, so how senior people are, what levels they're at, and also how old they are, to help us plan for retirement, because obviously maintain a capable workforce, you need to understand people coming in and out of the workforce. So having that sense around how many people are likely to retire in the next few years is important, and then to understand their skills that might leave the organisation. The other thing we have information on is job roles. So within ICT, in that 500 odd people, there are a range of skills. Some people are database specialists, some people are developers, some people are testers. So we have a job role family that we put people into. So we can also provide information about how many of each of those job roles do we have, how many security specialists do we have. And that's critical as well in regards to our workforce planning approach. We'll go on to the next slide, please. So next slide, thank you. So understanding the nature of your workforce now is important to understand how do you plan for the future. The next part of our workforce planning is to understand what's going to happen over the next few years. So is there going to be a growth in demand? Do we need more people? Do we need less people? What happens to the capability mix? Are there new skills that are required, and are there skills that aren't required as much? So you'll see there on the slide, we did some work about 12 months ago, a bit longer than that now, looking at those roles to see what do we see as being new roles that might be there in the future. So things like an increase for the need for information security officers or data scientists, Conversely, we're coming off the back of quite a large transformation program. So we needed less people with regards to project support or project management. We had less projects. We needed less of those sort of people. If you look at further than that, you can see that there are other skills that were starting to become important there around particular technology skills and so forth. So understanding that sense around where the organisation is going is really important. And it needs to be aligned with the organisational business planning as well. So we're just about to go back out and redo this work because we've just done another cycle of business planning. So we've now got a better picture of what the future might look like and therefore what IT skills might be required to deliver that. So you need to understand that capability mix. You need to think about, in regards to your strategy, which capabilities are you going to buy? So this is where you might get in a contractor or a partner for a short period of time. You need the skills, you need them short term, you need them immediately. The quickest way to do that is to buy resources in. In some cases, you might want to build those skills. So this is where you recruit staff, you train them, or you retrain existing staff. And this is where understanding job roles becomes really important. Understanding where there's who are the pool of people who can be retrained. So if you're looking to build, IT security officers, what job roles have similar skills and similar capabilities to IT security officers that then can be retrained into those roles? So that sense around how do you build? Building takes longer. So if you need a skill set in the next 6 months, buy makes more sense. If you need a skill set in 9 months, then build makes more sense there. Next, what you borrow. So this might be where we work with other government agencies or you work with other organisations to say, can we second someone in for a period of time to assist us to build capability? So this is someone from another organisation who comes in to your organisation for a short period of time, maybe 6 or 12 months, to borrow those skills in and to assist you there. And the last one is a new one around bot. What skills might you automate? So if you start to think about the impact of artificial intelligence, what roles might be automated in the future? So they might currently be done by people, but in future they may need to be done by machines. And what's that mean for that capability mix? What's that mean for the number of staff you have? What's that mean for how do you manage those staff who have skills that are no longer required in the future? Do you retrain them? Do you work to place them into other organisations? How do you manage that? Because obviously you need to manage both the up of new skills, but also the wind down of skills that are no longer required, like old technology skills or business areas that you're no longer going to be working in the future. Next slide, please. So we have decided to build capability. Then you need to think a bit about how you're going to do that. How are you going to source people and how are you going to build them with the skills that they need? So previous slide, sorry. So one of the things that we do is talk about our employee value proposition. What are the things about our organisation that will attract people to join the ABS, but also get them to stay with us as well? So on the slide, you could see the employee value proposition that we've put together that talks about people, place, purpose. And so we feed that into then how do we advertise for new staff? How do we message that to retain our existing staff? What's going to be important to those staff? One of our key inflows, one of the key ways we get staff into the organisation is through a very active graduate recruitment process. We recruit a number of ICT graduates every year. It ranges from about 30 to up to 100 ICT graduates in a year. So to make sure that we get strong candidates there, we spend a lot of time on engaging with universities directly. So we try and present to students while they're still at university to make sure that they can they know what the ABS is and know the work we do. We have a very successful program of bringing vacation students. So these are people who join the ABS as temporary employees while they're still studying. And they come and work for us over the school holidays, the university holidays. And we've found that a really good way to get people to connect with the ABS, but also to tell their friends about the ABS as well. And a number of our ICT graduates every year come from people who were vacation students previously. Once we get people into the organisation, we need to work out how do we develop them? How do we give them the skills that they need? So one of the things that we do is spend a lot of time rotating staff around the organisation, make sure they have a chance to experience different parts of ICT, to understand where their longer-term career might be, and also to introduce some new people into existing teams to bring new ideas and new ways of working there. We're also very keen for them to understand the business. It's all well and good to have great IT people. If they don't understand the business they're working in, then it makes it very hard for us to get the full value from them. And as I said before, we've had a number of people who have actually gone from IT roles into roles outside IT, but in the business based on the knowledge they've built up over the time they've been here in IT roles. So that exposure to the business is really important. We want people who understand IT, but also understand the ABS as well. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot over the course of the webinar about the skills that people are looking for in the future. That's part of our thinking as well. How do we equip people with the skills they need, not just now, but into the future? We have a very large investment in development for our IT staff. So we spend a significant amount of money each year in training people in the skills that they need, both now and for the future as well. And one of the key things there is to apply a model where it's not just formal training, it's also workplace placement, and it's giving people the opportunity to work on a range of interesting work. So one of the things that keeps people at the organisation is the opportunity to work in new and interesting areas. So we're doing a lot of work around cloud at the moment. So making sure that we give all our existing staff access to cloud technologies is a key way of helping them feel valued and helping them build new skills. Sometimes it's easy to say, let's bring in new people to do the new work and keep our existing staff working on supporting the existing platforms and technologies and so forth. That works okay for a short period of time, but very quickly people start to feel like they're not being valued as much because they're not getting a chance to work on the new technologies. So that retention and that sense of giving people a chance to work on new technologies is really important. That's probably all I was going to talk about at this stage. So as I said, ICT workforce planning is a key part of what we do. That focus on making sure that we're aligned organisationally around where the organisation is going, making sure that we equip our ICT people with those skills is important, and it feeds into the strategy that my team put together around our development plan. Understanding what makes people come and join the organisation, what makes people stay, is really critical in how you market yourself and how you get the best ICT people. So I will finish there. Happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Ya, terima kasih Mr. Masterton untuk paparannya yang sangat menarik. Tadi disampaikan bagaimana ABS di Australia ini melakukan perencanaan terhadap tenaga kerja di sana, terutama tadi kita mengetahui tentang bagaimana memahami demand, kemudian juga kapabilitas dan strategi penyediaan tenaga kerja gitu ya. Mungkin bila Bapak Ibu sekalian memiliki pertanyaan dapat disampaikan di chat box. Nanti kita sampaikan kepada para panelis pertanyaan Bapak Ibu semua. Jadi tolong dicantumkan nama, lembaga, perusahaan atau organisasi, kementerian, lembaga, kemudian pertanyaannya disampaikan kepada siapa. Demikian. Untuk pembicara selanjutnya adalah Bapak Hari Budiarto. Saat ini Pak Hari ini orang yang paling bertanggung jawab terhadap bagaimana penyediaan talenta digital di Indonesia, karena Pak Hari merupakan Kepala Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia di Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informatika. Sebelumnya Pak Hari merupakan perekayasa ahli utama di BPPT, yang sebelumnya juga menjadi salah satu pimpinan di Komisi Pemberantasan Korupsi. Waktu dan layar dipersilakan Pak Hari.
Terima kasih Pak Heru Sutadi. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Perkenalkan saya Hari Budiarto. Saat ini menjabat sebagai Kepala Badan Penelitian Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia di Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informatika. Saya bersama Bapak Hedi Idris yang merupakan Ketua untuk atau Kepala Pokja untuk Digital Talent Scholarship. Kenapa saya bersama Pak Hedi? Karena mohon izin Pak Heru, saya diminta untuk menghadap Pak Menteri Koinfo ini jam 15 kurang 10 menit. Jadi nanti kalau pertanyaannya masih banyak, saya minta tolong Pak Hedi untuk bisa membantu menjawab pertanyaan.
Oke, terima kasih Pak.
Bapak Ibu, saya akan menyampaikan tentang penyiapan untuk SDM digital untuk kebutuhan di Indonesia sampai 2024. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu melihat dalam slide saya ini, jadi ini adalah data dari LinkedIn, di mana banyak masyarakat Indonesia ini masuk ke dalam aplikasi yang ada di LinkedIn untuk memasukkan profilnya dan mencari pekerjaan. Jadi saat ini yang banyak dibutuhkan di Indonesia, kalau yang di sebelah kiri itu adalah pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang sangat berkembang cepat. Jadi di samping kebutuhan industrinya sangat banyak, kemudian ini juga banyak yang mempunyai profil-profil yang ada di sebelah kiri. Kalau yang di sebelah kanan ini adalah kebutuhan dari industri sendiri. Jadi industri membutuhkan bidang-bidang pekerjaan yang seperti yang sebelah kanan ini. Kalau kita lihat prioritas pertamanya paling banyak adalah Vice President of Engineer, jadi banyak engineer yang dibutuhkan. Kalau yang sangat berkembang, kita bisa lihat di situ adalah Business Development Analysis yang sangat dibutuhkan dan sangat berkembang cepat. Ini adalah urutan yang ada di LinkedIn, profil-profil yang sudah masuk di aplikasi LinkedIn. Jadi profil masyarakat Indonesia, skill-skillnya apa saja yang paling banyak dimasukkan, terus kemudian kebutuhan-kebutuhan pekerjaannya. Jadi pekerjaan yang dibutuhkan oleh industri. Kalau kita melihat di sini yang paling banyak profilnya adalah bagian keuangan. Terus kemudian job yang ada peluangnya itu nggak terlalu besar. Ada sekitar 1.279. Jadi cukup banyak yang tidak mendapatkan kesempatan untuk bekerja. Kemudian yang kalau kita lihat yang banyak kebutuhannya apa? Yaitu analytical skill. Analytic skill ini kalau dilihat di sini itu ada 4.235 job position yang ada. Tetapi profil yang ada 157. Cukup banyak ya, cukup banyak. Demikian seterusnya. Jadi kalau kita lihat di sini bidang finance ini yang paling banyak dibutuhkan saat ini. Artinya banyak profil-profil yang di bidang finance masyarakat Indonesia yang saat ini. Sedangkan profil-profil di bidang IT itu sangat kurang. Jadi kalau kita balik lagi ke slide yang tadi, kalau kita melihat di sini finance, Adobe, engineer, ya. Terus kemudian paling bawah di sini kan ada data entry, Python. Ini tidak banyak dibandingkan dengan profil-profil yang sudah tersedia di bidang keuangan. Terus kemudian ini adalah data masih dari LinkedIn tentang kebutuhan skill dan generasi kita, generasi yang ada di Indonesia. Generasi di Indonesia itu ada generasi baby boom, yaitu sekitar tahun 65, yang lahirnya tahun 65, kemudian ada generasi X, kemudian ada generasi milenial, dan ada generasi Z. Gitu. Jadi kalau kita melihat di sini, kebutuhan-kebutuhan terutama di bidang IT, seperti artificial intelligence dan data science, itu terlihat memang di generasi-generasi baby boom dan generasi X itu memang sangat sedikit. Ya. Jadi itu ada di milenial. Jadi sekitar 20%, di generasi Z itu ada 8%. Jadi memang kebutuhan-kebutuhan di bidang IT itu banyak ada di generasi X dan generasi milenial. Memang generasi Z ini masih ada di bangku sekolah ya. Sekarang mau lulus mereka untuk bisa menguasai skill-skill yang ada. Bapak Ibu, ini adalah data masih dari LinkedIn, ini sekitar November 2020, yang menyatakan bahwa antara job yang tersedia dengan skill yang ada, artinya supply and demand yang ada di Indonesia, kira-kira gambarannya seperti ini indeksnya. Jadi saat ini banyak dibutuhkan tentang web development, kemudian graphic design, jadi urutan sampai ke bawah. Ini yang saat ini pasarnya cukup banyak. Kalau kita lihat di web development sendiri, ini adalah skill-skill di bidang JavaScript, di bidang PHP, kemudian di bidang CSS dan HTML ini sangat dibutuhkan dalam rangka ini juga ada masalah pandemi yang saat ini terjadi, juga kita masuk ke era digital. Ini penelitian dari kami tahun 2018 yang menyatakan bahwa kita mengambil 1.400 responden dari 20 provinsi, itu menyatakan di sini bahwa pendidikan dengan dunia kerja itu terjadi gap ya. Kalau di bidang IT cukup besar, ada sekitar 57%. Jadi 57% ini industri yang membutuhkan, tetapi lulusannya itu belum sampai ke yang dipenuhi atau yang dibutuhkan oleh industri. Termasuk yang public relation atau ini juga cukup tinggi, 41%, tetapi mereka tidak sertifikasi. Artinya pekerjaan mereka itu tidak standar. Nah, inilah yang menjadi masalah yang ada di Indonesia. Bagaimana pemerintah untuk menghadapi ini? Maka kalau kita mendengarkan menyatakan, menginstruksikan ada 5 harus dilengkapi. Info sudah membangun BTS di daerah-daerah 3T banyak 7.400-an. Terus kemudian kita di 2023 juga melengkapi dengan adanya satelit khusus untuk internet yang kita namakan satelit Satria. Terus kemudian yang nomor 2 ini adalah harus membuat roadmap yang jelas ya, roadmapnya seperti apa untuk bisa melengkapi, dan roadmap itu juga sudah kita beri. Terus kemudian Juni adalah kita ingin mempunyai satu data. Jadi kita akan membangun national data set ini di 2023 secara fisik kita selesai pembangunannya, kemudian bisa memungkinkan untuk akses dalam satu data. Jadi semua data pemerintahan dan swasta itu di dalam data center Info. Terus kemudian yang keempat ini adalah tugas dari kami, yaitu menyiapkan talenta-talenta digital untuk memenuhi kebutuhan. Jadi berdasarkan riset bukan McKinsey, itu kita membuka waktu sekitar 9 tahun untuk memenuhi itu. Jadi kalau ditarik garis per tahunnya, kita harus menghasilkan sekitar 600.000 talenta digital per tahun agar kita bisa tercapai 9 juta talenta digital tadi. Terus kemudian yang nomor 5 ini adalah masalah regulasi. Bapak Ibu, ini adalah roadmap digital Indonesia yang ditargetkan dari 2021 tahun ini sampai tahun 2024. Jadi yang tadi saya sampaikan bahwa per tahun sampai tahun 2024 kita mempunyai target sebanyak 4.000. Terus kemudian startup itu harus ada sekitar 5.000. Terus kemudian dari 5.000 itu 50% harus sudah digitalisasi. Terus kemudian kita harapkan masyarakat yang mendapatkan ini ada sekitar 2,5 juta, terutama di bidang digital. Jadi bagaimana strategi kami? Jadi strategi Kominfo di sini adalah 2021. Jadi kita membuat suatu piramid. Di sini ada tingkat mahir untuk skill digitalnya, kemudian ada intermediate, kemudian ada yang basic ya. Jadi ada yang basic yang kita namakan sebagai literasi. Target Kementerian Kominfo untuk melakukan literasi melalui Gerakan Nasional Literasi Digital atau Siberkreasi, ini target kita adalah 12.448.750 partisipan. Kemudian untuk intermediate digital skill, kita mempunyai program yang dinamakan Digital Talent Scholarship, yaitu pemberian beasiswa kepada pelatihan-pelatihan atau acara pelaksanaan pelatihan talenta digital. Target kita untuk tahun adalah 100.000 dan kita buka 8 akademi untuk tahun ini. Terus kemudian di tingkat mahir atau di tingkat lanjut ini dikhususkan untuk leadership, yaitu kita namakan programnya ada Digital Leadership Academy. Kita targetnya ada sekitar 300 peserta yang akan mengikuti program ini. Jadi ini adalah sasaran berikutnya. Di sasaran pertama kita bagaimana yang tadi perguruan tinggi yang di dalam mereka memasuki dunia industri. Maka target pertama kita adalah bagaimana bisa memenuhi pasar kerja itu. Kemudian berikutnya adalah menyediakan para digital talent ini masuk di industri 4.0. Terus kemudian juga kita meningkatkan kelembagaan di masing-masing kementerian dan sebagainya. Terus kemudian juga terakhir kita juga bagaimana untuk bisa mendapatkan talenta-talenta yang berdaya saing dan berkarakter. Jadi di dalam menyertakan talenta tersebut tentunya tidak hanya hard skill, tapi diberikan juga soft skill, kemudian juga diberikan etika-etika ketika mereka menjalankan teknologi digital ini. Jadi ini Bapak Ibu, program kami itu sudah mulai 2018. Jadi waktu 2018 ini kita punya satu program, ini 1.000 targetnya waktu itu. Kemudian 2019 25.000, 2020 60.000, dan 2021 adalah 100.000 target kita. Kemudian 2022 kita 200.000, 2023 300.000, dan 2024 kita capai 400.000. Jadi akademinya ada Fresh Graduate Academy, ada Vocational School Graduate Academy, ada Thematic Academy, ada Professional Academy. Nah, ini saya jelaskan satu persatu akademinya. Kemudian partner kita banyak, jadi dari beberapa perusahaan global, internasional, agar mereka langsung bisa lakukan sertifikasi. Kemudian juga kita bekerjasama dengan berbagai LSP untuk mereka bisa melakukan sertifikasi khususnya untuk yang berbasis pada SKKNI. Jadi ini yang pertama akademi kita, yaitu Fresh Graduate Academy. Jadi Fresh Graduate Academy ini adalah para partisipannya atau pesertanya ini adalah para lulusan perguruan tinggi atau di semester terakhir lulusan perguruan tinggi. Bidangnya adalah bidang di sains, teknologi, engineer, dan matematik dan informatik. Jadi mereka kita lakukan upscaling, kemudian dilatih oleh perusahaan-perusahaan global, kemudian setelah selesai pelatihan, mereka kita uji untuk kelulusannya. Setelah mereka lulus, baru mereka bisa mengikuti sertifikasi. Biaya untuk sertifikasi ini yang kita tanggung. Jadi Kementerian Kominfo ini menanggung biaya sertifikasinya. Yang biasanya biaya sertifikasi itu sebesar 2-3 juta kalau mereka mengikuti sertifikasi di perusahaan global. Misalnya seperti Cisco, AWS, dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang kedua, ini akademi yang kita namakan Vocational School Graduate Academy. Jadi ini memang diperuntukkan untuk anak-anak SMK yang sudah lulus. Jadi saat ini itu banyak gap, artinya banyak pengangguran anak-anak SMK, terutama SMK di bidang TIK gitu. Kenapa mereka belum memiliki sertifikasi ini yang biasanya ditolak oleh industri. Maka kita memberikan sertifikasi kepada para lulusan SMK kemudian para lulusan D1, D2, dan D3. Kita juga mengajak politeknik, para dosen politeknik, kita lakukan TOT dengan skema-skema yang ada di SKKNI. Terus kemudian kita harapkan juga para dosen ini, termasuk yang FBA. Jadi yang FBA itu yang mengajar juga dosen-dosen dari perguruan tinggi. Jadi kita lakukan TOT langsung dilakukan oleh perusahaan global. Terus kemudian kita harapkan mereka juga memperbaiki kurikulum yang ada di universitas. Karena tadi berdasarkan data yang ada, maka terjadi gap antara pasar kerja dengan lulusan. Maka kita harapkan para dosen yang kita sudah training, kemudian mereka menjadi instruktur di program ini, diharapkan kurikulum itu juga diperbaiki di universitasnya atau di politeknik, sehingga kurikulum yang mereka pakai itu bisa dekat dengan industri. Kemudian ada GTA. Kalau GTA ini memang sasarannya adalah untuk para ASN. Jadi kalau yang tadi adalah para pelajar, mahasiswa, kemudian dalam rangka mereka melayani publik, maka pemerintah juga harus menguasai talenta digital, karena semua layanan harus serba digital, apalagi masa pandemi. Maka kita mentargetkan untuk tahun ini 20.000. Dari 100.000 itu 20.000 adalah ASN yang kita latih untuk bidang-bidang di bidang IT. Jadi kita namakan sebagai Government Transformation Academy. Dan ini sifatnya adalah hibrid online dan offline. Tadi kalau yang VSGA ini juga sama, ada sebagian online dan sebagian besar offline. Seperti menyambung kabel fiber optik, itu banyak sekali dibutuhkan. Itu nggak bisa kalau kita laksanakan secara online. Kemudian berikutnya, ketika mereka sudah mengikuti program VSGA maupun FBA, yang dimana itu tingkatnya adalah tingkat yang elementer, maka untuk tingkat lanjutnya, bagi mereka yang sudah bekerja, jadi ini syaratnya untuk mengikuti Pro A ini mereka harus bekerja dulu. Mereka yang sudah bekerja, terus kemudian ingin menambah kompetensinya atau pindah kompetensi, saat ini banyak sekali yang kena PHK juga. Kalau ingin mengikuti kompetensi yang di bidang profesional, maka kita berikan pelatihan-pelatihan ini juga langsung kita sertifikasi dengan perusahaan global. Jadi kemarin kita sudah buka, ada 18.000 yang mendaftar untuk Pro A ini, dan kita hanya punya kuota 12.000. Maka akhirnya kita buka batch yang kedua, dan cukup banyak yang mereka ikut, dan terbukti yang paling banyak ikut adalah di bidang-bidang data science, data engineer. Gitu. Jadi ini yang memang kebutuhan saat ini yang ada di Indonesia. Kemudian yang menarik adalah tematik akademi. Jadi kalau tadi kita banyak menyasar ke pasar kerja, ke peningkatan pekerjaan dan sebagainya, nah, kalau yang tematik akademi ini adalah kita meningkatkan kompetensi kepada masyarakat. Jadi masyarakatnya cukup luas. Salah satunya adalah masyarakat difabel. Ini kita latih untuk IT, bagaimana mereka bisa mensejahterakan kehidupannya. Artinya ini sudah era digital, bagaimana dia mempunyai produk yang bisa masuk ke marketplace misalnya. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan, termasuk kepada para buruh migran. Jadi banyak sekali kantong-kantong buruh migran yang ada di Indramayu, kemudian ada di Cilacap, kemudian ada di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Nah, ini kita bekerjasama dengan Universitas Jenderal Sudirman sama UNPAD untuk membuat kurikulumnya, kemudian kita latih mereka untuk menjadi digital entrepreneurship. Kemarin juga ada yang dari Hong Kong, yaitu Konsulat Jenderal Republik Indonesia yang ada di Hong Kong juga meminta bantuan bagaimana buruh migran yang ada di Hong Kong yang mereka sekarang ini sudah kontrak terakhir itu diberikan pelatihan, sehingga ketika dia balik ke Indonesia dia sudah mempunyai skill-skill di bidang IT. Demikian juga kita kemarin membuka untuk bidang AI, misalnya untuk aplikasi chatbot. Chatbot tetapi bukan digunakan untuk mereka yang berbasis IT, yang non-IT. Yang non-IT ini bagaimana menggunakan chatbot ini atau chat dengan robot ini bisa membantu pekerjaan mereka di dalam bidang digital marketing atau di bidang kehumasan atau di bidang call center. Jadi kemarin cukup banyak pesertanya untuk pelatihan di berbasis AI. Jadi tematik akademi ini memang dibuka untuk pelatihan-pelatihan yang dibutuhkan oleh masyarakat. Kemudian kita memang mempunyai akademi khusus untuk Digital Entrepreneurship Academy. Jadi kita ingin agar para masyarakat ini bisa mengetahui marketplace. Kita bekerjasama dengan Google, Tokopedia, Bukalapak untuk mereka diajarkan bagaimana mengemas suatu produk, ya, memfoto, kemudian mengupload ke dalam marketplace, kemudian melakukan manajemen finance-nya gitu. Dan kita kerjasama dengan BRI juga apabila mereka di dalam cash flow-nya bagus, kemudian mereka akan diberikan modal-modal baru untuk BRI, dan BRI bisa melihat menggunakan aplikasi-aplikasi yang mereka punya, kemudian dilatihkan kepada masyarakat. Berikutnya ini untuk pimpinan. Jadi ini untuk pimpinan masa depan kita membuat yang namanya Talent Spotting Academy. Jadi Talent Spotting Academy kita minta ke universitas untuk menyediakan 10 talenta-talenta, tidak hanya talenta di bidang kuliah, tetapi juga ada talenta-talenta di bidang organisasi. Artinya talentanya beragam. Kemudian dari 10 itu, dari setiap universitas kita kumpulkan, kemudian kita berikan pelatihan di teknologi digital, terus kemudian kita magangkan. Mereka magang di perusahaan-perusahaan internasional, kemudian mereka bisa transfer apa yang mereka mendapatkan pelatihan itu bisa transfer ke SKS mereka di universitas, sehingga mereka bisa langsung lulus setelah latihan, terus kemudian mereka punya skill di bidang karena mereka sudah bekerja di industri. Jadi itu Bapak Ibu tentang program-program kami. Ini adalah tema-temanya seperti Pro A, itu ada cloud computing, kemudian ada CCNA, kemudian ada Python dan sebagainya. Kemudian untuk di EA sendiri ini ada diajarkan oleh Facebook, oleh Gojek dan sebagainya. Untuk VSGA kita berdasarkan SKKNI. Jadi ada suatu okupasi profesi di bidang IT, di bidang telekomunikasi dan di bidang broadcast. Kemudian kita latihkan dan kemudian disertifikasi oleh LSP. Demikian Bapak Ibu yang bisa saya sampaikan tentang program-program kami dari Kementerian Kominfo. Semoga ini bisa bermanfaat bagi masyarakat dan Bapak Ibu mungkin bisa juga menyebarkan informasi ini, bisa mendaftar langsung di Digital Talent Kominfo dan GoID, dan kita juga menyiapkan semacam LinkedIn, kita namakan Simonas. Di situ industri bisa memasukkan kebutuhannya, kemudian para masyarakat juga yang membutuhkan pekerjaan itu bisa langsung tahu dan bisa langsung melamar pekerjaan tersebut. Demikian, terima kasih. Masih mute itu Pak Heru.
You're unmute. You're mute.
Iya, nggak bisa unmute, mohon maaf tadi. Terima kasih Pak Hari atas paparannya yang sangat menarik ya.
Iya.
Iya, Bu Roksana.
I will take. I think Pak Hari on mute. I don't know. We can't hear him at the moment.
Hello.
We can see that you are talking, Pak Heru, but we can't hear you.
Before I cannot.
Excellent presentations from Lane and Pak Hari on the digital profession, but very interesting to hear the different approaches. Our next speaker is from the Badan Pusat Statistik, the Indonesian Statistics Office. And Pak Joko and I have worked together before, so it's a pleasure to have him. But also because today we have a representative from ABS, and we also have a representative from BPS, so it's quite unique. But perhaps I can explain also, Pak Joko will explain. Today he is here not talking about BPS's usual role, which is, of course, producing statistics. But BPS in the Indonesian government is also responsible for the functional staff, or as they are called, specialist staff, who are the computing staff. So the responsibility is with BPS. So Pak Joko will share with us what does that responsibility mean? Who are they? Where are they placed within government? And how does BPS actually coordinate this responsibility? And what are some challenges and what does he see as some solutions perhaps for the future of this group, which of course is on the spotlight post-COVID-19. So mohon maaf Pak Heru, I don't know whether you are back online and we can hear you, but I will ask Pak Joko to forward to his presentation.
Okay.
And, are you managing your presentation or is our team managing it, Pak Heru? Pak Joko, sorry.
Yeah, I can handle it, Roxana, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the floor is yours, Pak Joko.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roxana. Pak Heru, mohon izin untuk share screen. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, all of you can hear and see my slides completely. Mungkin mohon izin saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa mungkin ya. Okay, thank you Roxana. Thank you Roxana for and Prospera actually having me in this great discussion actually, because sometimes digital transformation journey is not really run well. Having in the discussion about digital transformation is like giving a new spirit for us to back for digital transformation, because actually right now BPS we are in the program of digital transformation, so I think it's aligned with nationally digital government initiatives. Bapak Ibu sekalian, di siang kali ini saya akan menyampaikan seperti yang disampaikan oleh Roxana bahwa salah satu dari tugas BPS itu adalah bagaimana menghandle atau bagaimana mensupervise perangkat komputer atau prakom begitu. Mungkin Bapak Ibu yang belum tahu apa itu prakom. Prakom itu adalah jabatan fungsional, apalagi saat ini Indonesia atau pemerintahan sekarang bertransformasi begitu ya, dari penyetaraan dari pejabat administrator fungsional gitu. Maka prakom itu adalah merupakan salah satu pilihan karir bagi teman-teman ASN di pemerintahan ini begitu. Sehingga di siang kali ini saya akan menyampaikan bagaimana kami menyelenggarakan atau memanage perangkat komputer ini sehingga kita bisa menjadi enabler bagi transformasi digital dalam konteks SPBE begitu. Mohon maaf tadi saya ada perubahan dari title saya. Kalau tadi disampaikan Head of Database Development begitu, sekarang saya berubah menjadi Coordinator of Statistical Information System Integration begitu. Pak Heru dan teman-teman semua. Baik, di kesempatan kali ini saya akan menyampaikan 3 isu sebetulnya, yaitu terkait dengan challenges bagaimana kita mendevelop skill dari IT officer, kemudian future skill yang dibutuhkan oleh public sector begitu ya, kemudian lesson learn dan dari developing digital talent, atau investasi yang dibutuhkan untuk mendevelop skill ini begitu. Mungkin dari kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian melihat dari 3 topik ini terlihat cukup besar begitu ya topiknya, maka saya akan mencoba untuk narrow it down, mencoba untuk lebih fokus mengerucut begitu ya, sehingga nanti Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa mendapatkan takeaways gitu yang bisa didapatkan dari presentasi saya ini. Harapan bisa seperti itu begitu. Baik, jadi kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian lihat di dalam peraturan Perpres nomor 95 tahun 2018 begitu ya tentang SPBE, maka kita bisa lihat bahwa human resource atau SDM untuk implementasi digital government itu adalah ada 2 begitu ya. Jadi usernya itu sendiri dan organizer sebagai penyelenggara SPBE. Nah, untuk pengguna itu bisa pegawai, baik itu di pusat maupun di daerah, begitu ya, baik itu masyarakat secara umum, warga negara, atau mungkin bisnis, gitu, atau pihak-pihak lain gitu yang menggunakan layanan digital kita, begitu, digital government kita, gitu. Nah, itu adalah user yang yang menjadi consumer daripada SPB kita. Nah, untuk organizer, maka di dalam perpres tersebut disampaikan bahwa ICT profession yang nanti akan menyelenggarakan kegiatan digital transformasi ini, begitu. Nah, kalau kita go through perpres tersebut, di annex kita bisa lihat bagaimana di perpres tersebut menyampaikan bahwa untuk mendevelop human resource, gitu ya, maka ada beberapa cara yang dilakukan, yaitu antara lain melakukan capacity building, kemudian mengimplementasikan best practice, begitu ya, kemudian membangun work culture yang berbasis digital, kemudian membangun jabatan fungsional TI pemerintah, begitu, dan terakhir adalah partnership. Nah, di sini terlihat bahwa SPBE ini akan dijalankan, ada pesan yang cukup kuat di sini, terlihat bahwa SPBE ini akan dijalankan oleh IT functional position atau jabatan fungsional yang terkait dengan TI, gitu. Sehingga jabatan fungsional yang kita bangun ini tentu saja harus mempertimbangkan terkait dengan implementasi best practice, terus mendorong capacity building bagi setiap digital talent-nya, begitu ya, public servant-nya tersebut, kemudian dan juga bagaimana melakukan partnership atau kolaborasi di dalam antar kementerian dan lembaga di Indonesia, sehingga kebutuhan daripada SPBE untuk menyelenggarakan digital government itu bisa terwujud secara efektif dan efisien, gitu. Nah, perlu kita ketahui juga bahwa di Indonesia ini sebetulnya ada rumpun jabatan yang disebut sebagai computing, gitu, atau rumpun jabatan kekomputeran, gitu, di mana rumpun jabatan ini diberikan tugas, gitu ya, yang terkait dengan hal-hal terkait dengan komputer, begitu, mulai dari adanya administrator database basis data penduduk, ini ada SIAK, gitu ya, di Kementerian Kemendagri. Kemudian ada data science dan analytics, begitu. Kemudian ada jabatan fungsional Manggala Informatika terkait dengan information security. Kemudian ada juga SIAK operator, gitu. Kemudian dan nanti yang akan kita bahas kali ini adalah terkait dengan peralatan komputer atau prakom, begitu. Nah, yang terakhir adalah teman-teman dari Badan Cyber dan Sandi Negara atau Sandiman memiliki jabatan fungsional khusus terkait dengan cyber and crypto, begitu. Nah, di dalam presentasi saya kali ini nanti akan saya sampaikan lebih banyak terkait dengan prakom, ya, karena saat ini saya beralih menjadi salah satu dari komunitas prakom, gitu ya, sehingga saya akan banyak menyampaikan di sana, mungkin lebih fluent karena itu adalah komunitas yang saya masuki saat ini, begitu. Nah, untuk melihat keterkaitan antara SPBE dan prakom, maka kita bisa lihat dari definisi yang ada di masing-masing regulasi kedua area ini, begitu. Yang pertama adalah SPBE, kita bisa lihat dari dari Perpres nomor 95 tahun 2018, di mana SPBE itu adalah government administration yang memanfaatkan sepenuhnya ICT untuk menyediakan layanan kepada pengguna SPBE. Gitu. Itu definisi yang disampaikan di dalam Perpres 95 tahun 2018. Di pihak lain, di Peraturan Menteri PANRB nomor 32 tahun 2018 terkait dengan prakom, maka prakom ini adalah pegawai negeri atau ASN, gitu ya, yang diberikan tugas dan tanggung jawab untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan di bidang IT, begitu. Nah, dari dua definisi ini terlihat dengan jelas ada garis benang merah, begitu ya, antara SPBE dan prakom, bahwa SPBE menggunakan IT, layanan IT yang di-provide oleh prakom. Itu adalah bisa dikatakan seperti itu. Jadi SPBE adalah government administration that utilize IT, gitu ya, untuk menyediakan services ke SPBE users. Kemudian prakom adalah sebagai penyelenggara dari SPBE itu sendiri. Ini terlihat dari definisi by definition seperti itu. Nah, kemudian bagaimana kalau kita lihat lebih dalam lagi, Nah, kalau kita lihat lebih dalam lagi, akan terlihat bahwa di dalam aspek-aspek SPBE yang kita bisa lihat di Permen PANRB nomor 59 tahun 2020, begitu, bahwa SPBE ini aspeknya ada terlist di sebelah kiri, begitu ya, bahwa ada namanya SPBE tata kelola dan kebijakan SPBE, begitu, kemudian ada perencanaan strategi SPBE, kemudian IT-nya sendiri, kemudian penyelenggara SPBE, kemudian implementasi manajemen SPBE, kemudian ada audit ICT, gitu ya, TIK, kemudian layanan administrasi pemerintahan, kemudian layanan publik, begitu. Ini adalah aspek-aspek dari SPBE yang harus dideliver, begitu. Nah, ketika kita lihat Permen PANRB nomor 32 tahun 2018 terkait dengan Prakom, begitu ya, di mana kalau kita lihat di area kegiatan di Prakom tersebut ternyata match dengan apa yang dibutuhkan oleh Permen PANRB nomor 59 tahun 2020. Sebagai contoh, umpamanya di dalam Permen PANRB nomor 32 terkait dengan Prakom itu ada namanya IT Enterprise. Mungkin Bapak Ibu sekalian bingung, ini apa ya, term apa ini IT Enterprise gitu. Nah, sebetulnya ini adalah grouping atau pengelompokan dari kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh seorang Prakom, seorang IT spesialis gitu ya, yang berada di tataran high level. High level yang saya maksud di sini adalah terkait dengan governance, policy gitu ya. Bagaimana contohnya adalah seperti IT strategy, IT governance, IT management, business and IT alignment strategy, kemudian enterprise architecture, dan seterusnya begitu. Nah, itu semuanya kita masukkan di dalam satu blok IT enterprise. Jadi kalau kita lihat kegiatan ini sebetulnya unsur dan sub-unsurnya ada banyak sekali. Dan ketika kita lihat sub-unsurnya itu ternyata seamlessly match dengan kebutuhan daripada SPBE untuk SPBE policy governance dan SPBE strategic planning begitu. Sehingga semua kegiatan yang berhubungan dengan policy governance, strategic planning itu bisa dengan pas begitu akan dikelola oleh Prakom yang memiliki expertise di IT enterprise begitu. Nah, untuk kegiatan untuk aspek-aspek yang lain juga sama seperti itu. Misalnya untuk penyelenggaraan untuk IT sendiri, bagaimana IT dijalankan gitu ya. Disinilah sebetulnya core daripada servicesnya begitu. Maka di sini kita lihat bahwa kegiatan seperti computer networks, IT infrastructure management, kemudian information system, data processing, kemudian spesial IT area seperti geospasial, multimedia, begitu ya, itu sangat match dengan apa yang akan dijalankan untuk mendukung aspek SPBE yaitu TIK atau ICT ini, begitu. Nah, begitu juga dengan IT audit, begitu juga dengan data management, risk management, dan seterusnya, begitu. Nah, perlu Bapak Ibu ketahui sekalian bahwa Permen PANRB nomor 32 2018 atau terkait dengan Prakom ini itu dibangun berdasarkan mengikuti standar dan best practices seperti yang tadi diamanahkan dalam Perpres SPBE, begitu, di mana perlu adanya implementasi daripada best practices, gitu, di mana di sini terlihat bahwa contohnya seperti di IT enterprise itu ada enterprise architecture gitu ya, maka kita menggunakan best practices seperti TOGA, kemudian VA dan seterusnya gitu. Itu ada di sana. Kemudian untuk IT service management kita gunakan COVID, ITIL, kemudian untuk data management kita gunakan DAMA DMBOK dan seterusnya. Jadi ada standar-standar yang kita gunakan agar untuk memastikan bahwa platform kita ini memiliki internationally recognition begitu. Maka salah satu nanti aspek yang akan investasi yang dilakukan untuk membangun Prakom ini adalah sertifikasi dari Prakom tersebut untuk spesifik best practices sesuai dengan passion dia, di mana dia akan mengambil peran di dalam SPBE begitu, karena luasnya Permen PANRB nomor 32 terkait dengan Prakom ini begitu. Nah, ini adalah new Prakom kami sampaikan karena permenpannya baru keluar, kemudian juknisnya dalam proses, begitu ya. Jadi ada kompetensi teknis yang harus dimiliki oleh teman-teman prakom begitu ya untuk menjamin bahwa SPBE ini bisa dijalankan atau diimplementasikan dengan baik begitu. Data digital transformation ini bisa dijalankan dengan baik begitu. Jadi ada data management, ada computer networks, ada terkait IT infrastructure gitu ya, terkait data processing, IT audit, IT services management, information system, di sini adalah apps development gitu ya, sistem pembangunan sistem. Kemudian ada geospasial dan multimedia, IT enterprise yang tadi saya sampaikan, dan yang terakhir ada IT risk management. Nah, ini semua Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa notice bahwa kegiatan ini sangat match dengan SPBE gitu. Apalagi di SPBE sebagai contoh terkait risk management gitu ya. Maka di SPBE mengharuskan kita gitu ya untuk memiliki IT risk management gitu. Sehingga hal tersebut bisa dipenuhi oleh teman-teman prakom gitu. Nah, ini adalah new prakom kompetensi. Kemudian saya akan teruskan bahwa saya akan menyampaikan tipikal tantangan bagi prakom gitu ya. Untuk kemudian nanti akan saya sampaikan bagaimana kita melakukan dalam tanda kutip investasi ke prakom kita, apa saja yang harus kita lakukan. Begitu. Jadi kalau kita lihat selama pengalaman kami bekerja bersama dengan para prakom gitu ya, biasanya teman-teman prakom itu lack of documentation. Mereka sangat sulit sekali melakukan dokumentasi kegiatan apa yang mereka lakukan begitu, karena biasanya mereka fokus kepada development gitu ya. Mereka lebih cenderung untuk bagaimana ini bisa berjalan dengan baik begitu aplikasinya, atau mungkin servernya bisa up dengan baik begitu ya. Jadi mereka lebih banyak fokus ke development daripada untuk documentation gitu. Sehingga kita perlu untuk memberikan treatment kepada mereka bagaimana atau menciptakan environment bagaimana agar ini bisa teman-teman prakom kembangkan dirinya agar ini bisa terpenuhi begitu. Kemudian mereka memiliki hubungan yang erat gitu dengan mesin atau dengan komputer gitu ya, sehingga mungkin mereka lebih banyak untuk kerja gitu, sehingga ketika mereka harus melakukan presentation atau mereka melakukan diskusi begitu, maka mungkin mereka cenderung untuk less talk dan more action gitu, sehingga mereka lebih fokus ke how to be done daripada mereka harus menyampaikan sesuatu gitu. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah tipikal daripada prakom ini adalah freedom, artinya perlu keleluasaan mereka terutama dalam waktu gitu ya, terutama jika mereka bekerja di data center terutama, di mana ketika mereka bekerja di data center, ketika data center itu down, tidak mungkin mereka kerja dari 9 to 5 gitu, mereka harus bekerja after office hour gitu, setelah jam kerja mereka harus bahkan sampai late night gitu. Nah, ini yang perlu kita pahami bagaimana prakom ini bekerja gitu, sehingga di satu saat dia akan full waktunya untuk fokus bagaimana mendeliver sesuatu, tapi di saat yang lain mungkin ketika sistem sudah berjalan dengan baik, maka mereka punya waktu akhirnya untuk melakukan capacity building gitu, sehingga bisa keep up dengan teknologi changes yang begitu pesat gitu. Nah, ini adalah tipikal bagaimana teman-teman prakom itu bekerja selama ini. Nah, saya akan masuk kepada skill dan investment yang tadi saya sampaikan di awal sebagai butir yang item yang saya akan sampaikan begitu ya. Dari roda ini terlihat bahwa perlu peningkatan skill bagi prakom gitu ya, agar prakom ini bisa menjadi digital talent leader gitu. Tadi yang saya sampaikan terkait dengan kompetensi itu akan masuk ke dalam technical proficiency di pojok kiri bawah begitu, di mana ini belum cukup agar prakom ini bisa mendeliver digital transformation ini dengan baik begitu. Tapi juga diperlukan skill yang lainnya seperti creation, innovation, dan research gitu ya. Kemampuan analytics di sini diperlukan gitu ya. Kemudian bagaimana mengelola informasi, data, dan konten begitu. Kemudian bagaimana skill mereka juga harus di-improve agar bisa mendeliver suatu topik gitu terkait dengan pembelajaran, kemudian mengajarkan kepada pihak lain gitu ya, mendeliver sesuatu produk dengan lebih baik begitu. Maka diperlukan teaching, learning, and self development begitu. Termasuk juga perlu skill untuk bisa berkomunikasi dan berkolaborasi dengan baik begitu, karena ke depan sepertinya untuk menjadi bekerja secara sendiri atau bekerja mandiri begitu itu menjadi sangat sulit untuk dijalankan, karena ke depan kita harus melakukan kolaborasi terutama dalam konteks SPBE ini, maka joint development itu sangat penting begitu. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah awareness terkait dengan safety, well-being, dan security, termasuk juga dengan digital identity. Sebetulnya ini adalah digital talent gitu ya, tidak hanya untuk Prakom sebetulnya. Tapi kalau Prakom memiliki ini, maka mungkin digital transformation yang kita harapkan gitu, itu bisa di-achieve gitu, bisa di-accelerate dengan baik begitu. Nah, dari skill-skill tersebut, maka ada investasi yang harus kita kita keluarkan begitu ya, harus kita lakukan agar teman-teman Prakom ini bisa berkembang begitu ya, berkembang dan bisa mewarnai bagaimana transformasi digital ini diselenggarakan begitu. Yang pertama adalah mungkin tadi Pak Heri juga menyampaikan bahwa perlunya sertifikasi begitu ya, opportunity to get license and certificate. Di sini teman-teman diberikan kesempatan untuk mendapatkan sertifikasi terkait dengan best practices yang tadi saya sampaikan, bagaimana kalau kita sertifikasi terkait data center, terkait dengan layanan TI gitu, IT services, di ITIL certified gitu dan seterusnya. Maka di sini teman-teman Prakom akan tertantang untuk berkembang, untuk belajar hal yang baru gitu. Bahkan ini merupakan salah satu bentuk daripada apresiasi juga ke mereka, sehingga mereka bisa berkembang dengan baik. Gitu. Kemudian yang kedua adalah mendevelop agile teamwork dan collaborative environment, di mana ke depan ini adalah sesuatu keniscayaan harus kita buat, begitu, bahwa tim Prakom, bayangan kami itu bisa lintas kementerian untuk mendevelop suatu services dari SPBE, begitu. Karena bayangkan kalau seandainya nanti SPBE ini memiliki architecture yang sudah firm untuk satu Indonesia begitu, maka dengan mudah kita bisa bagi-bagi, oh ini dikerjakan oleh siapa, ini dieksekusi oleh siapa, dan seterusnya, siapa yang operasional, siapa yang development, itu nanti bisa dijalankan begitu. Emang masih panjang waktunya. Pak Joko ya. Baik, ini slide terakhir Pak, terima kasih diingatkan. Dan kemudian berikutnya adalah self-organized team. Tim bisa mandiri.
Sorry, we are almost out of time, but Pak Joko, please do the last slide. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roxana. Kemudian self-organized team bisa mandiri. Ini kalau kita lihat di agile team, maka ini yang kami maksud. Kemudian opportunity to participate at conference. Jadi ini adalah apresiasi buat teman-teman dan juga pembelajaran agar mereka berkembang. Kemudian membangun leadership skill. Tadi banyak program dari pemerintah yang sudah disampaikan. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah flexible work environment, di mana teman-teman Prakom dari lintas kementerian itu bisa melakukan joint development, melakukan diskusi dengan siapapun, dimanapun. Yang penting adalah output dan digital transformasi ini bisa dijalankan dengan baik, begitu. Nah, mungkin harapan saya sudah menjawab 3 item yang jadi topik yang saya sampaikan tadi. Dan terima kasih. Mungkin kalau tadi disampaikan oleh pembicara sebelumnya bahwa sekarang banyak Gen Z milenial gitu ya, maka saya mungkin bisa berpesan ke teman-teman ASN bahwa agar kita bisa berpartisipasi dalam transformasi digital, maka mungkin Prakom adalah your ninja way. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Joko, paparan yang sangat menarik ya. Bagaimana peran Prakom sebagai digital enabler nih untuk digital transformation di Indonesia. Mungkin setelah ini kita ada beberapa pertanyaan nih sebelum Pak Hari meninggalkan acara ini. Mungkin pertanyaan pertama ini untuk Pak Hari ya. Tadi ada pertanyaan dari Stefani Kartika nih Pak. Jadi strategi pemerintah untuk mewujudkan Indonesia satu data ini seperti apa ya Pak ya? Karena memang kita lihat kita juga ada masalah jaringan internet yang mahal dan tidak tersedia di semua wilayah Indonesia. Itu mungkin yang pertama. Kemudian tadi ada juga pertanyaan, ini kolaborasi dengan BPS ada nggak Pak untuk pelatihan Pranata komputer ya? Mungkin juga bisa dijawab oleh Pak Hari. Mungkin itu aja dulu Pak Hari, 2 pertanyaan. Oh, satu lagi nih ada nih tentang lulusan ICT nih. Bagaimana bisa mendorong mereka tidak hanya bekerja di private sector atau sektor swasta, tapi juga di sektor publik nih, agar pengembangan e-government di Indonesia-nya bisa lebih maju ke depan.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Heru. Yang pertama tentang satu data. Memang.
Thank you. Can I just before we go to questions, Pak Heri, thank you for your time and the answers. But other participants can also answer the question. Maybe Lane or Pak Joko has other answer to the same question. So please feel free. But first to Pak Heri because he has to go. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Roksana, terima kasih Pak Heru. Untuk kerjasama dengan BPS memang belum, jadi silakan nanti untuk Pranata komputer fungsional khusus ya. Jadi kita bisa bekerjasama, kita bisa datangkan nanti dari perusahaan global untuk melatih para Pranata komputer. Jadi nanti kita sesuaikan tema-temanya seperti apa. Ini sama dengan yang kita lakukan untuk Humas ya. Untuk Widya Iswara juga sama, fungsional Widya Iswara. Ada sekitar 5.000 di Indonesia. Kita akan memberikan pelatihan untuk para widyaswara untuk bisa masuk melatih ke teknologi digital. Kemudian Humas ini kan saat ini bekerjanya tidak menggunakan sarana digital ya. Mohon maaf ini. Kita ajarkan tentang bagaimana menganalisis media sosial, kemudian bagaimana menggunakan media-media sosial yang digunakan untuk menyampaikan pesan-pesan informasi ke berbagai masyarakat gitu. Jadi ini kita lakukan juga dengan fungsional Humas. Jadi kita punya Pusdiklat Koinfo, memang ini dikhususkan untuk para ASN untuk memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan. Itu nanti dengan Pranata Humas sebagai artinya BPS sebagai pembina Pranata komputer ya maaf, kita bisa bekerjasama. Kalau yang Humas itu memang pembinanya Koinfo, jadi kita enak sih untuk langsung memberikan pelatihan. Widya Iswara juga kita bekerjasama dengan LAN. Terus kemudian tadi tentang satu data, memang rencana dari Kementerian Koinfo ini menyediakan data center, ya, menyediakan data center. Terus kemudian kita juga memperlebar bandwidth ya dengan satelit Satria nanti. Terus kemudian juga di daerah-daerah 3T ini ada 7.400-an BTS yang kita bangun, yang harusnya pemerintah itu menyelesaikan itu 10 tahun, kita tarik hanya 2 tahun itu selesai. Ini nanti kalau ada yang hall lagi, ya artinya banyak sih daerah-daerah yang di Jawa pun masih banyak yang hall ya. Kemudian bandwidth-nya masih banyak yang kecil, ya ini bertahap nanti kita perbaiki. Tetapi Bapak Ibu, untuk data center saat ini pun kita juga menyewa cloud ya. Jadi bukan milik kita sendiri, tetapi cloud dari perusahaan lain kita sewa. Terus kemudian silakan Bapak Ibu untuk menggunakan itu dan itu gratis gitu ya. Menggunakan terutama dari lembaga-lembaga pemerintahan untuk bisa menggunakan cloud yang disediakan oleh Koinfo sehingga nanti kita memudahkan. Jadi memang harus seperti itu dulu, disediakan tempatnya, storage-nya. Terus kemudian dilebar bandwidth-nya untuk bisa langsung masuk ke data center tersebut sehingga bisa digunakan. Terus kemudian kita bisa akses data itu bersama. Tentunya memang harus ada izin dari yang wali datanya. Kira-kira seperti itu. Dan undang-undang untuk PDP pun sekarang sudah masuk ke DPR dan semoga dalam bulan-bulan depan ini sudah disahkan oleh DPR untuk melindungi data privasi masyarakat Indonesia. Terus kemudian dari Pak Erwin, bagaimana outcome dari hasil pelatihan sertifikasi digital academy. Jadi kami ada Pokja pasca pelatihan. Jadi Pokja pasca pelatihan ini melihat data-data dari hasil pelatihan yang sudah ada. Dan kami punya aplikasi namanya Simonas. Mereka bisa masuk ke Simonas, kemudian kita pantau apabila mereka belum mendapatkan pekerjaan dalam kurun waktu yang lama, maka kita evaluasi. Kenapa mereka belum mendapatkan pekerjaan? Apakah ada kekurangan di soft skill-nya? Maka kita berikan pelatihan. Yang kemarin itu kita beri pelatihan bahasa Inggris. Ya, bagaimana berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Inggris, terus kemudian bagaimana mereka bisa melobi, ya. Artinya untuk lobby ini kan perlu suatu strategi komunikasi yang khusus gitu. Jadi kita memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan ini kepada mereka yang kita lihat ternyata setelah pelatihan ini kok belum mendapatkan pekerjaan gitu. Nah, ini ada Pokja sendiri yang kita namakan sebagai Pokja pasca pelatihan untuk mereka bisa eksis, soft skill-nya juga dapat, hard skill-nya juga dapat. Kira-kira seperti itu pertanyaan yang ada, Pak Heru. Mungkin ada yang kelewat, Pak Heru.
Mungkin itulah yang Pak, ada ya tadi pertanyaan, beberapa pertanyaan itu sudah dijawab semua nampaknya, Pak.
Oke, Pak Heru, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu, saya mohon izin karena harus meeting dengan Pak Menteri. Ini masih ada Pak Hedi M. Idris sebagai Kepala Pokja untuk Digital Talent Scholarship. Mungkin bisa membantu kalau ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang berhubungan dengan kami. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Hari. Salam untuk Pak Menteri. Ya, mungkin untuk Pak Lin ini ada beberapa pertanyaan ya. Ini mungkin sekalian Pak Lin dan Pak Joko. Pak Lin ini ada yang bertanya tentang digital talent ini. Bagaimana one of the secret way is to hijack digital talent. Nah, ini pengalaman di Australia seperti apa gitu ya. Itu yang pertama Pak Lin. Kemudian yes.
We do talk about how do we attract people, and obviously there's a lot of demand for particular skills across government organisations and across the private sector as well. So we try and work in partnership where we can, particularly with other government agencies. So we're not hijacking from other organisations. We are building capability. Yeah. But we also do advertise our strengths. So we work with a lot of data. We have some very good technologies that we're using. And we offer a work environment that people find attractive as well, around the way that we give people flexible work arrangements and so forth. So we use all those elements to try and attract people to come and work for the organisation and to retain them once they get here. But we are conscious of playing as a partner across a range of organisations. So we don't try and steal from other departments. We try and partner and make sure that we're sharing our capabilities across the public service.
Thank you, Pak Lin. And the other question is from Mr. Borna Marnaik Junius Pardede. He asked about how to increase the awareness of how to use the information technology in the government official, because you know that especially in Indonesia, in many local government, it's difficult to change their mind, and they don't want to follow the new technology. So Mr. Bona wants to know about your experience in Australia.
So in Australia, we have a reasonably good level of basic IT literacy across most civil servants, most public servants. Okay. But one of the things that our lead agency, our digital transformation agency, has done in the last little while is start to roll out training to senior executives about digital leadership, which is really how to use IT for advantage. So how to understand some of the challenges around cybersecurity, how to understand where artificial intelligence might start to change the way that we do business, how to use things like social media for greater engagement with public servants and with the public as well, with citizens. So while most government officials would use IT as part of their day-to-day operations, we are trying to drive, organise, like across the Australian public service, a greater understanding of how new technologies can be used in different ways to really engage citizens and deliver services more efficiently and more effectively as well.
Oke, thank you Mr. Masterton.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Pak Joko, ini ada beberapa pertanyaan nih Pak. Ini banyak banget Pak Joko nih. Yang pertama adalah pendapat bahwa teman-teman Prakom kurang spesialis. Mereka cenderung generalis. Tidak seperti negara-negara lain, Australia, Singapura, Inggris, dan Amerika Serikat. Bagaimana menurut Pak Joko? Ini dari Pak Erwin Arya Dharma. Itu pertanyaan yang pertama. Kemudian pertanyaan kedua ini, Pak Erwin juga. Ini Pak Erwin bertanya juga, seberapa sering nih bagusnya kurikulum learning and development untuk jabatan Prakom direview agar tidak obsolete dengan kemajuan digital yang demikian cepat gitu ya. Kemudian juga mungkin nggak nih kira-kira ke depan nih Prakom yang katakanlah di BPS, kemudian dia bisa juga di mobilisasi, dimanfaatkan. Tadi kalau Pak Lin itu kan cerita kita bisa beberapa sistem gitu, jadi mungkin dimanfaatkan di instansi lain, kementerian, lembaga lain. Kemudian tadi kerjasama dengan BPS, Kominfo mungkin sudah terjawab. Mungkin tapi kalau mau ditambahkan juga boleh Pak, tentang dimungkinkan nggak sih misalnya kerjasama. Mungkin nanti Pak Hedi juga bisa menjawab ya tentang pelatihan peningkatan digital skill, baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Mungkin itu aja dulu Pak Joko. Silakan Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Heru. Terima kasih Pak Erwin. Luar biasa nih Pak Erwin. Udah lama belum diskusi dengan Pak Erwin nih. Udah lama gak ketemu. Terima kasih. Terkait dengan 3 pertanyaan yang Bapak sampaikan tadi, begitu ya, bahwa bagaimana yang terakhir itu adalah spesialis dan generalis begitu. Nah, jadi sebetulnya Prakom ini ketika kita mendesain Prakom terus terang ini kita juga melihat bagaimana teman-teman yang bergerak di bidang IT di sebuah instansi itu bekerja Pak, begitu. Jadi mulai dari tadi saya sampaikan mulai dari yang strategis itu IT enterprise gitu ya, IT governance, ada.
Oke Pak, oke. Tadi sempat tidak terdengar suara.
Iya, bahkan ketika ada yang terkait dengan teknologi gitu ya, seperti AC umpamanya, itu bahkan teman-teman Prakom itu yang diminta untuk memperbaiki gitu. Jadi memang wide range daripada kegiatan teman-teman IT di daerah gitu ya, di kementerian dan lembaga juga, sehingga Prakom didesain memiliki banyak sekali spesialisasi sebetulnya kalau kita bisa breakdown begitu. Karena setiap kegiatan itu ada satu spesialisasi begitu. Nah, ini karena saat ini memang kita masih generalis seperti ini begitu ya, untuk mengakomodasi kebutuhan daripada teman-teman agar mereka bisa berkembang karirnya begitu. Karena untuk membuat sebuah jabatan fungsional yang memenuhi kebutuhan SPBE dan kebutuhan yang lainnya itu ternyata tidak mudah dan harus banyak constraint-nya gitu yang harus kita perhatikan. Nah, saat ini memang masih generalis seperti itu Pak, tapi jangan khawatir kalau teman-teman spesialis di bidang tertentu di IT, umpamanya mereka lebih cenderung ke IT strategis, governance, maka mereka bisa bekerja di area itu saja gitu, dan itu cukup bagi mereka untuk berkarir dari kegiatan tersebut begitu. Sehingga memang terlihat generalis tapi sebetulnya banyak spesialis yang bisa yang ada di dalam Prakom tersebut begitu. Kemudian pertanyaan yang kedua terkait dengan mobilisasi daripada Prakom ini ke instansi yang lain, itulah yang tadi saya sampaikan, kami justru sangat mendorong itu Pak begitu. Jadi kolaborasi dari setiap expert di Indonesia terkait dengan IT ini bisa bisa dijalankan begitu ya. Jadi ketika ada expertise di satu tempat itu dia bisa berkontribusi ketika kementerian lain membutuhkan begitu. Jadi bisa saling mengisi. Tapi sekali lagi ini harus kita juga cek ke regulasi dari PANRB dan juga BKN sebetulnya, karena government tidak semudah private sector gitu ya untuk berpindah dari satu tempat ke tempat yang lain. Tapi kami sudah mendorong begitu ya di Prakom ini agar itu mungkin terjadi. Bahkan flexible working environment itu pun juga sebisa mungkin bisa dijalankan begitu. Kemudian yang ketiga terkait dengan kurikulum begitu ya Pak Heru tadi yang terkait dengan kapan berapa kali direview. Memang terus terang ini Pak. Jadi makanya saya tadi sampaikan new Prakom gitu ya. Karena Prakom yang lama itu terlihat sangat outdated sekali, sangat tua sekali begitu. Maka kami mencoba merefresh nih. Baru saja keluar tahun 2020 kemarin Permen PANRB-nya begitu ya. Dan ini kami sedang dalam perjalanan menginventarisasi kompetensi, dan mungkin nanti masing-masing kompetensi ini akan kita lihat perkembangannya. Berapa kali dia harus kita review dan seterusnya begitu. Tapi kita ingin agar selalu Prakom ini relevan, kata kunci adalah relevan dengan perkembangan dari IT-nya sendiri. Kemudian pertanyaan terakhir adalah terkait kerjasama dengan Kominfo. Kami sangat senang sekali tadi Pak Heri juga sampaikan bahwa kalau Prakata Humas di Kominfo bisa di treatment seperti itu, mungkin Prakom bisa juga di treatment seperti itu gitu. Nanti mungkin kami akan melakukan diskusi lanjutan begitu dengan teman-teman Kominfo, terutama di tempat Pak Heri begitu, sehingga ini bisa terwujud. Mungkin itu Pak Heru.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Joko, jawabannya sangat lengkap dan semoga menjadi solusi juga bagi kita bersama tentang Prakom di Indonesia gitu ya. And maybe the last question from for Len from Roxana. Mr. Len, could you explain a bit further on how ABS attract IT graduates from university to your agency? Do you have an MOU with a certain university in Australia?
Yes, so the question asks, do we have arrangements with particular universities? We do, but we draw from a range of universities. So we do try and identify universities where there are courses and graduates that have skills that we might like and we might need, and we try and make sure we engage with them through careers fairs, through presenting to their students and so forth. But we do a broad approach to try and make sure that we are attracting people from a range of universities, because different universities have different specialities and we try and draw from them. So we do a range of things there, but we do work with some universities to try and develop curriculum that is more in line with what we need, but that's only part of our recruitment. We do draw from all universities across Australia.
Yeah, thank you, Len. Terima kasih untuk Mr. Len, Pak Joko, Pak Hari untuk paparannya di siang hari ini. Karena sudah jam 3, saya cukupkan untuk panel hari ini. Jadi mungkin diskusi yang sangat menarik. Kita bisa melihat tentang bagaimana investing in ICT skill dari berbagai sisi. Dari tadi Kementerian Kominfo, dari Pak Len dari Australia, terutama di Australian Bureau of Statistics, kemudian juga dari Pak Joko yang banyak juga membahas tentang Prakom. Once again, thank you very much for your time and effort, and also for your presentation. Mungkin selanjutnya saya kembalikan ke Ibu Roxana.
Thank you, Pak Heru. Thank you, the presenters, Lane, Pak Joko, and of course, Pak Harry from earlier. He had to leave. Very interesting presentation. I think we will be studying your presentation a bit further to see how we can implement some of the initiatives. I think that I'm not sure if Indonesia is using I know Pak Harry talked about the scholarships, but I don't know if certain agencies like Kominfo or BPS has any arrangement with universities to get graduates directly to work in their third year. And then apart from STIS, which is okay, but how about from Bandung University, ITB? I mean, there are lots of excellent universities in Indonesia. And how about attracting some of those graduates into the public service rather than the ones only from the specially run schools by government? So I think that it seems that the talent are many within Indonesia. The main challenge is how can we learn some new ways of attracting talents into our organization with new ideas and new skills that will help us go forward with the digital government. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pak Heru. I think you are right. Time is up. We also have buka puasa, so everybody must be very hungry. So we must let them go. And thank you, Lane, for participating a late session from Canberra. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, see you.
Thank you, participants.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Lane, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sampai ketemu Pak Joko.
Terima kasih,
I'll
Pak
see you
Heru.
again, Pak Joko.
And we have tomorrow's session.
Assalamualaikum.